Good morning, good evening, and afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League qualifier for Apex South. Broadcast brought you by Apex South Hub. In the Apex South Hub, until the end of this day, we will be broadcasting the PQL until the eliminations bracket. Join with me here today on the broadcast table are casters Stony AU or Stony Jack and Sneaky Frog. How are you guys today? Are you guys excited for today's games?
Doing well,
Let's start
homie.
with
Thank
Stony.
you for having us. No, doing well, man. Appreciate you having us. Should be a good day. 16 games, so a lot of energy early.
Oh yeah, for sure. Get that morning rise coffee for everybody here on the stream. And how about you, Sneaky? How you doing?
I'm running on like 2 eggs and a coffee right now, man. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I'm pretty excited on what is gonna happen today, especially after how much of a banger yesterday was. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Very memorable plays, great fights all around. But yesterday was winners round 1, but we understood the stakes for then. So let's understand what's at stake for the players for round 2 bracket. Stony, would you care to explain?
Sure will, bro. So here we go. The games today will determine the teams that are going to have their spot in the finals, which will be tomorrow. Or they will have to fight their way through the eliminations bracket, which will be later this evening. At the end of our 8 matches, we'll see which teams can keep themselves in the top 10 and move into finals, while the bottom 10 will move into the eliminations bracket, where they'll have to fight to keep their chance to move into split 2.
Thank you so much for that. Now, of course, we can't understand who's going to go up or down, so we need to know what the point system will be like. So, Sneaky, would you care to explain that as well?
Yeah, we will be following the usual tournament point system where first place gets 12, second place gets 9, third gets 7, and subsequently gets lower after each placement. Each kill is considered 1 point and will be added to the team's placement points at the end of the match, of course, but we will not be using the match point system just yet, which is reserved for the PLQ finals.
Thank you so much for that, casters. All right, now we saw a remarkable fight from yesterday. Sneaky. I don't know if Stony was watching the whole broadcast, but we saw teams like Hunt, Ground Zero, a remarkable team on the top during Storm Point, but turned into an upset due to Monkey King, Great Fanta, FBKW, Shakan switching it around through the mud of the arenas to reach their top 10 in the winners bracket. I mean, amazing games. Do you guys have any teams in the current roster right now, if you guys have any interest to any of these sort of teams? Let's start with Sneaky, since you were here yesterday.
All right, it's time. Hear me out. It's time for Monkey King to have a good start today. We are starting on World's Edge. They did so well on World's Edge. If they can hang on Storm Point, bro, I swear, if they can make it.
Stony, also, can we get some of the points in the field just to see what kind of performance we saw yesterday? And Stony, do you have any, how do you say this, eyes for any of the teams from the top 10 last game yesterday?
Yeah, look, I've watched a fair bit of the boys that came through yesterday, like Great Fanta, Shakan's brothers, Cap, BLT, teams like that. But I'm really looking forward to see if Great Fanta can keep the run that they have been on lately. During the week, they've been playing some really good Apex, and with the new team put together, Nico, Claps, and Lowkey, I'm really looking forward to see if those boys today can really take control and hopefully early get enough points where they don't have to worry about it too much later in the games. As we did see, if you leave it to the last point, it's not that nice.
Yeah, they need to face
That
their
is
demons. Their maidens.
Exactly.
I mean, that's kind of what the theme was for yesterday. One good game could be the difference. And we could see here as well from yesterday's games, we have a lot of Australian representations here from coming into teams. I think half of the teams, more than half actually, has at least a couple of Australians on their team.
Yeah, we got Prevail A and Z are out here as well. We've got True, Shakan's Bros, Great Fanta, Cold in Hell, Aussie team as well. So it's going to be a good day of games. And like I said, 16 games. A lot of these teams played yesterday, so you don't want to be losing today if you played yesterday, because that means in a day and a half you played 24 games of Apex just for a chance to get into match point. But I'm sure these boys are ready for it. They've all been training a lot, like very hard with scrims, so it's exciting to see.
That's for sure. I mean, like, for the casters on the table here, 16 games is a lot for us. And I can't even imagine locking in as a player in that amount of time.
I mean, yeah, that's why.
So locked into the games yesterday because, by God, the highlights and the events and just like the fights that we were seeing yesterday, absolutely insane. But now we see here on the screen, our set of how do you say this, maps are going to be coming up here. For the first 4 games will be World's Edge. It's kind of a switch around from yesterday, and 5 to 8 will be on Storm Point. I mean, World's Edge, I feel like, is the map where a lot of crazy things can happen. Like a lot of variables compared to Storm Point, and there's not a lot of, how do you say this, consistency, as we saw in who was placing on top yesterday, right, Sneaky?
Yeah, I think it is because compared to like Storm Point, right? I think World's Edge is slightly less balanced a bit for some of the other teams.
True.
Because you still have to worry about the contest. There's some open spots that some people don't realize. And the thing is with Apac South, we play with how do you call this? We play with a lot of ego, man. We want the POIs. we are not gonna not drop on the POI in order to get said POI. So that happens a lot here on World's Edge. At least in Storm Point, you do get to spread out a bit, considering there's a lot of spots that you can play at.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing. Like World's Edge, I guess, with most POIs, there's not much room between POIs too. So like, it's very quick to get third party. Where Storm Point, you kind of say, you can loot, take your time, get that. If you got the beacon, ring knowledge. It seems for better games on Storm Point, where World's Edge is definitely an ego kind of game set for sure.
I mean, yeah, that's for sure. Storm Point, lots of place to breathe. World's Edge, definitely everybody's on the edge of their seat. I mean, Sony Jack, of course, from the South region yourself, you know how aggressive these players are. They don't stop. They're out for blood.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because a lot of these boys don't get the chance to go against like White Flash or Kill Devil or God Hand. But it will be interesting. But like we've all seen it in the Ash scrims. A lot of these teams like Great Fanta, Chicane's Bros, Prevail, BLT, like they're very aggressive when they want to be, and they're very ready for everything that is brought on today. So it's going to be a good set of mixture, I think, between maps, and that's probably what I'm looking forward to the most. The less chaos on Storm Point and the amount of chaos we're going to see.
That's for sure. That's for sure.
But speaking of that though, man, speaking about ASH scrims, I'm kind of sad that we're not gonna see Remarkable Team in Winners Round 2 actually, considering how good their fighting is as a team. But then they got, I wouldn't say knocked out. They got edged out here in on the scoreboard. I think they got around 12th or 11th, despite having a really good last game with 4 placement points. That's good. And then you see the other number, which is like 10 kill points all of a sudden. So that's just like a classic Remarkable Team performance in the scrims. But they didn't really get too many placements. That was pretty much the problem.
Yeah, I do have to agree as well. At the end of the day, it's only a stack of points. There is no cap, there is no match point, so you really have to stack up all the points from early on to end. And even then, because like we saw some teams switch it up like crazy, like Monkey King. We didn't even expect them to reach the top 10, but look at this. They went all the way to top 5. That's absolutely insane.
Yeah, but a very experienced team sometimes when it comes to these kind of games. Do you know what I mean? So you look at the top 10 that made it through yesterday, they'd have probably been the most consistent in the last month, at least for scrims and results. So it is good to see. But the biggest one for me yesterday was Ground Zero. I really thought that they were going to do a better day.
Yeah, I thought so
Oh,
too.
the trials.
Yeah.
Trials game.
So it's like they need to, hopefully they let go of yesterday and then they can just bounce back later this half. You know, same as HCuff, that's another good team as well. Like there's a fair few good teams that didn't make it through to this winners bracket too, but a lot can change in a day. So
yeah,
A lot
HCuff.
can change.
They got landed on by Grey Fanta because they had to Euro step their way to landslide because they could not win in Lava Siphon, unfortunately, which indirectly resulted in HKUF just getting a free ticket into elimination round 1. Kind of sad to see, but
Yeah.
that's just how brutal Challengers is, man.
I mean, we have to see at the end of the day during our afternoon games to see if these guys can actually pull it back up. I mean, I'm quite excited because these guys really put up a really good performance yesterday. And, for some of these teams, I really don't want to see that go to waste. I want to see that go into Split 2 where the best of the best get in and they're just going to duke it out till top 1. I mean, for sure. But also, I'm quite excited to see some of the teams that we weren't able to see yesterday, like White Flash, Full Engage, God Hand, T4. All these teams that we haven't had the pleasure of seeing only through scrims, but now finally here at Winners Round 1. I'm quite excited.
yeah, I'm pretty excited to watch Kill Devil today. Bolin, Levy, Luo, that's a really good team. Trying to get back into Pro League. T4, they've got a little bit of a different team compared to what they had in Pro League. They've added Stepsis into that mix, and they've been playing pretty good as well in the last month. So it is going to be interesting because they do have a lot to fight for, as we know, in Pro League that they all want to get to. That's the main goal here.
I mean, also yesterday with some of the plays that we've been seeing, I gotta say, lots of controller players. I see a lot of MNK players actually switching to controllers nowadays, and I see that like it's kind of a trend because a lot of SMGs are in play, and the tracking on these fights are insane.
Yeah, that is for sure. And I mean, it is a good trend, and especially if most of the teams do want to go for, how to say this, more of a balanced team, because I think the meta for the longest time has been one controller, 2 MNK, or maybe even two controllers, 1 MNK at this point, with somewhat similar to DZ at that point. But hopefully we do see more talented controller players very, very soon here in Apac South.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And now we're gonna take it down to the field. Thank you for having me, Sneaky and Stony. We are going to the drops now here at World's Edge. Please take the floor.
Here we go, Sneaky.
Damn. Another day, another 8 games plus 8 games right after this. So it's going to be very, very exciting. Starting off in World's Edge, of course. I wonder if there is going to be any contests for this map at this very moment, Stoney.
No, it doesn't look like it. Obviously you got the 2 teams in Skyhawk, one west, one east, but
Speaking of,
we got 2 teams. We got one at Big Maud, one Stacks, but as we can see, we do have a north zone early, so it's going to be an interesting afternoon.
Oh.
Middle too. Yuck. Unbelievable. That is disgusting.
I was so excited that I saw like a North Circle. I was like, oh, it's gonna be another survey camp, and then it pulled to Monument. I'm like, oh no, it's a mountain zone potentially.
And I've been watching a lot of DZ privacy. And he shows like when that next zone doesn't touch the edge, it's gonna pull middle. So that next zone after that one, I feel so sorry for teams, but that's why they've been practicing, Sneaky. That's why they're here. They're ready. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, hopefully. And yeah, privacy at least. I have like 10 tweets at least in my bookmarks just from that guy about the Apex knowledge here. But yeah, everything is pretty quiet as for now. No one's really going for a full-on fight. So I think we're kind of similar. Or the state of the game is kind of similar to kind of watching our brothers up north in Apac, you know, kind of peaceful looting at first, but then if someone touches your POI by a few inches, then that's like a green light for the other team to just send it, man.
100%. I think we got Kill Devil right next to Avengers here at Stack and more. And then you've got Shakan's Bros right next to Monkey Kings. 4 teams who are really good at fighting too, so they're all very close to each other. It's going to be interesting to see who will take the first fight, as we know that this zone pool, probably I don't think many people will be ready for it unless they have the knowledge of the beacon. So I think the rotating in, once round 1 is finished closing Sneaky, I reckon we're going to see a little fair few teams disappear.
Finally get to see some crypto today, actually, because I think yesterday's games, I did not see a single crypto. Everyone was running that Bloodhound. And yeah, everyone was pretty aggressive about it. So maybe in winners round 2, people are gonna be maybe showing more control when it comes to these fights because they do have the crypto easier setup for the squad with that EMP.
Yeah, it looks like MXF is the only team out here with crypto for game number 1. So you did get your wish, but just not a lot of teams there playing crypto. But that's all right. We'll see what happens longer during the day because it's going to be a big day as we lots of games coming our way. A lot of action anyways, that's for sure.
Yeah. Could be swapping. I mean, just like what we saw yesterday with Grey Fanta. Switching their POIs going into, I think it was the last game. Yeah, they did land on HKUF, which was the result of them being eliminated. But they had to make that adjustment or else they could have potentially lost their spot in the leaderboard.
Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do, you know?
Yeah.
It's not a fair game. And everyone wants that one goal. They want to make Pro League. So the boys out here, they're going to do anything to get the 10th position. It does look like BLT are holding that train track at the moment. As you can see, a lot of people start to rotate into zone. Might have something happening in Siphon soon, but we'll see. It's a very nice spread out zone. A lot of people playing early position, which is always nice to watch.
Yeah, I think if I saw BLT on the other side of the bridge, I'd be having myself a bit more control. We don't want to fight them in a disadvantageous situation because BLT had a fair share of good games actually yesterday. Tickle was a human beam. That was for sure. He's 119 with the Havoc from yesterday, so I think you got to play that smart. You have to have the advantage if you're going to fight against this team.
Yeah, I agree. Boober as well. Like they're a very, Tickle has always been in the scene, and he's very, very skilled as well. Like there's no real, I don't know. You look at like Prevail ANZ as well. Crumbs, Razi, and Walsh. 3 players that are all mechanically very smart at the game. But it does look like they have Avengers moving up on.
It's the first and the last game, which they also got, but Cap already popping the Beast of the Hunt, running away. Cap, one of those teams that actually did super well yesterday, and maybe they want to carry this momentum with this initial push.
That's a smart getaway there. They were stuck in between FBKW.
Oh, no.
They did get him. Presto's going to go down. They're going to have to try and I reckon probably just keep running the Cat boys. C-Cut and the boys. It's unlucky. Presto nearly getting away, but they were pinched. There was teams everywhere, and at the moment, this kind of zone, Edge is a horrible place to be.
Yeah, they might have to leave him behind. We're leaving Private Ryan at this point. And, oh, but they're still on top of the hill. I don't know if they want to stay here, actually. Oh my god! Jesus
The
Christ,
hemlock.
Rennis.
Rennis getting the down on a riff, and it doesn't look good here at all for the boys of Cap. And they're definitely going to get eliminated. Also looks like Kill Devil just been eliminated in the top right as well, and that is not a good start for both of those teams here, Sneaky.
Jesus, we just snapped back to Rennis, just absolutely one-clipping a man with the Hemlock. And that's what we expect from the man himself. I mean, that team has also been doing absolutely well in some of the other games. So, nice to see him just getting that easy clear just then and there. The Avengers, though, speaking of good games from yesterday, maybe they're looking to see if they can get Razi off of this choke point, but it seems like it's just Rolling Thunder just to try and get them away from this.
Yeah, no, Kentung's no pushover. The Avengers definitely a team this early in the game, but neither are A or A and Z. So as we can see, though, it does look like the Avengers are rotating into Fragment Monument area. They're going to try and just play their lives. Obviously, they understand the situation. They don't want to be going out at 17th position. That does make the rest of the day a lot harder.
Yep.
If you have a bad start.
That's no points. You gotta be at least in the top 10 to get at least one. At least in the placement side of things, but... Oh, but the Shakans, bro, seems like they're looking over here in Fragment, seeing the Avengers walking around on the underside of the bridge, so... Oh my god. Oh, my eyes, my eyes.
Looks like BLT are in perfect position for this zone too. Depends on which side it does pull though, Sneaky. If it pulls like the north side of the train tracks or that south side, because that south side they have a little bit of a divot. They got they got a fair bit to play with on that side, but on the north side, there's only a couple of rocks. Not much head movement to really be had on that side. So
yeah, I think if you're gonna stay in the middle of that zone early, you're gonna have to have like a contingency plan just in case if it does pull on the other side, because you don't want to get stuck here, that's for sure.
No, but they do have a caustic, so you can kind of lock it down a bit, BLT, in that position that they are. So they'll be safe for now. But once teams see where majority of this next zone pulls, I think you're going to see a lot of people trying to get that spot early, maybe just to fight for it, but we'll never know. Never know until it happens.
Yep. Interesting lineup,
my
though.
god.
Pathfinder, Conduit, and a Bloodhound. Definitely pretty aggressive, or one of the more aggressive lineups in the matter. But Monkey King, Sentinel in the hands of 7 Ed 9 on this Caustic. He's been pretty good with it, as well as Golden Hell is eliminated in the background. Not the best start from the boys.
No, I was watching, they were sitting, trying to AFK SSE X-Ray, but didn't end up working SSE. They got the job done there. Kind of the Maggie Ball kind of cucked Golden Hell, their own legend.
That one's gonna hurt. That one's gonna hurt, especially with how well Golden Hell played yesterday as well. I mean, I think they actually yoinked first for a bit.
Oh, they're definitely not out of it. First game, those boys are definitely built different. Sure, we'll see if they bounce back game number 2 though.
Yeah, but SSEX, sorry, doing a great job, kind of giving a surprise here for the boys trying to rotate on in, and it seems like they're just gonna take their rotate at this point. SSE X-Ray making their presence known actually in the backside, shooting the Shakans bros. Have to be careful about that because they get gate kept from here.
And it looks like Great Fanta are down to a duo, so they've lost Collapse while getting shot here by the Avengers and the Shakans bros. Shakans bros still sitting in streamer building at the moment. Les Aimbot, he'd be very proud. But no Watsons. A lot of caustics, as we see. 16 squads still alive, Sneaky, with round 3, 45 seconds. That is good to see. Oh, we can see Monkey King getting in though. 7 Ed putting down some beams. They do get that reset there on ZQ Sony. Oh my god, Numnim just absolutely deleted Monkey King.
Oh man, Numnim has been doing that for a bit. That is for sure. They're one of those teams that can really just low-key caught you off guard, but man, that is such a great start for the side of Numnim, especially taking out Monkey King this early, just clearing them from your position. That really just clears that much of a threat from your backside, but yeah, already so many teams crawling in and around the zone at this very moment, so it is going to be a bit tough for Numnim to actually get into this one.
Yeah, they did well to reset quickly. They had Godhand trying to move in to third party that, but they did get the shield swaps off very quickly, so Godhand had to retreat. But you can see now Numnim rotating into zone that jump pad. Evac, sorry.
If I was a bit of a psychopath of an IGL, like if I saw that guy on BLT just solo holding this bridge, I'm like, I'm landing on this. We're landing on this 100%. But we're playing it a bit more safe at MXF. Oh, MXF actually dropping the stank here with the nade as well. 7 RB2 goes down as he eats the Sky Nade from the backside, and it seems like MXF are just gonna go for the easy clear on the last player. Numnim is eliminated as they fly into their doom, and MXF get back into safety, using the buildings very expertly here, or what is left of the fragment buildings at least. And now they gotta figure out, how do we get into this before we get shot by 4 different teams outside as well?
Yeah, this is tough for the teams outside of the next zone. Rotating in is going to be tough. Like you said, there's only 3 teams in zone. We've got 7 teams outside of zone. And we have a team, FBKW, stuck on Harvester side of the zone. So that is going to be
All right, someone
an
check if they have a valve
interesting rotate.
or a balloon. Maybe
They
pray.
do have an evac.
Oh,
So there's going to be a hell of a rotate in here for FBKW. But yeah, that zone, BLT and True, I do like their position, as well as Godhand, as we can, FBKW, there they are. Just waiting.
That they can fly over?
I don't know if that even makes it over, to be honest, Sneaky.
Yeah, I think you just gotta swerve it around the
You're gonna have to swerve it that right side, yeah. But there is a team in that choke, which is KVK, and they definitely know that team's there. They're looking in the direction. But here they go, FPK.
Oh, does it reach? I think it does reach, but barely. There is going to be maybe a gap. Oh, there is. Nah, they're going to fly all the way. They're going to take the U-turn. Oh, there they go.
Oh, no. They've landed right on BLT. Booba getting it down.
Oh, my God, Tickle. He just destroyed him.
He did, but Tasting Blood and Destroy now have to try and get their bats off, recover. BLT holding the right angle, beautiful shots.
Oh, the zone's eating them alive. I don't think FBKW is going to live for long unless they do get maybe an odd rock or something to get themselves some cover, but their entire backside is so exposed here.
I mean, FBKW lasted longer than KVK, so KVK ran straight into BLT. And now all of a sudden we have 8 squads making it into round number 4. Round number 5 now beginning. Prevail. Beautiful shots there by Walsh, just getting rid of... They have the perfect high here too, look at the hemlock! Walsh!
Oh my God, Walsh, calm down, my man. With the absolute beamage from his hands into the enemy lines, and Crumbs just looking over this entire team, and they are going to go for the finish. This is so much KP.
Crumbs just absolutely cleaned up there, the Avengers. He does know there's still a team right there. Walsh is going to move in as well with him. But Prevail, oh my God, they are destroying White Flash right now. White Flash do go down.
Godhand is around the corner.
Here they go, they are too. God hand on the height.
Oh, they saw where Rozzy is too. Rozzy might have to drop the ult here.
If I'm Prevail, I'm still very happy for one like position, some fair bit of KP. There's a lot of dead people.
That's like at least 8 boxes. And I think Prevail got at 6 KP plus like a 4th place finish, so that's not too bad in all honesty.
No, that's a good game for game number 1. I do like where True are though, ending. I think they're the only 3-man squad as well as Godhand for FBKW somehow still alive, but he's just out there tasting blood. Not just yet he is, but I think he will be in a second.
He's looking for a 2nd place here. He's just gotta blend in with the rocks just in case. True has been waiting in that tunnel for the longest time. I think they're just waiting for the numbers to be reduced so they can go for an even 3v3, but I think that's going to be a stun player because of that ultimate from the Bangalore. But Walking L with the wingman getting Rogers, so now he's going to be down. Gran has no armor. Big Sarah huffing in the gas, and that means they need to pop a med kit, but does it even matter? They do get to finish on one player. Where is Tasting Blood in all of this madness? He can actually go for the clutch if ever.
Really
True is eliminated. It's a 1v1. It's a 1v1. It's a 1v1. Tasting Blood can go for this. No freaking way. Chakoi not going to get hit by the Sky Nade. Here comes the Havoc. 85 does not have the swap. Oh no, the Rat wins. Successful Rat action.
FBKW actually won that from where they were in round number 4 is insane. That is insane.
Oh my word.
That always happens, you know, when you have a team pushing another team. Usually it's always the first 2 teams to fight never really come out on top. It's always the team just waiting very patiently at the end there. And Tasting Blood gets the game 1 W for FBK, and it's impressive. Very impressive.
Man, what a plot twist. Like at the end there, FKBW, I mean, Tasting for Blood was literally looking for a chance and he got it. I mean, geez, man. And what an explosive ring 4 due to the geometry of the mountains covering half of the ring. These players were forced to fight all the way to the end. But I gotta say, this was tamer than their first game yesterday because I feel like there's a lot more risk coming around this, you know, winners round 2.
Yeah. Yep. I feel like teams are playing, I wouldn't say a bit more scared. Maybe they're playing a lot more careful because yeah, it's already winners round 1. If you do get top 10 here, you're straight to the last round at this point. So everyone's really playing optimal maybe.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we could see a lot of people playing for like placement points actually. If you see True, they didn't really try to frag it out like White Flash right there. You know, they're trying to play smart, playing that tunnel most of the game. FBKW had a really good balance of fragging it out and finding their opportunities with an incredible score of 19. Top 4 squads absolutely fragging it out, but you know, I feel like a lot of people are playing much slower than before.
Yeah, slow's not bad though. Like if you just take your time, get into, as we did see at the end there, I think you had like 5 teams running into fail. They died at 4th position. They only have 5 placement points, but they had 6 kills. So if you can get in the right position at the right time at the end of the game, kills will come to you as it shows for True and FBKW. So
definitely
it's a good game number 1 though. I do like to see it.
Very great show. So now that we see the points right here, we're gonna go into a couple minutes break as we move and transition to game 2. Let's see you guys in a couple of minutes.
KW somehow still alive, but he's just...
True has been waiting in that tunnel for the longest time. I think they're just waiting for the numbers to be reduced so they could go for an even 3v3, but I think that's going to be a stun player because of that ultimate from the bank.
And we are back from that break. What an amazing first game. You know, I got some notes here. Cap and Devil unfortunately dying first through, you know, a lot of the rotation fights that we saw. It was pretty tame compared to the first game yesterday, but of course there's a lot more risk coming to winners round 2. Monkey King, as we saw, one of the top teams from World's Edge yesterday, unfortunately lost their spot quickly, and hopefully it's not a losing streak compared to yesterday. And let's see if they're coming in hot in our next couple of games. I mean, what do you guys think from that first game?
Yeah, I mean, probably for you boys, you expected probably 16 teams by round 3. But I'm hoping that we can keep that type of gameplay for the following 3 games on World's Edge. But we'll wait and see, Sneaky. See how we go.
Yeah, maybe, you know, play a bit more calm today. There is this meme, right? With some of the Apac South players, especially in scrims, that we ape a bit too much. But then when you tell them to actually play, you know, let's play strategic this time. Let's not be too spicy in the scrims. But they actually know how to play it. We're not like aggressive 24/7. Of course, we also know how to play smart. That's why we have the best teams in both NA and here. So we got some masterminds here, man.
That's true,
Of
and
course.
it's going to be interesting to see how Kill Devils go this game. I really hope they have bounced back after that game number 1 because they landing at stacks, but rotating through Geyser. That's what they usually do. They rotate through more to rotate through Geyser. That's what they got caught out last time. So it'll be interesting. Hopefully they can have a better game too. They definitely need to have a better game too. You don't want the world's edge games to be your problem when you get to Storm.
And yeah, I think we're just gonna go straight into it. Apologies, Fetchy. We're gonna have to stop your yap for now because the game's already started. And these teams, they start really quickly. We took like a bit of time yesterday,
Oh.
you know, to take a bit of a breather, but they're like, all right, let's run it back. Especially, I think, for the other teams who are kind of sniffing for that win. And interesting change as well with the POIs here. I'm surprised that Shakans Bros actually gave Lava Fisher to True here, but I think I'm smelling someone possibly lost a POI fight in scrims earlier this week.
Yeah, it could be the way, but you can see that zone there, Sneak. We're gonna have an overlook finish for sure.
Ooh.
Doesn't look like Great Fan to have a beacon legend. So if they stay, they're the smartest. But
If
I don't want to
they
give Nico too much compliments yet. But if they can stay here right now, I think the boys will they'll be happy with that decision, especially for game number 2.
Yeah, and I think they're already reading the map as well. They're like, okay, hopefully it does pull back in towards our way, and might as well just risk it because you're already in a really good spot. All you have to do is loot, and especially since Overlook is slightly on the edge of the map, you know that you're gonna have that good loot for your squad as well. But we're already seeing some teams already moving in here. MXF already looking for a spot. Golden Hell looking to rotate early. SSE X-Ray looking to rotate from the north side. So they're going to have to be careful just in case that Golden Hell does want to go climatize their side as well. So, yeah, teams already starting to file in. T4 also from the south side here.
Yeah, and that's probably the best thing, I guess, with the Bloodhound enemy scan. They'll probably be able to see that teams are starting to rotate towards them at Overlook. So, obviously, having that knowledge.
Oh,
will
someone's
help
fighting
the
already?
lads. Oh, it does look like MXF are just getting some shots in.
I think there's a fight in the choke point near Geyser. Oh my god! Everyone just so
Really?
happens to be here. I think all 3 teams that rotated are like, huh? There's another squad? And there's another squad right after that?
There's a lot of teams in that choke. You got 2 teams, well, Prevail and Barbecue, I think their team is. Yeah, and then also
Oh,
we had a
no.
fight between Squad and... Oh no, they're down to 1. This is not a good start for Prevail.
Oh
Lot
no.
of teams. Lots of teams in that area.
It's the Avengers here as well. In and around the corner. So I think this might just be GG's already for the boys over
Yeah,
at Prevalence.
Not one of the teams that are in this fight right now, Sneaky, any ring. So, you never know. They could have been maybe thinking the zone finishes here. There's 3 teams in the same spot, especially here, is very odd. So,
Could be a huge misread. But then
be a
the
massive.
circle ends up on the other side.
does look like Crumbs is going to be able to get the banners here, though, and maybe get a quick... he's going to just sneak away, maybe, because it does look like the boys of Avengers are coming.
He's playing favorites here. I already know who's his favorite teammate here in Prevalence. Unfortunately, it's not Walsh, but I think Walsh is already too far inside these buildings to get that beacon, so I think the caustic is already enough just in case that they want to go for that late game. So we're already seeing some teams flying on in, and oh, Sikat already eating the ground. A lot of Bloodhounds going down early in this game.
Yeah, and that's the legend you probably don't want to go down as well. They're the ones that give knowledge. You need that scan legend. So it's a tough loss. Kind of like a Bloodhound and a Lifeline. 2 legends you don't want at the start.
For sure, for sure.
He
Especially the
does
amount of
still have a
smokes
caustic.
in the lobby already here, Sony.
Yeah. Yep. You look at Barbecue's metas, they've got Parfy, Lifeline, and Revenant. as a team comp, and it gives me a little bit of Biz Miller vibes, and I just wish
That has Apac South written all over it.
Guys, it does look like Godhand are getting into a little bit of a fight here as well with Shakan's brothers. Looks like Shakan's to get down one, which was a nice little nade there by Acquaintance on Draco, but they're going to get that reset. And that is Acquaintance's old team too, from Pro League. So a little bit of revenge maybe, but it does look like they're going to move on in here to Shakan's brothers. Want to get involved.
Is it going to be a full fight? Are they actually going to commit to it? I think this is a full commit, so let's see. The Shakans Bros, one of the better fighting teams in this lobby, of course. Can they actually get the fight going? And it seems like yes is the question. Scholar gets the kill on Jakoi, but will this be a full-on fight for the other side? It seems like it might be not. They might just want to leave the Caustic behind.
Well, it does look like they're still going to push though, because Godhand haven't really that far away. No, but back here, he doesn't want to get too crazy on it. So not a bad start for Shakan's brothers though. Get the nerves out. That pushes Godhand into a pretty sticky situation. And they're about to rotate straight into another team overlooking, which is why. So it's tough, man. Out here as a duo early, especially an overlook zone sneaky, it's not good.
Yeah, we already saw what happened to DXA yesterday, getting 20th at that duo in winners round 1. And that's actually super good news here for the side of the Shakans Bros, because I think the biggest struggle for that team is the mid game. Is they either make it really deep in the game or they die super early in around 15 squads alive.
Yeah, and a bit of like early kill pressure as well, like pressure. That definitely helps the team as well. Gets them, like I said, it's a big day. You don't want to be playing 16 games. Boys can just switch it on here for the. I'll be laughing. They only have to worry about tomorrow.
I can tell none of these teams want to play an additional 8 games.
I don't even want to play 6. I'll be happy with 2, and I'll cast 24. I will not play. My little thumbs will probably.
Yeah, that's, I mean, being focused for 16 games in a row, that's 8 hours straight. I mean, me 4 hours in Apex, I already need like a nap already. That could just be me getting old, honestly. But, man, like, it's mentally taxing for most of the teams, especially playing with this type of style and this type of level in the PLQ. I mean, it's gonna be you're gonna have to be on point all the time.
Yeah, you're right. But like I said, these boys from yesterday, anyways, the top 10, they understand that they do definitely mentally tough. I guess you just have to wake up ready. They all understand what they're fighting. It's just now it comes down to them all just locking it in and putting in that work, as I like to say. But does look like Godhand. You can see they did get Draco's banner. They're going to try and maybe smoke the res here. Could be a play. They might be able to get a reset with Godhand, but Riri being smart, obviously.
I think that's MXF looking on over, so they're gonna have to go back into the truck. But that beacon not being available to pop just yet, and they need Drakoi so bad to get some space with this Caustic possibly, and maybe try and yoink one of the buildings from the other teams, especially that Caustic ultimate can be so effective in clearing rooms. But yeah, I mean, the other teams are making it very difficult, especially now with more teams moving in towards this beacon. It's going to be a tough one to pop.
Yeah, because they're stuck in between Shakan's Bros and Great Fanta. Shakan's just holding Godrock at the moment. Great Fanta in the other house across from them. You can see Crumbs, our little rat, still trying to stay alive here. It looks like he did get Razi back in, but Razi's gone down again, so Crumbs has to do what he did before, try and recover the banner and go again, but it's gonna get...
No, Crumbs, run, bro.
Crumbs with his chicken legs, they're out of there.
Do a little cheeky tap strafe. Oh, there he goes. No more Remy action going into the final part of the zone. So that's going to be FBKW. Ironically, the team that won with a rat from the last game, taking out the rat.
Yeah, and I don't mind where they are. I think the zone where they have to rotate in, there's not many teams It looks like majority of the teams have rotated right side into Overlook. And look at that zone. It doesn't pull Overlook. It kind of pulls out into
Ooh,
the
it's a
opening.
clickbait.
It does pull more north, so you got Cold in Hell reading zone really well here. They're going to definitely try and make back some of the points they didn't get in game number 1 here.
Yeah, Golden Hell probably flipped a coin for that circle prediction, and as soon as it pulled to them, they're like, yes! We're right this time. We have a god spot, finally, and we're gonna try and see if we can win it from here. But yeah, they're gonna have to hold on because the game is not over just yet. Speaking of holding on, Killen versus Control. Lizzie already getting a bit of damage from the Arcstar, but they're gatekeeping this door very well. Great shots from the side of Aoki-chan, but they cannot get the finish just yet. Oh, that's a 2K. Livy, Bolin goes down, but can they get the last player as Lizzie goes down? And that's going to be Kill Devil out of the question, but unfortunately, they might be right up next to the platter as it's only Aoki-chan left alive and Killen be controlled, but it seems like they got no control of the situation.
No, they don't. The Avengers are holding him. KTO, he's going to get caught out. He's going to go down. This doesn't look good, but KVK, they get away. So Aoki somehow still alive, but like I said, Kill Devil like to rotate through Geyser, and again they get caught out. They get stuck in between a fair few teams here.
Yeah, and that's what I was worried about. Avengers looking over this fight, actually, because one of them could go down. They're still pretty far in the zone. The circle's about to close, so I think the call there for the side of the Avengers is to stay alive. No one should go down in this situation, and unfortunately, they're now a duo.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a fair bit of action happening. White Flash holding out teams as they're rotating in. But true. A lot of action happening. White Flash just relaxing as we can see that zone. Cold and Hell, they'd be happy where they are, especially not knowing where the zone was, but they do definitely know where it is now. But we can have a look. Looks like they are looking at it now. True trying to play it. Rogers, Vixir, and Granny. They're in a really tough position because Barbecue right there.
Oh, where are they looking?
Do get a beautiful down. Barbecue looking at a team stuck. But Granny moving in. He goes down very quick.
Yeah, Gran got absolutely destroyed that first swing, but I think Rogers can recover it, even getting the slight boost from the nade, actually. And
Rogers is going to get cleaned up by the team. Barbecue with that before. That is just so unlucky.
That sucks, especially they got the jump on Barbecue here. That just sucks to lose.
Barbecue get a chance to reset, and they're actually not in a bad position. They get a fair bit of loot too, thanks to True and a couple of the members from BLT. Boober's left to defend for himself here. But 13 teams, round 4 about to close. Sneaky, we've still got a lot of teams alive here for.
Barbecue.
Oh.
They have a. Do they have a balloon? I think they should. Yeah, they should have a balloon. So that's just an easy flyby over the teams who are kind of keeping them in bay. So FBKW starting to rotate. MXF looking over the horizon, but Barbecue, do they even have a spot to land? But we're gonna focus on T4 at first, and they are gonna get some damage through the smoke and through the wall. The Avengers are down. Here comes the villains. T4, can they move on forward? They do not have a spot yet in the zone. They have to clear Collapse, Nico, and Loki in this building to at least try and keep them inside.
Yeah, you can see T4, they got a really good spot here, but great Fanta, they don't have to move. So we've got this building. They're in a really good spot. If I'm T4, I would really start worrying about the team in front of us, and down goes T4. My God.
Oh, no.
They died very quick.
I think he lost track of the zone and forgot that he had to pop a medkit immediately there, as he did prioritize popping that shield battery first. But it's a nice hold on the house so far from the side of the Shikans Bros and Grey Fanta. Godhand has a building as well. The other teams, it's looking rough.
Yeah, because you got Shikans now down to a duo. Godhand as well down to a duo. So this rotate in, you probably say Great Fanta have a really good chance to try and get some more KP, but it does look like the Shikans Bro have Num Nim trying to rotate in on the action as well, but Sato making sure that he's keeping his head on a swivel.
Yeah, they need to react behind them. SS X-Ray, they could pop out at any moment, but Numnim, if you're gonna decide to go for this fight, you're gonna have to finish it immediately. Oh, climb up here from 7RV2. Satokohai does go down eventually. Here comes the Bangalore ultimate, so he's gonna pop the full res potentially here. But it's a rough spot for Numnim so far. They cannot move forward at all.
It's a beautiful ult to keep the teams away from him though with that rock. But Numnim, they're definitely gonna there. So they're down to a duo as well. So you got two duos right next to each other here. Shikan's brothers as well there. You still got a great Fanta behind that team. And you also got Godhand, so there's a lot of teams, as we can see now. Walking L trying to move in. You got Weewu trying to be aggressive as well, and he's going to bat off.
He's sending it.
Oh my god. Brother.
Oh, no way he gets this. Oh my god, Walking L! The Prowler! Oh, there's a team behind him. Oh,
they're going to get
that sucks.
held out here by SSE. Tell you what, these boys have really been putting in a lot of work. SSE, they have played very consistent, and they have 10 KP here with 4 squads left.
They've just been low-key, not gonna lie. They've just been kind of flying under the radar from the other teams here, not noticing their presence. And they are still a complete 3-man squad. So the only other team that can contest them is Great Fanta and Golden Hell. Barbecues are the only one player left alive, and all they have to do is hold, try and recover from that last fight, and maybe pick another one, because I think Great Fanta, they're in such a far position that I don't think Golden Hell might have some vision on the other teams.
No, Golden Hell, they do have a kind of a weird meta though to finish this angle. So
they can
obviously the Thermite ball will come out as well by BB. But we're going to see a lot of teams AFK here until the round 6 does start closing.
Yeah, I think if I was SS X-Ray here, I might try to go a bit vertical, so we do kind of dodge the Maggie Ball a bit, because I think that's the biggest threat to their placing at this very moment. But biggest threat could be Ronin's as well. I mean, a Revenant ratting is a pretty tough cookie to crack in this one, especially with the ult being online. There could potentially be a very funny moment. Once again, it could be another rat winning. Oh my god, he just murked him! Holy, Ronin to the G7? Oh, here comes the 4 channels.
See what we can do. 2 games in a row as solo wins it all the way down.
Ronin!
And I might have just given the old casters kills. And Golden Hell, they're definitely going to walk in here. W, game number 2. What a bounce back. Golden Hell. They red zone. They take the win. That's all you have to do. Like we said, get a position. Kills will come at the end, and they did well.
Yeah, it's like the Golden Hell boys were our 5th observers in this game, because they were just observing every single team fighting, getting a bit of poke, getting a bit of KP, but they were prioritizing that placement, and you can't blame them. They need the points.
They do, because they didn't have the best first game. I think they died first, actually, Golden Hell, in game number 1. So to get first position in game number 2, the boys bounced back, and now where they want to be, where they should have been.
And I think that concludes our game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Cold in Hell coming in for the win. And for the transition for game 3, I think we're going to have a couple breaks before we show the scores here. So we'll see you guys in a bit. And welcome back from the conclusion of game 2. And my oh my, look at the points in that board. SSX Ray, even being in second place, basically just rolled the server in terms of their combat effectiveness. 13 kill points. That's insane.
We'd love to see it.
But it had 10 kills at 4th position, so they did alright to get an extra 3 there. We've only 3 squads left in their ways. You can see a better game there by Cold and Hell. They definitely.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they were one of the top teams that actually dominated World's Edge yesterday. So it's nice to see them finally come back. The first game, they didn't really have a chance to show that much of prevalence, but they did make it towards the end. But the amount of kills, the amount of placements, it was just everything that they needed. And they took their time towards the end, and that's what secured them the win. That was pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty much true. But I do want to point out as well, dude. SSX-Ray is a pretty nice surprise going into these 2 games. I mean, the amount of kills that they get and the pretty much high placement that they also get at the same time. It is just like how I mentioned, Remarkable Team does get a lot of points, but their placements is not that high. But this is basically the opposite team at this point for this exact squad. So it's pretty interesting to see them performing really well as of today, especially considering the context of what's on stake today.
That is for sure. One thing to mention as well, one of the interesting picks that I saw, which took Barbecue to 3rd place, was a Lifeline pick. Did you see that, Stoney?
Yeah, I did, and it's such a game changer. But they pretty sure they was Barbecue the team that had the Parfy and the Revenant as well. So
yeah,
I mean,
interesting
kind of. Yeah, it kind of helps, I guess, having a Lifeline. Someone there that's just going to try and keep up with those 2 maniac legends that can just get so far ahead of the action. But yeah, to SSE X-Ray, they've had a really good week too. They did really well in the Cash Cup. During the week they came 2nd in between Kill Devil and Great Fanta. So TSI Breaker, I'm pretty sure, is their coach. So must be doing a lot of good work there with that team.
Yeah, I mean, great stuff. Look at that, like 13 KP. That's insane. That's look at the margin of error for these guys. That's basically twice to the next second place in terms of kill points. These guys did double as much. So even if, you don't get place points, you could see as an example for SSX Array, you could just get a crap ton of kills, and that's more than enough to give you like a really good placing here.
Yep, it's gonna because like same as Great Fanta. Great Fanta had zone. I didn't know they had zone, but you can see they had, I think, 4 kills, and 5th position or 4th position. So that's points. That's what they need. That's what they needed.
It's all points. Well, I think we're going to transition to the third game now. So this is gonna be our second to the last game for World's Edge, and let's see if there's any more other teams, because I really want to see, like, let's say, maybe Monkey King getting their comeback once more, since they were kind of sabotaged a lot of the times in terms of the rotation. But let's see. Let's transition. So casters, it's all on you.
Yeah, Monkey King, man. Always the unluckiest team when it comes to the first 3 games. I'm sensing a pattern here for this particular squad. So maybe in this game 3 they might be slightly unlucky, and then into the next game we can see something going. But what I'm disappointed about here, Stoney in particular, that I'm not seeing that much of a great and standout performance is Prevalence, man. Considering how good that they performed yesterday, we're not seeing any eye-popping performances from them just yet.
Nope, and they're getting siphoned for free, so there's no reason for them to not be having a good start. Probably got the best POI, I reckon, in World's Edge. So hopefully they can bounce back. Like we said, it's only game 2. They do have 8 to play. But where they are there, that rotate's going to be tough, especially with the amount of teams that are in the north area. But the boys in Monument and Frag, they'll be happy with that one.
Yeah, and if I can actually roughly remember when I was casting APAC North, was I think it was Riddle Order who won super early in the game. So the thing is with match point, right, is the team that already got match point and basically won and before 6 games, so that means they're gonna be leaving the lobby and there's only gonna be 19 squads left. As soon as they left Lava Siphon, someone else was already begging for Lava Siphon. They were like, please, okay, Lava Siphon, dibs
Yep.
immediately. You gotta be the fastest typer for in order to get this POI. But it's interesting to see how some teams actually fight over this particular spot. But Prevalence, not really how do we say this? Not really getting that to follow through after this POI.
No, but they have had to rotate north nearly
Yeah, it's
every
rough.
game. So it is a tough rotate from Lava Siphon, especially with the teams that are in front of them. You've got like BLT, you got T4 on the right side, you got Avengers, you got Kill Devil if they decide to rotate quickly through as well. So it's a tough position being in Lava Siphon, but Lava Siphon does get them in a good position to have a good game with some early on game loot. So hopefully we can see a big game here. We'll see Barbecue though, they're chilling out. They have BLT that are rotating in closest to them at the moment. So a lot of teams have ring knowledge.
Oh, especially WeZone gets a gold knock early here, so that's one of the most annoying things to deal with, especially when there's a lifeline on the other team.
Oh
When
my
as soon
god.
as you go down, just press E, then you have to worry about that guy getting res as well. Whoa, 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 King MSG,
Yeah.
calm down, brother.
I
Don't
was
zip into
watching,
your
I was
gun.
like, bro, the BLT is right there. That man just zipped straight to BLT and T4, but he does get away. T4 is a duo, so I don't know what happened there. Hopefully, T4 can get their member back. I know that they do sometimes have some net issues, so I would hate for that to be an issue for those boys today.
And it's looking like a monument frag-ish circle.
Yeah,
So could be ending up in an open field, could be ending up in one of these open buildings, yeah, possibly.
well, I do like where BLT and MXF are. That next zone is not touching the previous zone that we have. It has a lot of very high chance that it does pull back to where these teams are sitting in frag. But you see MXF, BLT, they have White Flash very close to them here. And that's another team, White Flash. They haven't really had the best start here in the first 2 games. Our team coming from the Pro League as well.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, White Flash has already plenty of experience on these players playing in the challenger scene, so it's gonna be nice to see if they can, or we can see some good performances coming in from them. But Zoyo wants to go a bit aggressive here, hunting for any of the teams inside of the building. So I think they're trying to see if they can gain some loot here.
And it's kind of nice being in dog as well because you can get away quick. A fair few fights happening on the edge. But then, man, we've got White Flash chilling out in zone. See in the top right corner, Chicane's brothers. They've lost 2 members. That's not good.
That's what I
Down
was
to
talking
just
about, man.
acquaintance.
That's what I was talking about, Stony. The Shakans bros mid game, it's so cursed at times. Like they either really go deep in games or they just lose at the round 19th or 15th, struggling to rotate in the zone.
And it's tough too because where they're coming from is Skyhawk. So they ran into Monkey King this game. Monkey King get rid of. The last game was God Hand, I'm pretty sure. Or no, it was God Hand. So they're running into a team nearly every time they rotate Skyhook here. So they'll just have to try and think of something different. Maybe getting some evac towers to try and get a little bit of distance in that rotating instead of fourth, or maybe mix it up because 3 games in a row they've ran into the same problem. See how they go. You got 5 more games to figure it out anyway.
Yeah, they need some balloons, man. They need some balloons.
That's what I'm
In order
saying. A
to
bit of
see if they
evac.
safely rotate, a bit of evac action going on, especially the amount of free buildings here still in Fragment. But I think the read might be a bit different for some of the teams. Numnim and Cold in Hell deciding to go in Epicenter instead. Just
Yeah,
go
and
back south.
it's not a bad call though. But like I said, I've been watching a fair bit of privacy, and that's not touching that ring, as we can see in the zone. Right, so that hopefully pulls back down south to where Fragment is. But look, this is why we cast and they play. I'm sure they probably have a coach that's given them all the ring knowledge, all the practice.
Yeah. My reputation on Circle Quiz is not that good compared to the others. That is for sure.
Yeah, my chat
But
usually give me it all the time.
Rolling that way.
oh, but it does pull. I would say slightly in the middle, at around epicenter fragment. So not too bad of a guess for some of the teams here. I think Golden Hell and Numden do keep the control in towards the high ground so far. So it could be another good read by them. But SS X-Ray, they could actually potentially fight Numdim out of their position in order to get the spot.
And we still have 17 teams alive too, by the way. 17 teams with round 2 closing. It's the quality of the games have been top tier right now, with game number 3 obviously underway, but you see Prevail, the team that we obviously want to see do well here in game, still chilling out in Geyser, but they're going to have to rotate in, and the team in front of them is Barbecue.
There's 2 teams right in front of Avengers at the moment. There is going to be Cap and FBKW, so they're going to have their ears up just in case that they're going to have to fight Avengers. You don't want to fully commit just yet to this fight, though. FBKW is actually right behind them, and Hickes takes a headshot from that charge rifle, so I think it's not going to be any peeks from Avengers anytime soon.
Nah, Destroy Cookie and the boys of FBKW doing well the river there, but the boys of Avengers just going to take their time. They don't really need to get involved. Like we said, they can just play it smart. But look at Cap getting a Valkyrie rotate here. Presto's down to an absolute bullet, but he does get away. So that is a nice little rotate. But they're going to land into a fair few teams. There's White Flash. There's MXF. You got a lot of teams here.
Oh no, Arif? Oh yeah, he's good.
And Cap? No, they get in. They got in. What a rotate.
Oh, Monkey King have to be careful though. Aimbot getting absolutely beamed at the top of the mountain. So I think this is going to be Monkey King going up against Golden Hell. Great shot from Aimbot. Oh, gets the trade on BB as well with the double PK. But can they get the finish though? They need to finish this immediately before any other team slip by.
Yeah, and ZQ Sony, he's probably a lot healthy.
Oh, it's only
Shield cells. So it's a solo via solo. True are the closest team to these guys. So if they wanted to move up the hill and maybe third party this would be to go, but Zony moving around. Oh, they lose it. Monkey King get eliminated. Fenfu, you could have sneezed on him and he would have. That's so unlucky.
Fenfu was on life support by the tail end of this fight. Literally a singular point of HP on this Bangalore. BB is 1 HP as well, so I think they're looking for the swaps. It's super unlucky there for the side of Golden Hell that they couldn't hit that last shot. That could have been, or rather on the side of Monkey King, that could have been them possibly making the comeback happen, and especially eliminating a team like Golden Hell with such a good spot in the zone on the high ground of Epicenter. That would have been possibly a done deal for the game itself.
Yeah, and we can see on the top right corner there, it looks like Great Fans are getting one of the Barbecue members down. But it does, like I said before, you got to win those fights, like I said with the Chicans, bros. Like the early game, you got to win those ones, especially when it's the 17th position. They're the ones that you don't want to lose. So Golden Hell getting that W there, Fenfu, even with the amount of health he had left, that's a good win to have, especially here in game number 3.
Yeah, and they keep all 3 members too for the side of Golden Hell. No finishes happen, so basically they just have to bat up. They just have to pop the med kits, and they're going to be back in action very, very soon. But the zone is going to be closing at around the middle part, actually, between Epicenter and Fragment. So it's field, tracks, maybe a few rocks. Pick your poison.
Yeah, they're stuck here, Barbecue, though, because Great Fanta, they definitely want to... There's only a duo in front. Oh, no, White Flash out as well.
Ooh. What's happening? I think this is a whole lot of teams now starting to reduce the numbers outside of zone. There is going to be Avengers running into FPKW very, very soon. Kale Devil also struggling a bit with this fight, but I think they're going to be just playing safe within the building itself, so it's not going to be a full commit from MXF just yet.
No, because they got to be careful. Whoever pushes this, you have Prevail very close as well. So that's like MXF. They're going to try and rotate out of zone while the boys of Kill Devil were overlooking. But do you make it out here, MXF? With only Arasan, or Asaran, sorry.
I don't know
with
about
getting the
playing this
battle.
spot early. This is I don't know about this one, Sony, not gonna lie. I don't know about this call from the side of MXF, because they're basically out in the open against the other teams rotating in, so they're gonna all shoot you at the same time. And especially Great Fantas now starting to move in. MXF might be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I don't think they use their crypto, that's for sure. So MXF, they're just gonna have, looks like they're just gonna keep running it straight here. But the Avengers, they trying to move in here with Underlook. They're gonna be held out though. See Kentang just trying to zigzag his way in, but that zone here.
He's dead.
He's unlucky. Yeah, Avengers getting caught out here. KVK, Kill Devil getting KP here as well. So now KVK have to try and figure it out, because Kill Devil, oh sorry, God Hand are the closest to them in this building, and it does look like Killing V Control want to try and get aggressive.
Yep.
Aoki just going to take his time though to heal. You can see that there. We got Barbecue on the outside of as well, looking at the boys. So you got to be careful. There's a lot of teams in this area.
Yeah. I have a prediction. I think this is not gonna end on, or I think this is gonna end possibly before the final round circle comes, because this is gonna be pure chaos as soon as this circle closes. There's Kill Devil, God Hand, Kill and V Control, Barbecue, Prevalence, Cap, BLT on the same side of the map in towards Fragment, and it's Golden Hell True on the top side. MXF and SSC X-Ray starting to spot each other. Numnim and Grey Fanta in the open field on towards the right side of the zone. So you could see an early finish here. And speaking of early finish, SS X-Ray already getting Artoria with a very nice shot, and it's only Asaran on the crypto, and I don't think it's him going to be living very long.
No, but once again, it's SSE X-Ray doing a lot of good work here. So their boys already sitting on 4
You get
KP.
popped the wrist. No way. No way
He'll
you
do
do
it.
this.
He has to do it. You're a crypto. That's your only job.
Yep. Alright, guys. I'm already done my job. You guys got your 60 bullets. You guys got your prior armor. Make sure you save me from this spot. Oh, but he's not going to be saved. An insta
He's not
swing.
saved.
At least his team is alive.
That's it. Oh, not for long though. I don't. Looks like BLT go down to True. So now we're going to see a lot of teams starting to rotate into zone, and God Hand, they've just ran straight into Kill Devil, and Levy starting to get some KP. Well, he gets 1 KP. He's got the old Bloodhound Season 12 stats there with the 6 assists, but Barbecue, they're just going to get out. Kill Devil still fighting in the house, I think. There's a lot of action going on, and they do get rid of KVK. So Kill Devil, who have had a pretty tough game so far, they're going to get some KP here in game number 3.
Cap and Killing Control already out of the question. Grey Fanta and SS X-Ray fighting their butts off in the top side of the map, but Prevalence wanting to go for the kills as well on towards the Kill Devil side, but it's too stinky in this room. They cannot come in. No amount of Glade will actually save you from that stink, so you're gonna have to stay outside. Oh, but here comes the spray. Here comes Rozzy coming in with the PK. Kill Devil eliminated immediately and in style. Prevalence, they have to get back up. Golden Hell is right behind him, and it's gonna have to be some really good delay here from Rozzy, possibly putting down some barrels. But here comes the PK, gonna hit the wall instead. Rozzy 1 HP. Oh, but he's hurting so much from the drill. They're gonna have to survive. Watch out for these windows.
Yeah, and like you said, I definitely don't think it's going to make it to the last zone here. 3 squads left, round 5.
Oh, triple climb up.
20 seconds away. But Prevail somehow staying alive there. They did really well. Cold in Hell didn't get the chance to succeed with that third party, so they're going to rotate out here and try to get a better position here for the final zone, Sneaky.
Yep, but the best position is in the ownership of Barbecue at the moment with this high ground. And knowing Barbecue, these are two really good players left on their squad, so definitely a win is still in their game plan. But Cold and Hell still looking at Prevalence at the moment, making sure that they stay in the building in order for them to not get into this late game. It's a really good spot
Yep,
though for
Barbecue as a duo. It's going to be tough. I mean, if they're quick enough, I don't think they have a beacon. Oh, they do. They have a revive beacon. They could go and craft Old Mate on the bridge. They'd have to worry about Cold and Hell underneath them, though, but Prevail. They're going to rotate in. It's a tough rotate because they do have the boys of Barbecue overlooking, and they are just putting in a lot of damage. Crumbs goes down. The 30-30 definitely hasn't been nerfed. Oh, no. They got Cold and Hell now, holding a different angle as well, and it does look like Barbecue are going to move in on the action here. Wiz needs to be careful, though. Don't want to go down, not the lifeline. Does look like Barbecue. They ran straight in the middle of Prevail, and now Razi, the last one standing here for Prevail. We could see a Cold in Hell back-to-back, is it?
Yes, it might be. And I think the last one left alive for the side of Barbecue is just trying to live for the sake of second place. At Golden Hell, they're going to collect another first place finish. And it's kind of the same thing from the other game. A really good zone read for going into Epicenter instead of the fragment side early. And they actually cleared the backside from the team of MK. And I don't know, just I wouldn't say good luck all around for the side of Fenfu, but he almost died in Epicenter, but it's such a good comeback from them since no one died from that prior fight.
Yep, once again, they do get zone and they take game number 3. Like we said, they didn't get much KP, but they did get it at the end where it mattered. They do finish with 10 kills and a W, so that's a beautiful game number 3 for Cold and Hell. They take it off Prevail and Barbecue.
Yeah, back to back. That's game 3, everybody. Cold in Hell is your winner. And we're going to a few minutes break as well. We'll be showing the scores in a bit. And we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Goodbye. And we are back, everybody, here for game 4. But let's see our summary. Look at these scores. Cold in Hell, once again, consistently putting themselves in top 3. Make that top 1 because they already got it consecutively. Prevalence finally pulling themselves back from those rough couple of games. Barbecue, once again, with that lifeline pick, putting them into top 3 this time around. And instead of holding spots, people are fighting for their positions early on ring rounds. I mean, it's nice to see a lot more action now, Sneaky and Stony.
Yeah, it's good. And like we said, we're going to see a lot more. I was hoping that we'd see a lot more teams in then zone, but I think we saw like 16 teams round 3, but then all of a sudden, because of the zone, down to 3 squads pretty quick. But we do see Kill Devil getting 11 kills there in that game, so that's a good little bounce back game for KD.
I mean, for sure, everyone's pretty bloodthirsty this time around. I think from the last few games, I think they realized that risking a spot with the team literally right next to you can really mess you up in terms of placement. So people are just cutting down their chances of, like, how do you say this, getting a higher placement throughout this game.
Yeah, could possibly be. It could remind us of the scoreboard of what the first Challenger Circuit looked like, or at least Circuit 1 of Challenger Circuit, where Cold and Hell had a 58-point lead in first place against Monkey King. Monkey King was just there in the background of the picture in second place. But yeah, that just goes to show, like, I feel like if Cold and Hell can keep this momentum for at least this last game, they're gonna have another big lead in the process. And especially their Storm Point game isn't actually too bad. It's not like they really fall off a cliff in Storm Point, somewhat similar to what Monkey King happened, or what happened to Monkey King yesterday, where they really struggled in just contesting Num Nim in their POI, and now they're gonna have to do it again today. So could be a whole nother day for the side of Golden Hell to just secure first place and get into the finals.
And also, kind of a disappointing loss here from Monkey King from these last couple of games. I mean, these guys were one of the tops from World's Edge as well, and to see them fall down to 3 points basically per match, I mean, Stony, it's kind of a tough fight for him.
Yeah, Monkey King, they've had a tough time, but they are rotating through a pretty tough area as well, same as like the Shikans brothers. You know, you got teams like White Flash as well. White Flash, who made Pro League, that had 0 points, so it's not looking good for a fair few teams. Storm Point is going to really be interesting, because the teams that are down the bottom are going to have to put in a lot of work here to climb back up just to get close to that 10th position.
I mean, that's for sure. I mean, these guys are fighting for literally split 2. Like, this is the end game for some of these people to, like, finally get their chance to get into Pro League. And for some teams who already even got into Pro League beforehand, like, we see them struggling as well. This is quite the high octane fights.
Sure is. Yep.
The Avengers, though, again.
Oh yeah,
such a bad placing for their World's Edge, but maybe they can bring it back in Storm Point. We might not know. I mean, there is at least 5 more maps to be played for the boys here, so maybe they can make a heroic comeback happen. But yeah, so far, it's just the day of Cold and Hell going into this final game of World's Edge. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of surprises here as well. I mean, Kill Devil with 11 kills, another great performance here from the side of SSX Ray, getting 8 kill points despite only getting 3 KP. You know, the teams who are really strong on World's Edge are taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, and they, like we said, they want to have a good start, and the teams that have had a good start, they've definitely cemented themselves here in the top 10 early, which is a really good thing, especially when it's such a long day. You really don't want to be that team that is bottom 10 and then mentally have to recoup to get into another 8 games straight after this.
I mean, yeah, this might be a switch up once we get into Storm Point finally, but other than that, we're going to our last game here for World's Edge, a last opportunity for some of the teams who shined the brightest yesterday to maybe pull it back. But let's see. As we go into our character select, I'll leave it to the casters. Let's see how these teams will perform.
All right, all right, all right. Before we come in to the game itself, I would like to greet your boy Yukoi a very happy birthday, turning 21 today, if I'm not mistaken. So, happy birthday to you, brother.
again.
Oh, to
To
be
be
21
21
again,
again. Oh
without
my
back
God.
pain and everything.
Oh my god.
Would be nice.
Would. Yes, I would. Good. I actually do remember years. That was probably one of the best years when I had my first baby girl. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
We are getting into game number 4 here, and who are you looking to try and bounce back here for game number 4? Who are you looking for the big one, Sneaky?
I think, dude, it should be Prevalence, no? Getting at least some magic from Lava Siphon. They've been trying so hard for the past 3 games to get a good game going. It's just that they've been so unlucky with these zone pulls because it keeps pulling north. Can we go south this time?
South, please, South.
Can we
I'd
check
love a
like
stack
one
zone.
tree, maybe launch side, maybe stacks, maybe a bit of dome action going on?
I would love to see a stack zone. I would love to see Kill Devil. Oh my god. It's not a South zone. Don't worry. We're going Skyhook here, I think, for game number 4. But we can
Prevalence
see
pressed M
Prevail.
and
They're going to have a... Yeah, that
yeah,
is
they
a
pressed
tough
M and
rotate.
someone screamed probably in their comms.
Yeah, so Skyhawk zone for sure, as we can see. And Kill Devil's getting the scan there at Stacks. They would have seen that just then and go, all right, boys, let's get going. We got to go north again.
And that this is the circle we've been giving. We've been given. We have no choice but to play with it. So let's see how are they gonna react to it to get a good game ongoing. Barbecue as well. Also been trying to look for this team to have a good game, especially with how good mechanically the players are on this squad. Especially King MSG here, already showing what he can do earlier.
I've just noticed as well, Shikan's bros, I'm pretty sure, have been landing Skyhook East the whole evening. They landed Landslide, and now they're making their way back to Skyhook now that they see where the zone is. So that will be a I mean, I think they did it for ring knowledge, but they're about to run into a couple of teams at that choke where it has given them a lot of troubles, Sneaky, in the last 2 games.
Yeah, that must be frustrating here for the Shikans bros because they're like, okay, let's switch it up, and then all of a sudden it pulls to Skyhook, and you're like, well, guess we're
I mean, I
going
could be
back.
wrong, but I'm pretty sure they have been Skyhook East. But
Yep. I mean, I think it's
Because they-
either East Skyhook or Lava Fisher, but True is here, so they can't have it.
that's it. And you got MXF rotating in as well. You got rotating. You're gonna have a lot of teams. The best thing about a Skyhook zone, Sneaky, is that there is enough real estate to fit 20 teams in. If no one wanted to fight, we could get every single team here for the last zone.
Sure.
It'd probably be a caster's nightmare, but it'd be a viewers win. That is for sure.
Yep, just a lot of building action going on, a lot of shooting through windows, possibly going down. I think
That's it.
some of the other teams wish they had Watson this time, knowing it is going to pull in towards Skyhook, but it is what it is.
And the God Hand, I do like where they have rotated there as well. Draco and Weewoo. If Weewoo's quick enough here, they might catch a solo out, but we're going and watching KVK here in Countdown. I think they are. Yes, they are. So they're pretty safe. Not much teams around them. They've had a fair bit of loot to loot from. And they're just going to get ready here for the Skyhook zone. I guess at this point, a lot of teams probably have a preference of where they want to play in Skyhook, Sneaky. Like, it's there's a lot of different houses that are in Skyhook. So you have the 1-level houses. You have the houses with the zips. You have the houses with only the little stairs on the end. There's a lot of kind of different houses for people to choose from. So, I don't know. What
Yeah.
do you think of the Skyhook like zones? What would be your kind of go-to house here?
Oh, 100% it's the cafeteria, man. Because it's such an easy building to control if you do have like a map control legend such
Yeah.
as Caustic and or the Watson in your
Yeah.
pocket, and it's not as worrying as the big building with the rope, of course, because you still have to worry about the other floors. Yeah, if ever there's another team that comes in, you can't really fully contest the other floors unless you do have full information. So I'd really would rather just keep it simple, go to cafeteria, and be or at least keep my options open just in case it does pull in towards the trial side and or more up north.
Yeah, I do like where Monkey King are though in Skyhook. Playing in the center of Skyhook, basically on that big circle building on top of the roof. You can kind of play there right until the end. Usually zones pull all the way to like round 3, round 4, with that at least half in it. Do you know what I mean? So it's not the easiest place to fight, but it's definitely the easiest place to hold.
Yep, that would be a
And
great
that
spot
is,
if you have a Pathfinder, because you could just zip from
Yeah.
any spot in Skyhook.
100%. And rotating, obviously, in Skyhook in endgame is kind of impossible because, like I said, real estate is
You step foot
usually
outside,
taken up by then.
there's like at least 5 hemlocks shooting at you immediately if you step
100%.
outside.
But we still have 19 squads here. Sneaky, we're looking at everyone rotating in. You can see T4 trying to put some pressure in, and we do have Cap here as well, overlooking Avengers in Fragment. They're going to get that Valkyrie rotate. This is the best thing that I like about Skyhook zones, though, Sneaky. If it's a Skyhook zone or a Stacks zone, I feel like teams' mentality, well, Apac South region at least, people want to play zone. They want to get a position in that zone.
Yeah.
And I love that when it comes to these kinds of zone endings because I see more teams, see how people play in different kind of pressure situations.
Yeah. And knowing Skyhook, it's such a difficult it's such a difficult zone to play edge in because for example, the choke
Yeah.
points are already like 6 squads possibly looking in your direction just to get some KP, and it's a pretty tough POI to actually just walk into. So teams just want to get an early spot as much as possible there. But apparently not 3 teams. So Barbecue and SSX Ray and Great Fanta, they're just like, all right, we're still gonna play edge. It's not gonna switch our playstyle at all, but it's gonna be a bit risky.
It is because these 3 teams you want to keep the momentum that you have had going, and going out at first at 19th position is really worth it playing edge. That is probably the question you'll be asking yourselves in this position, especially knowing Skyhook has so many places you can play if you get there early enough.
Oof. Collapse going 1 for 18 on the 30-30. He did hit that 155. It's fine, but he needs to hit that 308. Oh my god,
Low-key goes down.
You good, bro?
Yeah, but they got down from the team from behind, which is Barbecue, who are moving in on this as well. And Great Fanta are in some trouble, but they do get the gold res. Oh, here we go. Ronan's now moving in. He is in his rev. Oh, no, he was. He used it to get in, but Great Fanta, they are going to try it and fight this still.
Oh, 3-1 swing?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Collapse.
Oh, beautiful shots.
Oh, why did he go out? What?
Nico and Loki.
Oh my god, WeZone gets the kill, but Collapse still on the outside. WeZone being 1 HP. Oh, great shots! He can get the swap, but no, it doesn't work. How did they survive this? There's another squad too.
Not going to survive for much longer because here come X-Ray. You can see Low-Key trying to put pressure back on the roof. He gets them down. Does he? He does. And now Claps. What does he do? He needs to try and get a scan off maybe just for some knowledge. Oh my god, he can get him. Caustic is 1, but he does have to worry about another one.
Greed.
And Great Fanta. They're going to go out here. Very unlucky. Like I said, that's a terrible position to be fighting, especially in a Skyhook zone.
It's so unfortunate that the lifeline got down super early. I think that actually was winnable if they could pop the res and possibly delay because they had the gold bag anyways. So that was just so unlucky and also really smartly timed from the side of SSX Ray that they just waited for that fight to happen here in survey camp so they can just have the entirety of Edge by themselves.
I wonder if every single team there was like, why are you all out here? Like, you know, like all these teams right here that would
We are gonna
Great
see
banter.
that fly in chat
and
100%
barbecue,
later.
like, why are you guys here? Rotate to zone. But I guess they can all say that to each other because all three teams obviously had the same idea, which was wrap around the edge. But this rotate, like you said, they're gonna have to rotate into that choke point, and that's kind of close to where white flashes are as well.
This is gonna be a bit tough, honestly, for the teams who are still on the outside. Kill Devil deciding to take the choke point. SSX Ray going towards the tunnel side instead. And I think SSX Ray, once again, maybe is gonna look for a slight timing on MXF and or Cap here. Maybe try and force a fight between these two teams so they can get in, but it's gonna be a tough task.
And it's not looking good for Prevail either on the top right of our screen. They're down to a solo again here with 17 squads alive. Sneaky, it's been such a tough day for them, but there's a lot of teams in Skyhook now. And I mean, we've still got 17 squads alive. We're round 3, and there's only a minute left in round 3 to begin. Got Avengers playing in Countdown well here. They are holding the team of FBKW. Now, FBKW, they had a pretty good start, but this needs to be careful. Does KTO
Need to cover him.
Trying to get a bat off. Kentung overlooking there with the hemlock.
Oh my God.
If FBK want to get in on this, I feel like they do. They're playing aggressive. Out the back here with SSE X-Ray, and they are moving in on Cold in Hell, I think.
What?
And they do. They just got rid of Cold in Hell at 17th position.
I don't know what happened to Fenfu. Maybe he was just unaware that SSX Ray is finally pulling the trigger on this rotation because his health bar went from 100 to 0 in just a second, man. And immediately it was a 2v3.
Before we got into this game, X-Ray were up by a point overall on Cold in Hell. So maybe they can now put themselves in a better position moving forward. But we're going back to the Avengers v FBKW, and they are putting in a lot of work here, but they're careful because the rotating in, you don't want to be caught out here. They're not going to chase FBKW because they know the zone is probably going to do most of the damage, and down does one go to the zone, and that is Tasting Blood.
Avengers, they still do have a bit of countdown to play with here, so I don't think they really have to move in that quickly. So they do have a bit of a platform. BLT and Shikans getting ready to catch them right under here in Skyhook. But oh my God, that circle! My eyes, my eyes.
It kind of gives me the
What
old
is it?
vibes. It's the one where, like, the tunnels, isn't it? At the back where the old war trenches are. Be perfect for a Watson or a Caustic, at least, if you could get out there early, and maybe we'll see X-Ray or T4 or Nunnim try and get out there, but not at the moment because it looks like we've got X-Ray overlooking Nunnim. You've got True overlooking everyone as well on the height at Trials, and what's that? 1, 2, 3. You got 6 teams still outside of zone here.
Yep. This is going to be quite the struggle, especially for T4, MXF to get out of their situation. Shakan's bros can wait a bit. Prevail still fighting with the Rat on FBKW, and they're basically out. There we go, FBKW out of the equation. SSX Ray. Oh, but the Havoc's Ray is not going to finish it this yet. Luo on 1 HP, but gets clutched on by the side of Numnim. Great shots from the side of Satakohai as they take down their biggest threat in this zone, which was SSX Ray. And Numnim, maybe it's their shot to try and go for something here. Monkey King's out in the open, but still, I think Numnim might have a shot into winning this game potentially.
Yeah, and there's no one really close to him here that want to get involved, so they're very lucky, Nunnim. I think the closest team to them are Monkey. And Monkey King are out there in zone, playing in a really good spot at the moment. But we're still looking at Kill Devil, who have taken the height over as MXF have rotated in, and you can just see Luo Han trying to get some damage here. The Arc Stars coming in, just overlooking the teams rotating in, and we can see a lot of teams are about to start getting eliminated here. Sneaky, this is where all the people decide to start shooting their gun.
Oh, and here it comes. Caustic ulti. Just going to be prepped for the side of Kill Devil. Looking for some redemptions after those prior games. Kill and V control into general area. But I think they're going to target T4 first because they're right next to them. Here comes a Tix from the Stink. And oh, that's going to be T4 finally going down. That's 3 KP immediately in the way of Kill Devil. And a great position in zone as well.
You see the kill feed then just looks like Wiggs chat on his stream at the moment. There's that many people dying. The Chicanes bros get eliminated. You had White Flash get eliminated. T4 as well. There's so many teams just getting caught by zone as well. So it's where it starts to happen. You want to try and rotate in early, get your position in zone, especially when they had a minute at least to make a play. You don't want to leave it to the end. And once again, it looks like Prevail are down to a solo. It seems to be what has been the way of the games for them here in their first 4 on World's Edge.
Yeah, Rousey having himself a bit of a spot by himself. He's got his barrels up, and he's just camped out on the corner of this wall. Godhand is looking in their respective buildings, though, but they have to look at the side where Kill and V control and Kill Devil is doing a bit of a skirmish inside of the building. So maybe they can go for a third party or potentially more KP, but Numnim also looking from the train track. So they got to be careful, Kill and V control and Kill Devil, on when are they going to pull the trigger on this fight, or maybe do they even fight at all?
It's a smart choice here by Kill Devil, getting that down on KBK. Now they get to rotate into zone. Gives Kill Devil a really good chance, and we can see now where they want to play. And I don't mind the idea either. It's a great job, but they're going to have to fight Monkey King here, and that is what is happening. Down goes Levy. What a Monkey King putting in a lot of pressure. It's down to Luo. Luo with the gas traps in the outline, and it doesn't look good. It's down to Bolan now, and Kill Devil, I think, are going to get eliminated here by Monkey King. Oh no, sorry, that's True. True might be in some trouble here. Bolan doing Bolan things.
Oh,
Kill
but
Devil, though, they do get eliminated.
They have a gold bag. They have a gold bag on Rogers, though, or a gold knock on Rogers. So I think they're going to be back in action going into this final zone. So True has a chance to actually win this situation if they just wait out Numnim and the fight between them and Godhand. In 7RV2, they already got one person down, but can they do more damage? They're focusing on Godhand first.
Yeah, I don't mind Numnim's position, because if True decide to push the duo of Godhand here, it might give them an easy rotate out. But Walking L doing a lot there with the G7. You love to see it, but Draco and L, they've got a lot of work here to try and get out of this position. Sneaky, I don't really like their chances.
Yeah, and especially how far Numnim is from that final circle. And True is also now starting to look where Godhand is. I think is the opportunity to not just get the win for the side of True, they can also get the kills here. Roger is already doing damage.
Rogers with the Nemesis too, getting down L, and now he changes to Numnim and puts in the work there, getting the crack. We already have Granny and Vixeria by themselves on him. Beautiful shots there by Vixeria. You can see the caustic ult coming out by Granny. They're playing this really well, and so are Numnim. I'd have to give Numnim a real good props here because somehow they're still alive. Granny has to drop down, get a bat off here. Roger's going to swing here with Vixeria. Vixeria putting in a lot of damage. They're down to only a solo there for the boys of Numnim, and that is RV. So RV's just going to play the drop down shields here, but True put themselves in the best position to take game number 4.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, okay, Dragoy. Dragoy, maybe? Maybe, just maybe? Rogers is 1? Oh, Walking L. He's gonna go down, and just like that, true.
They got the reset on Weewoo.
Oh, it's too
They
good to be
got
true.
the reset on Weewoo.
Oh my
And Num
word.
come in with the easiest win. Oh my god.
It's like it's like the int cycle between these 3 teams. I'm gonna int you, you're gonna int me, we're gonna int each other, and it's just a cycle on who's inting who. And it seems like Numnim got the coin flip for the final circle on who's fighting who. And there we go. They get the dub.
Great game there by the boys of Numnim. They've played really well, and they should have probably got eliminated there by True, but not all 3 members were there to try and get rid of him. But well done to Numnim to stay alive and win that game.
What a ring around the rosy between True, Numnim, and my goodness, it was just like trading off kills, rezzing, knockdown shield movements. Those guys really tried to do a rotation full circle. I was kind of certain that they were gonna reach the end circle playing like that, but you know what? Numnim, they took the chance. God Hand as well fought there all the way to second place with a huge 17 points, 22 on Numnim, and what a switch around this game. I really thought that, you know, some of the teams were gonna be playing really well, but the Titans for last few games, Barbecue, Grape Fanta, Cold in Hell, early eliminations. What's up with that?
Yeah, well, it happens though. You know what I mean? When we have a zone like Skyhook where majority of the teams just want to get a position. If you're too late, it's hard to rotate. Like Sneaky said, you do not want to play edge on like a Stacks or a Skyhook zone.
So that's going to be our conclusion for World's Edge. What a switch around in teams in terms of the scoreboard. But now we have another chance, another change of pace of the environment as we're going to Storm Point, and we're going to go into a couple minutes of breaks before we transition to the new map. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second half of the Pro League qualifier for Apac South, Apex Legends Global Series. Now, we are transitioning to our new map. It's going to be Storm Point. 4 games once again for these teams. But man, last game, look at this replay. What a change of pace for some of these teams. These guys, half of the teams from the bottom literally went to top 10 on that last match, and the top teams from last match went down to the bottom. I mean, I'm just seeing, a change of dynamics here. And now that the map is going to change, I feel like there's going to be way more chances for the other teams.
Yep, Storm Point will probably see a lot of different action, and definitely probably different rotating as it comes down to teams rotating. Who rotates into who. We might see different teams get eliminated early compared to World's Edge. It all changes on a different map, and I'm all for it. 4 games on Storm Point.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Long rotations, longer fights. We're going to see a little bit more bunkering comps as we see here on World's Edge. But, like in terms of popularity, interestingly enough, yesterday, there was a lot of Pathfinders. I mean, maybe we'll see that coming this time around.
Most likely. I mean, it is Storm Point. It's a very open kind of map. There's a lot of area to get around, especially for rotating in. But we can see there the overall bracket after the first 4 games. And the teams that are not in the top 10 that I think are going to have a massive last 4 games is definitely Great Fanta and hopefully T4. But look at the people that are down the bottom, Avengers and Monkey King.
Yeah, those are the 2 teams that I didn't even realize are gonna have this much of a hard push trying to get their spot in top 10. But I gotta say the margin in terms of top 6 to maybe top 14, they're pretty much close to each other, margin of error. So maybe there's a chance for these teams to pull themselves back up.
I don't know, man. I mean, hopefully the teams who are kind of struggling right now, especially the Chikan Bros, especially Great Fanta. I think Great Fanta is gonna probably have a resurgence here in Storm Point, probably.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. But now we are going to start once more our Game 5, first one on Storm Point, ladies and gentlemen. Sneaky Frog, Stony, it's all the floor for you.
Let's go, Sneaky. It looks obviously be going down here with Storm Point, and we can see the teams that are landing. It doesn't look like we have any contesting there on. Oh no, we do. We have a pylon contest here between Nun Nim and Monkey King, and Monkey King cannot lose this. They're already having a bad day. Nun Nim, they need to keep on keeping on as well. So this will be an interesting.
For sure. And with an entirely different perspective for some of the other teams here, definitely some changes could happen in this game. And hopefully, I think in the last game that we did have, or at the last Storm Point series we did have we did have a slight bias in towards the south zone, so maybe the opposite of World's Edge this time. So maybe we can see something in towards north. And speaking of north, we are gonna get wall-ish command center. At least the Z and the E in Zoo Station is in the circle at least.
Yeah, and it might be a good start for Chikan's Bros because they do have to them. But this pylon contest, it's not really a contest, is it? You kind of feeling each other out here is the boys of Monkey King and Nun Nim. We have Nun Nim on the height of Flow. Sato as well, RV. They do need to be careful because if they take too long, you've got teams like True that are at Coastal Camp and Echo who wouldn't mind getting in on a third party, or maybe T4. They do a quick little rotate through from Devastated. You've got the teams as well. Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting. They want to try and either do it now or just rotate to zones.
Yeah, for sure. And this is what we pointed out as well going into the last game, or going into the last time that we did see Stormpoint, the Numnims versus MMK matchup going into Pylon, and it seems like they're taking it slow. They're taking it slower than yesterday, that's for sure.
Yeah, they don't want to get involved. I mean, Monkey King have a lot to play for. They need to try and get some points when Numnim. They've got to be careful because you don't want to throw every single contest here on Stormpoint. So I do understand the caution, but also I would love to see a little bit more aggressiveness here, especially from Monkey King, because they've got a lot to prove in these next 4 games, and if they don't want to be playing 8 more after this, I would start probably just showing a little bit more that you want to make it.
And we're gonna wait and see. And it seems like there's some action already happening in the background, and ironically, we are seeing some early action here in Stormpoint, which we expected a lot more passiveness coming in from the other squads, but it seems like Tasting Blood is already wanting to see if his name does ring true. And they're already looking for some control, and here comes the fight between MMK and Numnims, but who is gonna get the dub?
Monkey King are eliminated.
No. I'm heartbroken. I'm in shambles.
They played it so passive though, Sneak. You've sometimes just got to prove that you want to be here. You know, if you're going to land on a team, especially contesting, go in there believing in yourselves that you can win that. But it does not look good here for the boys of White Flash because they're getting chased hard, but they've turned around back onto them here, and KX21 trying to get some sneaky damage. Zoyo needs to be careful, needs to try to get a bat off here, but White Flash doing well to try and stay alive. He's going to go down though. White Flash, they're in some serious trouble because it's all up to Zoyo. And this could be an early exit again for White Flash.
Yeah, for sure.
FBKW, Sneaky, like these boys are playing with a lot of confidence.
Did someone just go down because of? Oh, never mind. That's a tough situation. You're just like you just are fresh from a fight. That's really good from your side, and then all of a sudden someone else comes from the backside and just takes takes all the loot that you worked for from you. But that's just a brutal reality of playing in a battle royale esport. Sometimes this just happens, and it happens.
Yeah, and Barbecue came in at the right time there with cleaning up both members of White Flash. So they'll get those loot boxes, but they did get rid of FBKW. I really did like our FBKW that though. They were very aggressive. They moved in on White Flash. They put White Flash in a lot of, they had to really think about what they were doing. But yeah, now all of a sudden though, you got third party by Barbecue. It's just how sometimes it works in Apex Legends.
Okay, just a bit of a car action going on with Ronins and the boys at this very moment as we check in on Crumbs and the boys on the top side of the map. You're already seeing some teams occupying some of the nuts. Of course, classically in the wall, you do want to occupy, or you do want to be first here in occupying the buildings, but Sikut is already going to go down. Those were some nice shots with the Nemesis.
Yeah, they're getting held out by a lot of teams here. Have to rotate back inside the wall, and that's not a bad idea because this is going to get pretty it's going to get contested a lot here in a second. Trying to play where they are is probably a lot more safer than trying to play inside the wall, trying to get a house. Looks like White Flash, he actually got the banners for his boys, but he's getting chased here by Team 18, so that is the boys of Numnim. But White Flash with a sneaky little reset out the back, and You got teams like Prevail playing the top nuts here, right next to MXF in Wall. You've got the boys Great Fanta as well, just kind of AFKing up there. It's a tough zone to kind of read because Wall does a lot of different things. It's never the same zone. It's very hard to.
It's always just like,
read.
oh, it's gonna end up in the wall, then all of a sudden, boom, close to the nuts. All of a sudden, so it's kind of like a 50-50 read. In all honesty,
it is for sure.
But who's in a good spot here? So we already see this side of Walsh and the boys. Of course, Rozzy safe in the nut. They do have the caustic to keep out some of these doors. And I think they're pretty happy about the zone prediction, in all honesty. They just have to stay here this entire time, but they have to be careful. There is a team very close by. So, yeah, they don't want to get a bit too aggressive in some of these pokes.
No, AFKing until round 4. Especially they'll have the best day. If they want to start getting some points on Storm Point, it's probably a good idea to start now. And being passive when you have zone is kind of smart. But because the boys can trust each other mechanically fighting. They just haven't had a really good time doing it today, but they can definitely turn it around. Sneaky, they've got the skill to do so.
Yeah, it's just a camp fest at the moment here in the wall. But I think as soon as they realize that the zone is not going to go their way, that's going to be an immediate rotation. But here comes Rogers with some nice shots with the Hemlock. Can he get something with the bolt? He hears it bat around the corner and even gets the one clip despite the bat being popped. And here comes the big stink. Rogers gets absolutely beamed by Stepsis though. But Con Esan Eli is going to go down eventually. Gran gets one with the caustic gas, but it's a pretty hectic fight at the moment. No one's really ahead.
X-Ray. Look at these boys go. They are showing today that they mean business. They want to be in the fight. They want to play another 8. These boys came in third party, got rid of T4, and now True are on the back foot. Granny and Big Syria just have to play inside here. And it's a tough one because X-Ray, they've just been playing with so much confidence today, Sneaky, and it doesn't look good for the team True.
Yeah, that is for sure. Gran is on 1 HP. He's going to get eaten alive by the zone, and that is going to be them eliminated. SSEX, another one for this squad, and hopefully they can live through the zone because this would be a pretty tough rotation if they do decide to just stay in there this entire time. I think Red Bands are running a bit low.
Yeah, and they have ring knowledge too, so they know where the next... They might be confident to play outside of zone right now because they can kind of have an idea of where the next zone is pulling for round number 3. But yeah, the boys, you do want to get in because the zones now they're very dangerous. They probably put more damage than I could do for them. You can see Team White Flash here got a full reset.
They just got in time on the zone. Have to be careful about their backside, though, just in case that there is any other team that sneaks in. And by team, I mean SSEX coming in from the backside. So they really do not want to be letting down their guard just yet. And the circle just pulls a lot farther away from the wall. So I think there might be some rotations due for some of these teams. But there's already some teams snug inside of this point, and look at this zone. It's an uphill battle, literally.
Kill Devil are probably in the best spot here, I think, to take game number 4. I really like where they are. They get to AFK that overlooking the nuts. I don't think it's going to pull exactly to the nuts. No, it doesn't. It really does pull the KD. So it's a tough one, especially for these teams on the outside. You got teams like SS, X-Ray that need to rotate in, but you have Nunnim above them, and it just doesn't look good. They need to start rotating now, but when they do rotate in here, X-Ray, they're going to run straight into the backside of Kill Devils and the Avengers, so I don't know. It's two teams I don't want to be playing against at the moment. You can see Kentang though. They've only got 3 blue jerseys at the moment, so they're overlooking this. All you can see here now though, the boys of the Shikans brothers acquaintance getting into an altercation here. Looks like.
Get in there.
They do.
Oh, he gets the Scholar is 1 HP too. He does have the Caustic Ultimate to play, but it's a tough one. Look at the armors on the other side. It's all red and purple.
Yeah, and that's Barbecue moving on in here. Away from Barometer, and here they come, and they have been so aggressive. Ronan's going in with the jump. He's going to clean up the Shikans brothers. Say good night, see ya in game number 6. That is a beautiful cleanup there by Barbecue and a great third party.
Yeah, and this is one of the strengths of Barbecue as well that we've seen for a bit, and this is the strength of the comp as well. Having this Revenant, you can just bob and weave in the fight and out the fight, no problem with your teammates, and especially with the additional health that you get as that Revenant, it makes it really hard for any team to fight them directly.
Yep, and the boys of X-Ray, they're in some serious solo. It does look like the boys of Great Fanta just trying to stay alive, because you got Barbecue putting all their attention towards Great Fanta instead of trying to rotate up that right side of the hill. Gonna be a tough ask for the boys, but there you go. X-Ray down to a solo Luo. What can he do? You got the Avengers above you. You got Kill Devils across the way as well. Not a very fun ending there for the lads. 11 squads still alive though. Round 4, second closing, and a lot of teams that we knew needed to have a big one still alive here, Sneaky, and that is always good, especially for the first game of Storm Point. Gives them a little bit of confidence moving in.
Looking out this way.
And here comes Kentong. They're going to have to roll a bit downhill here, because I think the top of the hill is occupied by most of the teams, and especially Kill Devil only has to hold on for dear life on the top side. So I think they're just going to look for something else, possibly to collect some KP, maybe reduce the teams in the lobby to try and see if they can fight for it.
Yeah, they were trying to fight Cold and Hell there, but Cold and Hell did get away from that altercation, but there's not much places for Cold and Hell to go. They're going to have to back out here to the event. The Avengers are on one side, and you've got the boys of Godhand on the left side, but we're going to go out to Wall here, where it looks like White Flash have to fight their way in here with Barbecue. And this is a great recovery by White Flash with Kuko. They really need a big game. So dying right now is not what they need. They need to clean up Barbecue. But that's a hard ask, because Barbecue are putting in a lot of work in game number 4. And as you can see, 21 is down. Zoyo is going to try and rotate in, but Barbecue, they're going to let them rotate the right side, because there's a lot of stuff that Barbecue need to worry about on their left side. But they're like, don't worry, boys. We're just going to push in here and clean up Godhand. And they are downing Draco, down Ronan, and they get rid of the boys that quickly here. All the action is starting to happen, Sneaky.
That is for sure. And Kill Devil is just watching all of this unfold right in front of them. But here comes Ronan flying on through with this Revenant, just trying to live as much as possible for the sake of placements, because all the teams are now falling slowly and slowly uphill, but they're still struggling to get up the hill. I think some of the other teams don't really have any choice here. They really have to fight.
Yeah, and it looks like Great Fanta were trying to put the pressure on Prevail ANZ here, and Prevail are only down. But also you got Cold in Hell, who moved into third party the fight with the boys of Nunnim, but RV2 trying to do it by himself. He might have some help, and he does. Cold in Hell get eliminated. Can he get a shield swap to get away? He does have the Craver. Can he give us a clip here? That would be very handy, but I don't think he has much luck there. He doesn't, because you got a lot of teams on that height. It's hard to win that. And you have the boys of Great Fanta getting rid of Prevail A and Z. So Prevail, man, they just not having the best day. They do finish 4th position, but Great Fanta in a better spot.
Yep. And there's only one, or I think there's only one possible player left that they could res for the side of the Avengers, unless there could be a Moby popped in the middle of everything. But the Crafter is already so far downhill, and the zone is already closing, so this is basically an impossible task. Kill Devil, all they have to do is hold on for dear life and just shoot whoever is coming uphill, because this game is served for them on a silver platter. But can they get the finish?
Yeah, it's not looking good for Great Fanta. They do need to run in, and it's a tough ask because you've got Avengers on the right, run up the hill on the right. You've just got to run it straight and hope to God the Kill Devil don't know how to shoot their gun game, but don't think that's going to happen because Kill Devil definitely in God's spot here. And as you can see, Nico still trying to just stay healthy. Kentang as well, just trying to rotate right side. The only way the Great Fanta can make this up is if Avengers fully commit to rotating up first and Kill Devil just put all their main focus on to the Avengers. But see how this plays out. The Kill Devil is definitely their game to lose. Levy needs to be careful. I might have given Avengers enough time to rotate up. They're going to. You can see the sky view there, and Kill Devils have majority of this zone sneak. It's kind of hard to lose from here.
They just need to hold at this point. They don't really have to go for the peaks, because Avengers and yeah, the other team is eventually gonna see each other as soon as the climb up does occur. But it's gonna be a tough one. I mean, it's gonna have to be someone picking whose team is gonna fight first. But the round 6 circle is not anywhere close towards the side of either of these teams, except for Kill Devil. So Kill Devil just have to hold on. You don't really have to overpeak, but if you do even just once, that's going to be a beam, that's going to be a down, potentially them ending up in 3rd place if they do mess up here.
Yep, and it looks like the boys of Great Fanta are like, man, we ain't going to make it up there, Devil. Let's get rid of the duo here on the right, and they get Kentang, and now their main focus is Kill Devil because they need to get in and try and put the pressure on, but they just lose their lifeline, and this gives Kill Devils definitely the best chance to win it. They're going to drop down here on Great Fanta. See it. And Kill Devil, they're going to climb back up the leaderboard here, are they?
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Oh.
Might be. Maybe. Q-Labs. Oh, he can climb back up. He can climb back up.
He'll have height.
Oh, super glide. Oh. Oh, why is he peeking? Pop it back real quick. He has it. He has it. He gets the bat. Oh, but the dead slide. Not like this. At moments like this, is it a 1v1? No, it isn't.
Kill Devil take game number 5.
I felt that dead slide to my bones right there.
He's had to throwing that control. If he's a controller player, he's throwing that in the wall.
Yeah, he's pulling it out. He's throwing it to the wall immediately.
Yeah. Not a bad game. Number 5 there for Kill Devil. That's definitely how they want to start the back 4 games here on Stormpoint.
And that concludes our Game 5 first game into Stormpoint. My goodness, what a literal uphill battle, guys. I mean, the bottom squads were literally just fighting all their way up to the top while Kill Devil was basically chilling. I think at that point it was kind of decided who was going to win that match based on positioning. Well, that's going to conclude our game for now. We're going to show the results might as well, and also to maybe add it along with the series. I'm not so sure yet, but we're gonna show that later. We're gonna have a couple minutes break until we transition to game 6, and we're gonna have our post analysis when we come back. And welcome back, everybody, from our conclusion from Game 5. Kill Devil, we see here on the rankings, on top from physically to being on board with 18 points, Grape Fanta with 15, and the Avengers with 11. I mean, these are the teams that we expected to perform really well on the last game, but I guess they pulled it back now that we're going on to Stormpoint with a quick refresh, I'd say, in terms of their strategy. So, you know, it's nice to see that, you know, their consistency is totally gone.
Yeah, and it's a good start for Stormpoint. They needed it, same as Great Fanta, the two teams that probably needed it the most. They got it, and they move in. Well, Great Fanta move into the top 10 with that one, so that is a great start there with Stormpoint.
Yeah, I mean, even with Avengers taking their top spots in a bit of these games, I don't think their KP is carrying them as much as it should, because they're still down below on the 12th ranking, not securing their spot on Split 2, so they really have to do this uphill battle in these next two games. But I gotta say, like Barbecue, God Hand, Prevalence, they're pulling it back, man. Like, these guys were like kind of at the bottom at the first, but now they're just like, they're consistently getting games after games after games with good performance.
Yeah, well, it's going to be good to see if White Flash can keep up as well what they just did. They got caught out in that kind of area down near Barometer. They were lucky to get away, Zoyo getting the banners. So, I mean, you can see the ending here. I really did like the way that Great Fanta forced the fight to the Avengers, got rid of them as a duo, and then put the pressure on to Kill Devil. They kind of nearly stole it from him then.
If they got Duohan, I think this would have been possible, especially Q-Labs has already got high ground. But yeah, this is what it is, man. It's still Kill Devil. Big win by them.
I mean, let's see if they make it all the way to the top. These teams have 2 more chances to put themselves into Split 2, or unfortunately finding their way back again in the eliminations round this afternoon. Now, we're loading into the game. I'm going to leave the floor for the casters once again. Sneaky Frog, Stony, do your thing. Do your thing.
Yes, sir. Yes, game number 6. And we do have names this time, so don't worry, guys. So, yeah, I mean, pretty nice game from Kill Devil. They did what they had to do, also known as just hold on for dear life at the top of the hill and make sure that you don't end your fight. And that's what they did.
Yep. And let's see if we get another North Zone, because it seems to be the way that we've been getting them today, Sneaky. But I'd love to see a North pad if we do get a North Zone. Do love watching those kind of crazy fights, especially with all the trenches that are dug out there. But this pylon contest, Sneaky, you really need to see a different Monkey King here against Nundim.
No, there's a curse or something with Pylon and Monkey King at the moment. So they just need to get over that hump, and they're gonna be in a good spot, because the one time that they beat Numnim in their contest yesterday, they won the entire game. So that is the potential here for the side of Monkey King if they can get over this 3-inch barrier.
It's not a good start. They lose one already. So Monkey King already on the back foot here. Numnim being aggressive. You can see RV2 moving in with the Havoc and the PK. That doesn't look good. Monkey King eliminated, man. So early. And I mean, contesting when you're down, this is the problem, I guess, with it, Sneaky. Yep. You haven't had a good first 4 games. What do you do? Mentally, if you know that you're 10 points or you only got 10 points in the first 4, are you really conning the next 4 games on Storm Point?
I am mentally swapping to another POI, that's for sure.
100%, and that's
oh my god, and the zone is there too. It's just pain. It's pure pain, pure unbridled pain. Honestly,
you can see for True and T4 that they'll be so glad that they do not have to rotate north one more game. They finally get a south zone. So T4, they've had a lot of practice over at Devastated Coast, and so have SS X-Ray. We did see a H-Cuff v X-Ray. They kind of did a launchpad contest during the week. X-Ray, they do really well from launchpad, so the boys have their loot paths, and obviously they're very well-oiled machine now together, these boys, and they've really proved it today, Sneaky, because we can see it on the leaderboard. They mean business.
Yeah, for sure. And I wonder what this game is going to look like as well for the side of SSX Ray, since they're not going to be playing too far into edge anymore, unless they do kind of force it, like the classic G2 strat, where if you guys are in the zone, they literally get out of the zone and then play edge. But I think they're just maybe gonna hang around launchpad for a bit and try and see if they could just predict the circle from there. But judging from the circle, it's not. I don't think it's gonna pull too hard to Devastated Coast, because I think half of it is already out.
So it's a tough one, because I feel like it probably will majority pull to that bridge area, the floodgate, you could maybe call it now, where T4 are, because you can see True, they've already moved in at the back of Devastated Coast. But we're looking over at Kill Devil, who are rotating in here on FBKW now. FBKW haven't really done much since game number 2, but Kill Devil, they're up and about since this last game. Let's see if they can keep it going, because they really need to, especially for their confidence moving forward, and you don't want to be playing another 8 games after this.
That's for sure, but here comes Kill Devil, though, bringing true to their name. That's a conduit down to 90, but Bolin trips while he was sliding. That's 2 down for the side of Kill Devil, and this would be quite the failure for this game to carry the momentum from that last win. And here comes a third party. Tickle Booba Luna 99, Tasting Blood, gonna be facing 3, and just like that, he eats the dirt. Kill Devil have themselves a bit of a favor, so I think LVVY can actually just run away from this. Meanwhile, the other team is hunting.
He doesn't want to be comfortable because Luna is coming. He's right there, and I think he's going to get rid of Kill Devil. Oh, he needs to hit his shots, though. He doesn't. Luna goes down. So, you're going to have to be careful now, BLT, because you don't want to be caught out here as a duo in an open field, and this gives Levy a really good chance to just keep on running here, and he does. I mean, Kill Devil, they were in such a good spot with height with the boys of FBKW, and then they kind of forced themselves in on the action, and now you can see what happens. They're down to a solo here, Sneaky. It's not the best start.
And getting chased down as well. You know they want the KP all ready to be secured, and there we go. Tickle does get LVVY in time, and there we go. It's already a good start for the boys over at that side of the map. So BLT gonna be a bit comfortable compared to what we saw earlier. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. They're already in a really good spot too. So they already gained the footing in the Forbidden Zone, but they're gonna have to fight Great Fanta off of it though.
Yeah, they're going to have to. You got T4 very close to SS X-Ray as well, and it does look like Cat are in the middle of this. So you got 4 teams already in Devastated Coast, and then I think you have a team down in the houses there, and that is KVK. Now this team here haven't had much luck either today, so it's going to be an interesting end zone, Devastated Coast, and we can see here now, Cold and Held, they're going to use the evac to rotate in and try and...
I think they're just spotting it.
They're trolling?
Yeah, maybe just trying to peek over the mountains, and all of a sudden they saw someone in Echo HQ, which is occupied by Numnim at the moment. So they're going to go the long way around. Don't want to get shot too hard, though. Maybe playing the rocks.
Rotate underneath here. It's not a bad play because they can... fair few stairs, and if they keep running right side, you got some rocks to play, but we're moving over to MXF. You got a lot of teams out here, and MXF getting in it with Avengers, and Avengers, they're gonna hope that they don't go down here because they need a big game, but they've already lost KTO, and now MXF have the upper hand here, even with them getting a revive.
Yeah, and MXF having the purple upgrade on this Revenant as well, so I think he took the upgrade where every time you do get the kill on this Rev, you do get the reset on that jump. So it makes it really, really tough for any team to take out this Rev, especially when he's just zipping around. But yeah, I think the Avengers, Kentong, he knows what is at stake here, so he is just going to go right back, maybe try and recoup with Hikis, but it is going to be a full hunt. Revenant, doesn't have the ultimate anymore, so he's a bit soft compared to before. So MXF going to have to pop that Bangalore ultimate in order to just clear them off of their friend's body. So can they get the quick finish, though? They need to speed it up. The circle could be coming if they don't finish this one.
And we call that the Revenant Ego.
Yep.
Just go straight down. Kentong getting the down, but now MXF, I don't like their chances here. We're going to see how Avengers play it. But MXF, if I was them, I'd probably be rotating to zone because 40 seconds away, you got a lot of teams probably holding them out as well. Or the only closest team, sorry, to them are
the
Shikans brothers, but they're trying to get a res here, and they have. So MXF, oh no, they need to be careful. Down goes one. Avengers doing some damage here, but now Kentong is left to solo a duo, and MXF suddenly have the upper hand again. And you can see them chasing still the Avengers. So it's probably the longest fight in Apex South history, but that's okay. We're all here for it because we've got 16 games to watch today.
Yep, this fight has been going on for 1 minute and 30 at this point, the entirety of the round 2 circle duration. So is this gonna conclude anytime soon? I think Kentong just gonna run into the zone. MXF not gonna risk it at all. So nice try from the side of the Avengers, but the respawn was popped in time. Good thing one of them actually had a Moby at that very moment and just went for the hold.
Yeah, you can look down south. There's a lot of teams on the edges trying. KVK playing underneath the boys of SX X-Ray. You got Prevail, who need a really big game here, holding out some teams as well, and you got Cap holding out, just holding that height with a lot of buildings. They've got beacon knowledge there as well, so they've got the ring knowledge and the enemy scan, so they'd be pretty happy with their position where they are now, especially for the finishing rounds.
Yep, not much action coming in here from the south side of the map. Everyone is just waiting for everyone to get into the zone itself, but Barbecue has found themselves a trident, so maybe they can zoom into the zone. Oh! careful. There's a team looking over.
They're sticking with that meta. They're running the Bismillah at the moment, and it seems to be working. But they're going to really have to try and make their way in. Look at this though. You've got Great Fanta trying to play a little bit of an area. There's a lot of teams starting to rotate in, and Great Fanta, they're going to have FBKW on their right side. They're going to have a team behind them, but now it's just gonna. There's going to be a lot happening here in a second. That is for sure. 16 squads still alive round 3. That seems to be the team amount that we've had nearly every game here, Sneak. We've been just very lucky, I guess.
Yeah, lots of
They've
teams.
treated us.
It's kind of like a 50-50 split in the map, right? It's north side, everyone is just literally fist fighting as much as possible so they can get into the zone. Meanwhile, the south side is having tea and crumpets inside of their respective buildings while they wait for
Look at that zone pool.
the inevitable ring close. And I like that it didn't go devastated coast because it's kind of obvious who's gonna get second to first in that one. But if you do have the elevated position in that spot, but I like that it kind of pulled in towards more of the open field.
And Cold and Hell once again reading zone. That's probably
How did they
6
do it?
out of 6 games. I think they've done it. Well, every game that they've made it to the end of the game, they've been in the zone majority of the time. But you see Barbecue, they're just gonna have to try and figure out how they're gonna make their way in. They're in a pretty good spot at the moment. They can use the Trident and
Yeah,
Lifeline packages as well. So it's probably the best thing about Lifeline. It kind of gives you a little bit of more barricade to play behind. Also, if you're using the weapon, I think you still get that weapon. So a Kraber or a Wingman at the end of the game is very nice as well.
Yeah, very underrated thing about Lifeline as well. I mean, those packages at these late games can be very useful for just having cover in general, because this spot in the last circle of the zone, it's going to be looking a bit rough for some of the other teams, but they've already got the setup, they got the cover of the Trident as well, so all they have to do is hold on in the backside. But speaking of holding on, Fenfu and Presto on the backside, it seems like it's not going to be good news for the side of Cold in Hell, as BB is going to go down, and they need that Mad Maggie for that late game.
Yep, cap on the height, but they can't use it to their advantage because they're down to a solo themselves. So Presto, the last one standing there. Cold and Hell doing very well to stay alive, and they might be able to try and get a quick reset here with their man BB, and that is what is going to happen. But just lost Prevail, Godhand, and the Shikans, I think.
Yep, and they need to put BB back online because, yeah, that Maggie Ball could have so much value, especially when it comes to the late game. But look at the damage from Fenfu, just delaying as much as possible. He doesn't want his teammate to get looked over. And Cold and Hell, they can actually engage this. Maybe an Uno reverse card this time.
Yeah, and it's not a bad push for him because it's only a duel. And I only got blue shields. If I was the boys of Cold and Hell, I'd feel comfortable pushing in on this, considering the day they've had with these games. Just like that, they do get rid of Cap, and now Great Fanta look like they're getting into it with a team as well. And that's all the way out at Echo HD. So FBKW down to a duo. Great Fanta putting in the pressure there. I can see the team running away. I just didn't see that. Bangalore played the smoke perfectly, but Great Fanta now have 50 seconds to worry about rotating in, and in their way is teams like Cold and Hell.
Ay. And here comes Loki, Nico, Collapse entering the Echo HQ, and I think Great Fanta, they want to challenge Barbecue for this spot. So I think they're gonna try and go on forward. FBKW is also in the general area, so I think they have to be careful here, just making sure that they're aware of their surroundings. But speaking of surroundings, being unaware, oh no, FBKW not really looking above where Great Fanta was, and I think this might just be a kill. It's not really FBKW being in a good spot.
Yeah, FBKW were looking across the way where Barbecue was sitting, but now Collapse has the best angle and he can clean up all the Barbecue members if he wanted to, but you can just see Nico, Loki, they need to start getting into zone here though, and Tasting Blood needs to be careful because he is standing right in the way of Great Fanta, and they are after you now, my friend. And that should it be all she wrote. Loki getting the clean up there. So now Great Fanta, their next priority is definitely rotating into zone, as it is for teams like X-Ray, where they just lost Luo, trying to get in on the Pathfinder zip, and Point's going to go down as well. They're stuck in the middle of T4 and the teams of White Flash as well. So this doesn't look good. Cold in Hell. Man, it's tough.
Rough. Yep, this is the kind of zone to have these types of moments. Honestly, it's pretty much open for every single one. But Fenfu, BB, and Aminuzi outside in the open. Cold in Hell. Can they get the finish on this one? Killin versus Control is finally going to go down, and 5 squads left. There is going to be another guy inside of the smoke with the Bloodhound ulti pop. Cold in Hell are not going to be safe here. That means BB's going to be the first one down. Great shots for the side of Fenfu. Gonna get the spray in time. Yes, he does! Fenfu clutched up again!
T4 needed to win that so bad, but now all of a sudden the attention goes straight to Great Fanta v White Flash, and if there's a team that needs to keep on keeping on, that is White Flash, and that is what they're doing. Can they get the job done? Zoyo nearly getting it done, but the lifeline is doing so much for Great Fanta.
Woo!
Does he get it?
He does.
Oh, he did. He got rid of Great Fanta, but now Zoyo is down to a solo, and Cold in Hell, all of a sudden, in the best spot again to take game number 6.
Yeah, this is next to impossible to go for anything here if you're the side of White Flash, but I think you're going to be okay with it. Getting 3rd place plus that amount of KP, I think I'd be happy if I was White Flash, but game is not over yet. Barbecue as a duo still looking over the hill, and technically they do have the best spot in the zone, so as long as they can delay Cold in Hell and put them in a bad spot, could be a possibly win. Could possibly be a win.
Lucky for Cold and Hell, I think there's a couple of rocks that they can play in front of the boys of Barbecue. So Barbecue do need to be careful. If I was them, I'd be doing what they're doing right now, trying to get together to play together. And a little bit too late to get there though, because here comes Cold and Hell and Fenfu going on the height, or Aminus, sorry. And they do get one down. They're going to get both down here. You can see the Maggie ball coming out from BB, and that is all she wrote. Cold in Hell. What's that, 3 wins today?
3 wins for Cold in Hell today, similar to what Avengers did in the last game, but we are only in this game number 6, my friend, and they are still popping the heck off.
Yeah, unbelievable. Well done to Cold in Hell, taking game number 6.
Jesus.
I mean, I think they just racked up around 20 at least in terms of points through that top kill. I think through their teams, I think they racked up about 9 or 12, and 12 for last position as well. Incredible performance. I mean, yeah, look at this, 23. What a gap, 10-point gap from Barbecue. But White Flash, you know, finally pulling themselves back. Really good stuff. Barbecue, we're seeing a bit of a narrative here coming in to the second half of the Global Series qualifiers for match 6. We are seeing a lot of shifts in the dynamics. SSX-Ray, even if they were trying to, you know, fight for their positionings, their elimination game isn't too strong this time around. But, you know, even if that's the case, people are still killing, people are still fighting for positions, and people on the lower half don't even have a chance to pull themselves back up with the points they rack.
Yeah, Great Fanta getting 4th.
Yeah.
That's 5 points. That's still good enough, you know, to keep on keeping on.
Keep on keeping on, but the second half, God, they're only in 1-point digit territory and not even going over than 3. So let's see if these teams like Avengers, BLT, Shakan Bros, Cap, one of the top teams from, you know, the last couple of games, if they can pull themselves back coming into game 7, as we see all of the brackets finally summed up, as we see today's standing from 1 to 10.
Nice.
Nice. Well, it seems like there's a lot more work to do, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to take a small break into as we transition and set up for Game 7, and we'll see you in a bit. And welcome back, everybody, from the conclusion of Game 6, transitioning into Game 7. This is our total standings right now, resulted from our previous 6 games, with Cold in Hell with top 1 with 69 points. Nice. 2 on Barbecue with 60, and Num Nim on 59. I mean, what do you think is the story that's being told here, casters, with the scores?
Num Nim gets Pylon for free. Kill Devil got murked early. Great Fanta is coming back. They're coming back, baby. They're going for top 5. And I don't know, resurgence of Barbecue as well, man. They're all the way in 2nd place now.
Yeah, right? Dang.
And I mean, it goes to that pylon contest like we're talking about. Do you really go there again for the next 2? Because you only need 2 good games now for Monkey King. You can still make top 10. So, I mean, yeah, you're reaching a bit to make top 10, but I mean, I'd rather be reaching than landing on a team that at the moment is consistently top 3. And you know, it's hard.
They need to have some life games this game 7 and 8.
True.
That's for sure.
I mean, like, I think the one thing that's really elevating the points for some of these teams, it's literally kill points. These guys are fragging their hearts out. I mean, throughout these games, I mean, it doesn't seem like, you know, there's a lot of fights going on because of how slow the games are. But at the end of each match, these guys have like 10, like 20, like half of the lobby kills, basically a third of everybody. And that's kind of what's elevating. Even for some of these teams, like Cap, they have the 8th best placement through all these matches, but they're last place. I think for the lower teams to elevate themselves in terms of score, they really need to duke it out. So yeah, I mean, let's hope to see more action from some of these teams, take their positions back, fight for their spot in Split 2. Now we're going into our second to the last match here, ladies and gentlemen, here on Storm Point. And casters, once again, do your thing. Do your thing.
And it looks like Monkey probably going to try and not do their thing, which is die. So they're going to
Please, man, just
land on
respawn. Give them a
again.
PK, please. Because every
Looks like-
time Num Nim lands, they have a PK.
Yeah, but the differences between Monkey King and Num Nim at the moment, especially off a contest, is having that conduit. I feel like having the conduit
for
on a
sure.
contest off drop is just so OP. Because like moments like this, look, they're just so confident in pushing, and Num Nim are putting in
hold up.
so much work right now. Monkey King though down to a duo.
Oh, Zoni is
Oh no,
stuck.
this doesn't look good. It's down to Ed. And Ed is the last one with the Mastiff here. Does he get the job done? I don't think he will. The doof doof doof. Oh,
I think he swapped us here for this contest as well. That is that hurts to see for Monkey King, because they're such a good team, but they're getting so unlucky. And just like you said, having a conduit off drop in these types of situations makes it really difficult for the side of Monkey King to really just fight in general. And at the same time, I like the positioning from the side of Num Nim, where they're like, okay, we're done looting for about 30 seconds. We're gonna 3-man queue up on a single player, and we're gonna get the insta advantage.
Yeah, Num Nim are smart. They know that they're getting contested. The conduit is such a good pick, especially for that early game. Like, Monkey King just need to reset. Mentally, I don't know how you can mentally turn stuff around. Like, they're going to have to play 8 games again. They definitely know that. So they just need to try and, I know you got 2 more game or 1 more game left after this one. Just recoup, have a break, get some drink and food, and just go, boys, come on, we're better than this. Let's get it together.
Yeah, especially now with the POIs only having limited choices here. I mean, where else can you go? East Trail, maybe God Cave. Not much is available here for
I mean,
the squad.
Num Nim though, would you land on a team that's top 3?
Yeah, that's for sure. And Num Nim is on fire for these games today.
Yeah.
That is for sure.
So that's probably the tougher bit. I mean, you could do what Great Fanta did yesterday, like you know there's a team that you feel comfortable enough to beat in a 3v3 situations, banned on stuff. Like, stuff like that Monkey King can do, and probably having the confidence to do that is the next step as well. So, like I said, it's tough. You lose 2 contests in a row, you got to try and recoup, boys, and it is upsetting because you know they don't want to play again. No one wants to play again. So hopefully I can recoup and get back into it.
Yeah, and especially looking at the map, right? This is like Rinner's round 2. The teams that you want to contest, or every single team in the lobby is pretty hard to contest. Are you going to contest Kill Devil? White Flash has some potential to show something. God Hand is pretty tough to go up against. Even the Shakans Bros, I would never want to drop on the Shakans Bros because they're pretty good when it comes to contesting.
Yeah, but that's probably the other thing as well, though. Like I said the other day, there's a lot of teams that have the correct loot paths on where they land, and that is why they can test their POIs. So they understand where they're going to land. The teammates know that where your teammate's going to land. They practice that. You can have trust in where, say for Shakans Bros, in example, they know where Acquaintance is going to land because they know he's going to loot that pill. We've got maybe 10 seconds until he can get to us. So it's smart by teams like that. And I just don't think Monkey King today have that kind of team comms.
Oh, Ratage. Could be some ranting going on. Tasting blood, Rennis. Waiting for FBKW to make a mistake. But it could be Numdim also waiting for another mistake in the process. Cold Hell is eliminated at 18th. What? That is wild.
Yeah, Barbecue keeping the pressure on. They've done well with these Storm Point games, getting a lot of KP here. But it does look like that Numdim FBK, who got White Flash as well, getting into it here.
Yeah, and we were just talking about the Barbecue squad having such a big improvement compared to their performance compared to World's Edge. And now they're borderline second against this team, and they just took out the first place team as well. I mean, they're going to move up, that's for sure. But Numdim, we just pan back to them. They just... Anyone that tries to walk into Pylon without their permission just gets turned into a death box immediately.
Yeah. RV2, I watched that whole fight. That man knew that they were there. I think FBKW thought that they didn't know that they were there, but that whole time RV2 kind of was just baiting them in, waiting for that chance to get in there. They clean up FBKW a little bit too easy. And now they have to worry about getting a reset here in Jurassic when you've got T4 behind you in Pylon. So we'll see how they go there. Got another northeast kind of zone pool too, Sneaky. Another north zone.
Yep. And some of the teams already found themselves there. The Avengers are there. KD is there. KVK, True has found themselves in Lightning Rod. And the Shikans Bros has moved up slightly south of the station side. But we're going to have to wait and see if MXF can get out of the command center before we can tell if they are snug and safe. However, Godhand and BLT still pretty far from the spot. Prevail and Great Fanta can run into each other as well as soon as they start to rotate. So this is going to be quite the difficult task for some of the teams just to enter. But X-Ray does have a bit of a gap here if White Flash and True to start fighting.
Yep, it does look like Numnim and T4 are kind of going at it down the bottom as well. And it will be an interesting kind of game here because you can see the zone, KVK and Avengers in a really good spot. And that's probably the OP spots too in this kind of zone that is happening. Because there's not really much to play with in this backside of this zone.
Oh, but you can see in the background by Euler already fighting? All right, Great Fanta is already fighting the north side, so they're just like, all right, we're not going to ignore you. We are going to take you down, and then we are going to go for the rotation eventually. But Great Fanta, all of a sudden is eliminated from the top side, so another not so favorable finish for the side of Great Panda. That's going to hurt their rankings. But speaking of hurt, NumNim hurting the other team.
Oh
T4
my
is
God.
out of the question. Who is going to stop NumNim this game?
I don't know. I've already got 9 KP. 9. As we still got 14 squads left. They're playing with a lot of confidence as a team. See it. They move well together. They understand each other's skills, and it's really, really good to see from NumNim here, especially this late into the games as well. Game 7, they just seem to be getting better. I feel like even if they weren't in the top 10 here, I feel like the last top 10, the later games, in this evening, they would still just probably destroy the lobby.
For sure. And Kill Devil, Bolin are trying to spot someone in and around the corner, so he does get the scan. That's a full squad right in front of him, so he does want to back it up. Does not want to overcommit.
The Shikans bros holding out Kill Devil there. They did get one of the Kill Devil members, but as we can see here at Command Center, you've got 3 teams in this area: MXF, Godhand, and SE X-Ray. So 3 teams all in zone. They don't really have to worry about rotating too much. So 14 squads, round 2 closing though. Let's see Godhand going to start rotating around the fat side here of the wall. And I don't mind it too, because they need to get in quicker there, because like I said, there's not much to play with. And I feel like KVK and Avengers still in the best spot here for this final zone, I reckon.
Could be the zone actually that we saw from yesterday, that the one that kind of wraps around the mountain, but we're gonna have to wait and see what is gonna be the result of that. It seems like the Shikan Bros has made themselves a home right outside of these tunnels.
It's a scary place to play too, because you got that team on.
That's true.
Cap, I think. Yeah, so Cap, they can drop down on that anytime. As soon as they hear fighting, it's kind of a horrible place to be fighting.
Ooh.
We do have a lot of teams in wall, and you can see Barbecue. Ronan's, that man can put out the damage, and you can see him there with the hemlock, the 130 scrap. Disgusting.
That was disgusting. Oh my god, 115 plus the 30-30?
They're holding out BLT here too, and it's Luna that they're going to get him down here. You think they do, yes. So Barbecue being really aggressive, and they're doing what they have to, which is get rid of the members that are in their way for the zone.
Yeah, such a good call, because I think BLT was here earlier, but then Barbecue got a good rotation in. Godhand is also in the same general area, but they're deciding to stay inside of the zone for now. But I think Barbecue already got what they want in this wall spot, so I think they're gonna keep it for now. Maybe if they're aware of the presence of Godhand, they could get additional 2 KP, but the circle is quite far from their spot, so I think they need to start moving now.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for Godhand. They're gonna be getting held out for a while. Or maybe Barbecue. No, they are going to start rotating up the hill. This is very small. On their right side, they do have a very interesting team, which is NumNim. And they've been nothing less than you know what I mean? Bloody good. Bloody good.
For sure, for
Barbecue,
sure.
they do need to rotate up, though. I think they've got a team. Bros?
They're taking it really slow, though. Barbecue, because you really don't want to attract the attention of the Avengers here, because as soon as the Avengers are aware of your presence, it's gonna make it 10 times more difficult just to climb up the hill. Knowing Prevail is also in the mountainside cave, that could be an easy crossfire that they could run into, so they're gonna have to time this to absolute perfection as long as they can get into the zone.
Yep, and it does look like Prevail are holding out a team here on
NumNim.
Lightning Rod side, are they? No, that is the tunnel side. So Prevail holding out NumNim, who obviously have had a lot of success here in game number 7. And Sato going to try and get that shield bat off. Prevail holding the height on NumNim. There's some beautiful arc stars there by Crumbs, and I'm going to see now Prevail try and move in on the action, and can they get it down? Beautiful shots there by Crumbs. They do. They get down Flow, but Walsh goes down as well. And now all of a sudden, Prevail are in a little bit of a... It's not safe now because there's so many teams, and Prevail, Razi,
he's flash.
he somehow is alive and he can get away, but here comes Barbecue. Barbecue are the team third partying this.
Yep. Armor swap. Maybe Razi can try and get something going, but Prevail and BLT just gonna be left alone on that side of the map, and look who's gonna go for the cleanup duty for the rest of these members. It is Barbecue cooking whatever's left here in the mountain cave.
It's actually BLT. Tickle cleaned up the solo. He is now a solo himself, but you're gonna see the boys of Barbecue get rid of the Tickle here. And BLT though, they get some good KP here for game number 7, and Barbecue in a really good spot to rotate in. They had the left side of this choke in the tunnel free, but they do have to fight Avengers for it. But we're going to go out to White Flash here as they are getting into a little bit of an altercation with X-Ray, and there's only a self-res left, I think.
Yep,
And
that's
that
a
is
good
on
balloon.
the lifeline.
Really good balloon, honestly. Just to get the climb up on towards these two players who will try to hang on for dear life at the top of this hill, but I think it might just be game over for this Seoul Bangalore unless he could get on the rope. Oh, but the rope is already too late. But do they notice him though?
Oh, you did a fair bit of movement there. Pretty lucky to be alive. White Flash have to rotating into zone while they have teams like MXF on the height from command, and don't see MXF dropping down on this. I do see them maybe the tunnel side area, but White Flash do need to be careful though, because they still do have teams behind them, but Rukoko does get rid of X-Ray, so White Flash be happy with that. They do get a chance to rotate. I think there's 2 teams in front of them, and that is Team True. So True just waiting for White Flash. You can see the scans coming out by both teams. I want to see what 21 here can do. Does he move in aggressively, or does he play it safe? But they're going to go full send here onto True, and look at the damage. They get eliminated so quickly. True get the KP there, and the MXF want to wrap around the right side of that hill. Doesn't look like it. They're going to take their time. Rogers are getting held out though by KVK, who have had zone since the beginning of the game. And now all of a sudden Barbecue are down to only a solo. It's a solo via solo, and they get rid of the Avengers.
Ooh. Barbecue's on fire. Jesus. And now this is the Barbecue I want to see. I mean, this is the Barbecue that we see in scrims, especially King MSG here. But here comes MXF. Not like this.
Man, that was quick.
Yep. I mean, good game either way for the side of Barbecue, but MXF with a great timing.
Looks like True are moving in over onto KVK as well. So this could be a very easy W for MXF if they just play it very slow and let these 2 teams go ahead here. And we might see a very, very easy finish to game number 3 for MXF. We see Asaran, we see Arto doing some smokes here, but here we go. MXF v True.
Oh, good beam.
Beautiful shots there with the Havoc. The Volt, sorry.
Slide in. Knock.
No. It's Granny v MXF. But MXF, they're going to take game number 7. The Hemlock doing the work for MXF. They take a beautiful game there.
Oh, got that too.
Considering the rotation where they came from, landing on Barbecue, cleaning that up very quickly, and then moving in on third party, taking game number 7. What a finish.
I mean, what a finish indeed. I can't believe it. I mean, MXF, I really didn't think that they were going to win, like, this game in particular, considering the amount of chokes and, like, weird spots that they had to share. with a lot of these teams. But we're gonna tally up all the scores and probably for the final series right before we end on the last match. So we're going into the break sooner than later, and we're going to have our post game analysis afterwards. We'll see you in a bit. Hello once again as we're transitioning to match 8, our last game for Storm Point. Here are our results for match 7, and MXF with 12 placement points, 9 kills resulting in 21 creates a huge boost into their rankings. True coming up on second, Killing Control, Barbecue again with their amazing consistent amount of KPs carrying them across the scoreboard, and Avengers trying to pull themselves back up on 5th. I mean, I gotta say guys, this game has been a lot of variations in terms of like how these people are placed in ranking, because even these guys even if these guys like place in a high position, we got teams like Numnim on rank 11 carrying themselves through KP itself. That's insane.
Yeah, and they started strong. Like, I mean, their first 3 fights, I think it was over in like 10 seconds each fight. So
Jesus.
I mean, it was no messing around with none of them there in the early games of game 7. But you know, it's teams like MXF and KVK and the Avengers who had zone. So I mean, it's a good game to see, especially because, like I said, if teams can hold zone, you're gonna get KP at the end. KVK, for example, they didn't move. They
That
had
is
5
true.
KP at the end. Good points.
And now let's see, I think our current standing, this is going to be the last one before our resulting final game for our winners bracket 2. Let's see those scores right now. And the shift, I gotta say, that some of these teams had, like Barbecue, my goodness, all the way up to the top. Not a huge gap, but Jesus, like these guys went from the bottom, and after Stormpoint, they were going on kill streak after kill streak, going for squads, making sure that there was no challenges in their positions, and here they are now as the result of their gameplay.
Yeah, I was actually expecting Golden Hell to just taking away the first place placing in these games. But you know, barbecue, man, out of nowhere, getting it done, getting into that first place, and barbecue kind of has the same. I wouldn't say sickness, right? I would say barbecue has the same mistakes that the Shakans bros do, where they're really good at fighting. They're super good at fighting, and you saw on screen why. And the only problem for the side of barbecue is having a consistent mid game. If they can have a consistent mid game and combine that with the fighting that they have, they can possibly just take away first place from anyone here. But Golden Hell, I don't think they're gonna allow that to happen, man.
I mean, it's definitely like a fight within like the top 3 positions. These guys are within each other in terms of like killing proficiency and placement consistency. These guys are basically on the same levels. I mean, we see 2 of them literally both on the same scoreline, 69. Nice. And none of them, like, they've also, even though they've had low placement games, these guys have been fragging out. And their consistency for kills is what's keeping them up top.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more interested here about FBKW, Killing V, Control, Great Phantom, God Hand, White Flash, Kill Devil, Prevail. I mean, you got True. There's like 8 teams there that can either not make it or make it from just a good game. So it's going to be a juicer of a game 8 because you either make it now or you play another 8 and lock it in. But we're going to have to wait and see.
I mean, yeah, this is the final game. This is their last chance. There's a lot of teams in the borderline to either decide if they're going to go to split 2 or not. So this is going to be their last chance, ladies and gentlemen. Please support your favorite groups because this is going to be it. This is either losers or split 2. And now we're going to load into our last match. Are you guys ready, casters? This is it. This is the last one.
Yep.
Let's go and get it. Oh, last one for this round. We've still got 8 more to go, but we're all right. Let's go and get into it.
Yeah.
All right. Now that the teams are picking out their final rosters for in terms of characters and legends, now let's go to our last match in Stormpoint to finish it off on game 8.
All right, and we're gonna know who is gonna be going into the PLQ finals and who is gonna be playing 8 additional games of Apex Legends right after this. And I know damn well that most of the teams are pretty much tired because 8 games of Apex straight is no joke. That's 30 minutes a game. So these teams are, I wouldn't say at wit's end, but they're feeling the heat.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't make sense to me either, though, Sneaky. You have the winners won yesterday, but the teams that lose only have to play 8 games this afternoon to make it into finals. But the teams that won, if they don't win again, have to play 16 to try and make it. So it's a bit harsh, I guess, the way it's the ran, but what can you do? You've got to put your best foot forward.
Exactly. You just have to play it. You got no choice.
Monkey King going for a 0-4, or are they going to get a 1-3 here? Let's see.
Just get 1 on the board, please, brother.
And they've gone with the Conduit as well here, Monkey. Maybe they are to us with this early drop contest as well. Like the Seer probably used to be a good idea, but Conduit is such more. Oh man, they've been really aggressive here. Numbing there on the front foot. They're chasing.
A flow you had to hit there, brother.
Just playing together, which is very well done. You can see the Q coming out there, but now Numnim are swinging and down goes one, but RV2 goes down. Oh, so it could be a duo. Here. Can Monkey King actually get one? All they do, they get down one more. There's only one more member left. It's a solo via solo. It's a Conduit v a Horizon and a Flow. Very smartly going to try and rotate out, but that does give Ed a bit of a time to get a reset, and now they might be able to play as a duo. We might see a Monkey King W here at the start of this fight.
Yeah, they already got their homie right back up. Rez could be incoming very, very soon, but it was all a bait. Does get the PK shots in time, but the flow, this is going to have to be a clutch performance by him if he does want to keep the record clean. He doesn't get
Monkey
it.
King get it.
It's at the end of the day. Monkey King finally gets one. But the last time that Monkey King won their POI, they did win the entire game. So maybe, just maybe, one life game for them could be a game changer. Maybe they can even slip on by to top 10.
And I mean, why not? Let's just go north again, hey. I mean, I think both teams that held out the back here early as last time are holding it again. Chicane Bros prevail. They think it's going to be another nut ending. They kind of like, it's just handed to the Avengers with another silver pick, you know? There's zone, boys. Enjoy it. Don't move. Just have some fun. Relax. It's going to be a tough fight now, though, for Monkey King to rotate up. That is a trek.
Mm-hmm.
Bloodhound getting eliminated.
What?
They were on 40th. They were on 10th position when we went into this game.
That means
that is really good for Great Fanta.
Great Fanta, they have an opportunity. They only have to get 1 or 2 kills here, possibly, in order to secure that 10th place. Godhand, that's gonna feel so horrible for them, man. They know that the 10th place was already in their hands and they died this early.
And it's only because MXF were rotating in to get and beacon for enemies. So, I mean, it's just tough. You know, there's a lot of teams that obviously play for that rotation for beacons. And MXF got hold of Godhand, and Godhand was just caught out in the spot at the wrong time. But now we're going to have a look here at T4 with Stepsis trying to put some shots down there with his flat line. They're going to start rotating into zone, you would think, because the team True, they're not looking to get in any fights here. They're just going to keep rotating away.
Jeez. And Great Fanta as well. Speaking of them, they're not that far from the circle that we're currently seeing right now. And the only worry that they do have is Golden Hell. And especially with how good Golden Hell has been for the past few games, as soon as they clear that hurdle, I think them just keeping the spot in the wall, making sure that they survive, yeah, that's going to be possibly 10th in their horizons here, but still a lot of teams in contention at this very moment. Killen v Control has now taken the 10th spot away from the side of Godhand, and now they're controlling it.
Low-key needed to be so careful. Like he said, if I was boys, I'd be really trying to get in.
Need to get up.
To be outside, especially with Golden Hell. You boys have a chance to make the top 10. Be smart about it. Oh, Caps just gets up in time. And I do like this rotate, though. Now they are quite safe. No, they're not. MXF, I think, are right in here with them. Oh, my God. If the Revenant for MXF could have hit any shots, then this is not looking good for Great Fanta. They have to drop on Golden Hell. This is not good.
This is not good at all. This is not the best decision here for the side of Great Fanta. They're going to eat the black hole, the drill, the nades, and they are getting absolutely bullied in this rock. And I think this is an 1000% from the side of Benfu. Arcstar is going to be eaten by the down player, and they have no choice but to run away. And I think Great Fanta has been spilled on the side of the street as Cold in Hell are going to go for it. Even MXF went down from the wall, and they want to go for more. They want to go for Cold in Hell as well.
Yeah, and MXF being aggressive, I do like it, but they had enough time to kind of rotate out. They did to get rid of Great Fanta, but man, that's so unlucky for Great Fanta. You've got to just reset now mentally and just lock it in for the next 8 games. That is going to be the toughest thing for that team.
And man, that might actually help Killen v Control, since they're the ones on the 10th spot at the moment. So if they can keep that,
look at the pressure that they're putting in on Hell at the moment. You may as well say,
Jesus.
Get out of the lobby.
The circle
is what MXF wanted to say.
Artorio was zooming all over the place. MXF literally
just rolling on forward, and they just so happened to see that Golden Hell was in the exact same area. So they still have control of the inside of the wall here. So they can just go
Yeah.
right back up with all the KP that they gained. And that's going to help with their spot. But Monkey King currently 18th at the moment in their spot. But one good game with a really good placement, possibly, I think a win is needed for them to get back into this, because it's going to take around 35, 36 potentially to get
Yeah,
there.
they need a lot of kills. They need to get like 25 plus kills as a team. So yeah, it's a big ask for Monkey King, but like I said, that winning that contest there for the last game, that might give them enough moving forward in the next 8 games for Monkey King. So that is always handy. But I don't know where FBKW are on the leaderboards, but they're right in front of Monkey King here. If I was them, I'd probably just be more worried about rotating to zone instead of getting involved.
Let's reposition there.
But it's like there's so many teams that are fighting now for top 10 position, and it's going to be a tough. Well, they're sitting 11th, so they need a big game. FBKW currently on 33 points. I'm pretty sure the boys at Great Fanta were on 40, so FBKW, they really need a juicer of a game here. And look at the height that Destroy has. Nearly hit him with the amped up Sentinel, but the Kobe nade's coming out. Doesn't get any to hit. See if they can get rid of the team Monkey King. Beautiful shots there with the Sentinel just on the backside. Just a little tickle for the boys, but playing smart here, just holding the height on Monkey King.
Yeah, it's just
Does
so,
look like
so
tasting blood though. He's moving in because he got it down. So FBKW, they can get some KP here. They might put themselves in a good position to move in at 10th position.
Ooh, they need to finish this one though. Thermite is burning, Destroy Cookie. Tasting blood also on 1 HP, 7 and 9 with a straight up swing. Monkey King is not yet over. He can get the swap. He can maybe get the res on his teammate, but it's going to be a tough decision for the side of Monkey King. But man, I think that was a bit unnecessary for the side of FBKW. That was a bit aggressive from Destroy Cookie. I think he thought that his shields were back up.
Man, they kind of threw. That's you have zone, you have height. There's no need to really push in here. But we're gonna have a look at Vale because they're still playing with the zone that they have, and they are a team of BLT who just haven't had the best games here. And Tickle, the last one standing. It looks like Boober and Luna are down, but BLT have teams to worry about everywhere. You got Prevail right in front of you. You got a team behind you as well. And it does look like Prevail will have this zone. So Prevail playing really well.
We zones DC, no.
No.
And that's the lifeline
Outside
as
of
well.
zone as well.
Nah, they need this lifeline. They need this lifeline, especially you're running this type of comp. You're running the Rev, you're running the Pathfinder, but he's back in action, no problem. Does get it back, but they are still pretty far from the zone, so I think King MSG might have to use that ultimate from the Pathfinder just to zip them back up, but might actually point out their location to the other teams here, but I think they're going to be fine. I think Barbecue is going to be fine. No team really in their general area. The closest team is Kill and V Control, who's currently hanging around in the wall. So,
oh my god. T4 just ratted on Monkey. Get rid of Monkey King here at Command Center.
And that's gonna kill the dream of Monkey King getting this game, unfortunately. Oh, that's sad.
T4. Man, they ratted really well though. I'll give them that. That was a very well planned, but they still got to rotate through zone, and I don't know the position they're in because either way you go, you got a fair few teams on the right side and the left side of their rotate up north here. But I do really like Prevail and True's position here for the end game. Also got Kill Devil very close as well. Kill Devil, I wonder if they want to put any pressure in with the boys of Prevail, but we're just happy AFK near the rock. We've got True as well chilling out. not much happening. 12 squads still alive, and BLT have been.
Yeah, it's kind of the same as the circle that we had prior to this, with Kill Devil actually holding the high ground. But now, instead of Kill Devil, we have True holding it out, knowing as soon as they saw this type of circle, they're like, all right, we're 100% holding high ground. We're gonna be the ones uphill in the uphill battle. But oh, speaking of uphill battle, SSE X-Ray wanting to see if they can get a piece of the Cap squad inside this tunnel. And if they do, that would be actually a really huge win for the side of SSE X-Ray, because there is still some dotted lines in that circle within this tunnel that they can play with in that late game. So they're going to take this one really, really slow. But one of the Avengers is actually going to look over to this fight and try and see if they can disrupt it.
Yeah, and if I was Kill Devils, I'd probably be trying to fight Cap just to get their position for this next zone, because I really like Kill Devil are. Well, yeah, there you go, Cap in God spot, I'd say, for this next spot. Well, not really God spot. You'd probably have Avengers on the height in a really good spot, but it does pull central of that zone, and now all the teams on the edge are going to have to fight their way in. I think we'll be lucky if we see a round 6.
Oh, getting B control. Not in the best spot at the moment. Lizzie 1 HP. And Bayuler already got
happening in the wall too.
I don't know. They need to figure it out. They need to clear this team from the side of the wall immediately, and that's T4 and White Flash now starting to move left and right. And I think White Flash has seen a timing here that they can rotate in the zone, because both teams on both sides are fighting.
Yep, and MXF just cleaned up the Chicane's pros, and Flash are going to rotate in barbecue. And you got T4 as well. That could rotate in on the exact same angle if they wanted. So you've got a lot of teams hugging the wall side. T4 need to be careful, because White Flash, I think, is going to run straight in front of them. And Rukoko does. T4 get the easiest down there. So Con putting in work there with Stepsis and Unix. You can see the boy of WeZone just dropping straight down in front of them, giving them the easiest kill, and all of a sudden White Flash are eliminated. But now Barbecue are down to a duo.
Eesh, they're out in 11th too, but Barbecue, let's see what they can do with this farm, as they have finally secured first place, possibly in this one. Ronin looking around the corner, does get the shots in with the help of the players on the top of the hill with their 30-30s, as the Killen V control guys are... There is still one person left alive in towards that box, but it is only a rat. Cap is also helping in towards the downhill battles that is occurring at the moment, but Ronin is also taking some damage.
Yeah, Prevail. They are putting in a lot of work. They just had 8 KP, I'm pretty sure, rotating into the zone. They got Kill Devil, got rid of MXF, and now all of a sudden they're trying to fight Barbecue, but look at New Jeans moving in behind the back, and no one looks at him. But Prevail do end up getting rid of Barbecue, so now Razi trying to punch his mate into zone, but they did have height. Now all of a sudden they're on the low ground.
Oh,
Serious trouble.
Here comes Drew.
Prevail. Man, Prevail, I think they had like 12 KP, maybe 10 KP that game. And True rotating from the height, moving down to clean that up. And they still have the majority of the zone, with 4 teams, I think, on the edge still. So you got like Avengers, X-Ray stuck inside as well.
And I love the immediate call there from Grand. It's like, as soon as we get this kill, let's get back to the rock, because I think as soon as we give this rock to anyone else, that's basically game over for us, because now we have to play the uphill battle instead. But Avengers and SS X-Ray, there is still Cap waiting outside. Killen V control with only 1 member left alive could potentially go for a 3rd place finish and actually sneak Killen V control in towards that top 10 if he does wrap this one correctly. So it's all on that one guy.
Yep, and the Avengers, who haven't had the best afternoon, still alive, just trying to defend and stay alive here, but it's pretty hard when you've got True looking at you from one way, you've got Cap down the bottom looking at you, and you've still got X-Ray getting some cheeky little angles from the tunnel. It's a hard spot to be living, but They do need to worry about rotating in, and I reckon True should be getting a fair few easy KP points here. That is for sure. Granny holding the angle here on the Avengers, but the Avengers, they really do need to start rotating in. If they notice that Granny is a solo, they might be able to take control here, and that is what they're trying to do, but Granny does get down the hill just in time. That does give X-Ray a chance to rotate in zone here.
Yep, bit of a timing here for the side of SSE X-Ray. Cap also in the same general area, so I think they're just going to mirror each other, or they're just going to do the Apac classic, fight for the death to go into the zone, and here comes the shots incoming. SSE X-Ray are going to go down eventually very, very soon, and that is it for Cap. At least True is still on the high ground, making sure that they're holding it as much as possible, but now it's the Avengers helping with it as well. And where is the Rat? Oh, Zoshi. Oh, even gets the trade in the process, so that's a third place finish for Kill and V Control. That could help.
Yeah, and True take the W here for game number 8.
Oh my
Holy.
god, the scores are
I
going to be...
would love to see where that puts True.
I would love to see
that
where
game.
that puts Kill and V Control with that third place Rat finish.
Man, W's to all the people that played here. Now, what a way to finish it.
What an explosive finish on the same ramp again twice these games. I don't know what's up with that area, but man, the uphill battle, the downhill slides, it's just high octane movement, you know, just like people lurching left and right, fighting for their positions, and just the way to top it off, the Apac South way, just an explosive end, a huge kill fest to finish it off.
Yeah, really liked the way True played that. Like Sneaky said, they had the height. They went cleaned up Prevail. Must have been a real quick call. They had to rotate back up to zone, take that control of the zone again. And yeah, they played that really well. And it shows. They take game number 8.
Yeah, with 17 points as well. That's huge. Let's see if that keeps them into their positions. But Avengers finally getting their chance to put themselves way up. Let's see if they cross the 10 rank threshold on the overall series. But Killing Control as well with 13. I mean, look at these teams. They just fragged out. The top 10s, they're all in, like, they're all basically in almost second digits. Look at this. It's amazing.
I wonder who made it.
Well, you know, let's look at some of the replays for now. I mean, Monkey King, honestly, they had their chance. The dream was alive for a bit. I was kind of like, you know, believing them for a little bit because, like, winners round 1, they had one match on Storm Point, and it was a really good one. I think they finished off that game with around 20 points with the amount of KP that they stacked up all the way. But unfortunately, their game was kind of, you know, their dream was killed off short. Unfortunately,
I think it was pretty unlucky as well from the side of Monkey King, because it was a whole lot of north zones and they're landing on pylon at the same time, so they're already struggling to remove the enemies from their own POI, but then it makes it 10 times harder that they have to run through so many spots just to get into this particular zone, and they just got killed in the process, and it's just pretty sad. It's pretty sad to see Grape Fanta as well.
Yeah,
I think the decision there should have just been to just hard ape MXF, because you have no choice in the matter just to get into the wall instead.
But
yeah, I agree as well.
It's tough though, because that's just their rotate. When you get stuck in the middle of two teams and
Can't do
you're in
anything.
that top 10 position, you got to be careful as well. So
Yeah, man. I mean, they didn't really have that much of a choice, but Barbecue, once again, they are your final champions throughout this series. 84 points, 14-point gap from the second line. Cold in Hell with the second with 70. Num Nim with third with 69. Fourth with SSE X-Ray. MXF with 63. True with 63. Prevalence with 56. Kill Devil with 45. White Flash on 43, and the Avengers with 42. Kill Control, they were so close.
I think they were down. I think they probably have less kills than the Avengers here. So
yeah.
I mean, it's just unfortunate for Kill and V Control. I mean, just like I said, if the Rat got possibly second place, if he just hit the entire time, could have been what could have been a 10th place spot.
Yeah, that is so unfortunate.
Yeah, unlucky for Godhand and great fans too, because they were consistent. That's probably what hurts the most for teams that miss out by just 2 points, because you kind of played consistently. But GG's to the teams that made it into the top 10, and well done to the Avengers. Deep for pretty sure.
Yeah, they just knocked their way to top 10, and these guys on the top 10 are going to be your first half for the split 2 roster. Note that down, everybody, screenshot it. And for the bottom 10, you'll be seeing them once again in the later games this afternoon for the eliminations round 1, fighting for their spot once more. Coming in here for the eliminations round 1, so look out for that, guys. And I think that's going to be the end of the series for winners bracket round 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go and transition now to the eliminations rounds to see the rest of these teams fight it out and see who are going to be your final roster, your final half for the split 2. This has been Virtual Fetchy, Sneaky Frog, and Stony Jack providing your voices here for bracket round 2, and we'll see you later on Elims.
see you there, and my heart goes blind. When I see you there, and my heart goes blind.
Sneaky Frog and Stony Jack.
Pretty good. First 8 games, but pretty much quite the roller coaster of a ride. And now we're here to know who's going to be out.
Yeah. So tell me what's at stake for this elimination round.
Yep, so we just had winners bracket 2. We had 10 that made it through to the finals. The bottom 10 have made it into the elimination round, but they get a second chance to battle it out. And it does look like we are making our way, but they do have to, finish top 10 here to get into the finals tomorrow, which will be streamed by Longshot.
Very nice. And looking at these teams here, who are your picks for coming out of the elimination bracket here?
I think, not gonna lie, if of all the teams that have like a biggest chance here, it's probably Cap. Cap would be my favorite here, in all honesty.
Well, what about you, Stoney?
I'm looking at Godhand. I want to see what
Ooh.
Godhand can do here for elimination bracket. I reckon these boys have a good chance to try and take it out. But we'll see, because as we did see in winners brackets 2, anything can happen. Teams that you think are going to make it usually don't. So see how they go here.
Yeah, I've also got my eyes on T4 and Monkey King as well. They've been some strong teams. I've seen them play in these scrims within Ash as well. There's a lot of strong teams here in this elimination bracket. Unfortunately, they didn't make it into the winners round, but they got to fight it out and make their way into making it towards finals.
That's it, man. That's the one. And as we can see, there's a contest here for game number 1 of our elimination brackets. But sneaky, we have our first official West zone of the evening. I mean, it's only taken 9 games, but we did it. We finally have made it this way.
We finally get the somewhat trenches zone, but I really want to get like a North Bad zone at least, because those are always bagging. That's for sure. It feels like World War III if we end up there at this point.
The trenches. It's all about the trenches. But you can see FBKW landing Mill. Wow. They didn't have they have 2-3 good games in World's Edge. Then after that, they kind of struggled. So wonder if they had a good little mental reset in that 40-minute break, but we'll have to wait and see. As we can see, no contesting, so we just take our time here and talk about what you reckon will be the main focus here in Storm. Sneaky, think majority of the teams will rotate quickly and play zone, or are we going to look at more of a full send kind of to get into the finals?
I think it could be kind of a mix of both. I think some of these teams are really trying to get back into the swing of things, especially now that they're in the elimination bracket. Like, if you don't get top 10 here, you're basically out for the entire season. So I think some of the edge teams maybe are going to be playing a lot more careful, but I feel like some of the other teams are really going to lean into their strategy, because they cannot play not comfort this time.
Yeah, that's true. And as we're saying, there was a lot of edge. Kind of got caught a fair bit in the previous 8 games, and that really did let them down in the edge games, which made it really hard for teams in Storm Point. So I guess with Storm Point, you got a bit more area to play with if you don't make it to zone early, which is probably the most uphand kind of situation on Storm Point. But with World's Edge, you can't really play around on the edge as much as you can on Storm.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot more careful gameplay from the edge teams here. Oh, but there's a Trident that's being shot. Great Fanta. I think that is remarkable team making their way out of the spot on the underside of checkpoint. But yeah, just going to be an easy outing for the boys over at the remarkable team side. And the Shakan Rose also right here, right in front of them. So there's already a lot of people vying to get the spot here on the down beast, which you can't really blame them, because the spots here are limited. It's like 3 houses and the top of the beast, the inside of the beast, and the sides maybe.
Yeah, and I don't think it finishes down base. I think Remarkable Team are probably in the best position for the zone, but
Looking for God Rock
like
here,
I
most
said,
likely.
yeah, getting down base is still not a bad idea, especially for Shakan, great fans who want to have a really good start. Being in majority of the zone is the way you want to start games.
Yeah. And I think that's the best building to be in, the one closest to the God Rock, because you don't want to play that spot as soon as possible, because you're going to get shot in all directions. You're going to have to play that spot, possibly fight another team off of it, and, making sure that that spot is just safe from the flank. Got all the clears just in time, but really don't know where it's gonna end up just yet. So it's still in between Mill and Down Beast, whether or not it's gonna finish off between those two. But you can already see some movement from the squads who we're kind of used to seeing being more aggressive in this situation. And I think BLT is actually actively hunting for Cap here.
Yep, they sure are, and they do have they're pretty safe. They do have a team in front of them, which is For the Dream, which we haven't been able to watch today, as they have to make it through the losers bracket. But we do have a contest going on between Monkey King and Godhand, and Monkey King just got rid of Godhand, and that is not a start, man. That Godhand need here for game number 1. Monkey King got to be quick because FBKW are right their tail, trying to get that third party here. They do have to rotate back out because of that rolling thunder there by the boys of Monkey King. So we might see a better start here for Monkey King, Sneaky, compared to the final 4 games we've just watched.
Definitely. Jeezy also out in the background. Monkey King had so much struggles going into our first 8 games in the winners round 2 that, yeah, they only collected basically 1-digit points, I think. And yeah, every contest that they had with Num Nim did not work out in their favor, with the exception of one. And even then, in that game, they couldn't really take advantage of having finally an opportunity to collect more points, more than 0. That is for sure. But yeah, I mean, maybe opportunity now for Monkey King as we now go into the elimination side. Maybe a lot more players, maybe more nervous going into this.
Yeah, and it does look like BLT are trying to make their way in, but in front of them is FTD For the Dream. So BLT are warmed up, For the Dream aren't. We might see For the Dream maybe see if they are ready or not, but you can see the pressure all of a sudden, and Booba, they do get they do get it down, they do. So Booba's just playing inside the cost gas here. Needs to be careful. He does get another one down now. So FTD, you can see the lifeline reses coming out. Luna needs to move over. There's only one man left standing here. And For the Dream, they're going to get eliminated. So that is a very good start for BLT. And they are safe too. I don't think there's many teams. Actually, there's no teams behind them. So the third party is that's safe for them to just get a quick reset. The closest team to them is the Shakan's brothers, but they're very smart. They know what's in stake. They can't throw a game for a cheeky third party.
Yeah, they're gonna need to calm down here, especially with Grape Fanta, right? They were so close to qualifying to this top 10, so now I think they're no longer gonna play with the margins. I think they're gonna try and go for top 5 immediately off of game 1. So they're already playing a really good position on the top of Down Beast, and I think only the head is actually located within this next circle. So this is gonna be a bit of a struggle for any other team that's trying to go under the Down Beast squad.
Yep, and it does look like we have T4 overlooking H out here between a couple of teams, because you have Killing V Control coming from Cedo Station area, but Black Road, this is probably the worst thing, I guess, being in the losers bracket compared to the teams that have just played 8 games. You've got to warm up. These boys they've just played for the last 4 hours. They're ready. They know what's at stake, and it's hard to just jump into it with a bunch of boys that have already warmed up.
Yeah, for sure. Especially for HKUF here, who is looking for redemption after that round 1 performance, but just for fun, getting shot in the back. Gonna have to be careful. Gonna have to lock those doors with those caustic barrels.
but yeah, they're going to be safer now. So there's already some buildings being occupied by the side of Just for Fun. Remarkable Team is also in the same general area. Monkey King is in the mill. FPKW just right beside the mill as well. And the rest of the squads, Cap, Shikans, and BLT inside and on top and on the side of Down Beast. So there's already plenty of teams in this location, but I mean, not everyone's going to get a good spot. Everyone, almost everyone is still on towards the outside. HKUF being a rat. Killin is still, I think, attempting to fight someone on the outside of zone. But yeah, it's going to be a very important close for the other teams and possible KP opportunity for the people on top.
Yeah, you need. I know. Look at Great Fantasy now. They just need to spread out a bit on the beast to try and look at a little bit more angles. So what was kind of staring at Cap and the other team. I think that was BLT rotating through. So the boys need to keep their head on the swivel, as Valkyrie would say, and don't want to all be looking at the same spot. Especially when you've got majority of the zone. People want to get down beast. We do go to T4 here. They're rotating into Ceto Station. The closest team to them is KVK, who obviously need a massive 8 games as well, because they'd be pretty disappointed with their first 8 games, Sneaky, that we've just watched, for sure.
For sure. And we can already see a bit of a preview on towards the next circle, and it doesn't really occupy any of the spots that are in down B, so it kind of drags just slightly south of it. So these teams that are collecting in down B, they need to move ASAP.
Man, Great Fantas rotate into that team is very smart, because this next zone pool, as you can see, is right on the Remarkable team in Great Fanta. So having real estate early, and especially only having 3 houses in the zone,
Monkey King needs to move.
Very, very well done there by Great Fanta. You can see Shikans bros, they're pretty happy playing Edge here. They do have to worry about Evolve, who have taken over Great Fanta's spot. They've got 2 red shields up top there, so they've done well with the crafting or whatever they've done so far to get their reds, but they must have done something, because they've only got 70 and 48 damage between them.
A whole lot of
playing smart.
Whole lot of good loot, that is for sure. But yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that Monkey King hasn't come out of the mill yet to try and occupy one of these houses that is next to Fanta and Remarkable Team, but I think they're a bit afraid of killing V Control, and they don't have full information on what part of the build this team is playing. Oh, there you go. Now they go for it.
It is a bit weird, like you said. I don't know why they're moving quicker, especially when they've had ring knowledge now for about a minute. So Monkey King just need to get it together a bit, relax. There's only 17 squads in this lobby with missing 3 teams. So
now I know why they don't want to play this building.
yeah, there's not much to play.
It's only stairs, and that's it.
And half a roof, if you call. But that's a nice little FPKW have landed right on top of Remarkable team here and taken the height. So Remarkable will be stuck inside, while FPKW, I like the position they're in here, Sneaky. Considering you'd probably rather play the roof than inside on this zone.
Yep, especially you might not know there could be a Mad Maggie in this lobby, and once that ball is inside the building, that's just going to be pure trouble for you guys. So you'd rather stay on top. Plus, you could get kind of an overlook on some of the players rotating from down Bs, especially there's like 5+ squads coming in from the left side. So opportunity to poke for some KP is there, but already Haunt looking for a fight here on the bridge.
The thing I do like though with FBKW, their ring knowledge. They pinged as soon as they landed on where they think is going to, and that is down the bottom on the left side behind that wall. But we do have now Haunt v Starshine Esport. We haven't been able to watch Starshine today or Haunt, so this will be an interesting 3v3 here.
Yep.
See,
Starshine.
priceless. They're trying to get a nice little head angles. Do like where Horns are. It's kind of tough to play where Starshine is, especially underneath that bridge. But they do have the caustic gas, which is very handy to hold that team out above them here, Sneaky.
Yeah. Starshine, one of the more unluckier teams from yesterday's games. Couldn't really get the mojo going, but here he comes, the climb up. Are they gonna get any damage? Oh my god, Priceless just missed his dire clip, but it doesn't matter. Are they gonna get the clutch in the end? Priceless, 1 HP. He does not get it in time. And oh my god,
Man.
Priceless. 0 for
That
18.
dude needs to plug in a controller because that mouse was not working just then.
It's time to hang up the mouse.
It was a time to hang out the mouse. They are not looking healthy here. This zone is going to hurt, and the Chicanes bros holding them out here. Acquaintance understands that there's a team behind them as well. They should be getting easy kills here, and they do. So Starshine eliminated, but the Chicanes now they have to worry about T4, who are on their left side, and T4 they're down a member here, which is Stepsis. So Unix Con. They need to rotate in, and the Chicanes might be able to get a third party here. We're looking at Down Beast as well, because there's 4 teams trying to rotate in here, and Cap have caught themselves in a pretty sticky situation right next to Evolve and Just for Fun, and there's going to be, once again, Nice Week's chat coming up here on the right hand side of our screen. Just everyone dying, and the kill feed is going crazy with Cap. It's hard to play in this position, man. BLT doing very well to hold that job, and they clean up that whole area there. They take.
Yeah, and BLT, they have a bit of space to work with now, but they're the farthest one away from this circle, so yeah, they have a choice. They're going to just send it on Great Fanta's building, maybe try to see if they can play underneath or on top, or they're going to fight Chicane Bros on the right side and try and see if they can eliminate them and then try to go for the edge play.
Well, I think BLT and Chicane's Bros definitely have to fight each other here. Anyway, rotate in. Remarkable team. Have to worry about Monkey King, who are stuck in that kind of, I don't know if you even call that a building. It's like a pathetic, small little piece of concrete. But they have to really start thinking about what they want to do here, because either way, Great Fanta are looking at BLT and the boys of Chicanes, or do Chicanes wrap right side, or do BLT wrap them? It's going to be a tough kind of rotate in for these team on edge, but Sneaky to rotate begins. As we go to the sky view here, there's a whole lot of evap towers being thrown up just for a little bit of a decoy for the boys of Chicanes, but BLT. Tickle getting caught out here by Great Fanta, and Great Fanta. Miko getting down Tickle. Are they going to swing this here? No, they don't. Frozen behind the boys of True, so they can't push here, and now Chicanes are down a member as well. Brenny, it's all up to Acquaintance and Scholar. Great Fanta up to Collapse and Loki. They're going to try to get a quick res here. You do need your lifeline, especially in the end game. Chicanes, can they get a quick reset? It is all happening here in the zone. Chicanes, so doesn't look good. I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to get a aggressiveness is what matters right now, but they've got BLT to worry about. Get down, two, get down. Can they get the last member? They do. BLT get eliminated, and Great Fanta are starting to put in a lot of work, and now all of a sudden, the team that Sneaky really wanted to do well, oh sorry, not Sneaky, but the boy Trix is Monkey King, and now they're trying to get the third party here on the boys who have done very well in this one building, and it doesn't look good for Fanta. They should be getting eliminated, and they do. But this may be all up to Remarkable Team and FBKW, whoever pushes first. Majority of the time, the team that pushes last will take the night. Beautiful shots. My God, the FBKW is still somehow alive. The Hemlock. The beams by Rennis. Can they clean it up? They do. Monkey King get eliminated, but here come Remarkable Team to take the W for the evening for our first game of elimination bracket. They've held zone all game, and they deserve the win too here. Game number 1, Remarkable Team take our first W.
Yeah, and remarkable team. You know, they were touted as one of those better fighting teams in this tournament, and evidently so. That they know how to play for the long game as well, going into this one, and they get the first dub. Congratulations, first dub of the day.
Oh, wow, good job for a remarkable team there. I could say they did a remarkable job at getting game 1. But yeah, so it's interesting to see how these teams are playing in the last circle as well. Like that caustic gas can do a lot of damage, and you can see it played advantage there for these teams pushing in.
Yeah, it was. It's a tough one because Remarkable Team and I think it was FBKW. They were kind of keeping themselves occupied, so it kind of gave BLT and the Shikans brothers a chance to rotate in, and that was very odd for me personally. I was amazed how easily it was for them to rotate in there and put pressure onto Great Fancy.
So we'll go over the scores here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Remarkable Team taking first place, 12 points secured and 2 kill points, leaving them with a total of 14. Second place is FBKW with 9, 6 kills and 15 points. There's two big games there. So it's a big game there for those guys there. And underneath there, third place is Monkey King. Good to see that they got some good points there. 7 points, 8 kill points. That's a lot of kills there. Total of 15. Fourth place is Great Fana, 5 points, 5 kills, leaving them with 10. Fifth place BLT, 8 points in total. Sixth place Shikan Bros with 11. Seventh place Cap with 5. Eighth place Just for Fun with 6. Evolve, 9th place with 2. And T4, 10th place with 4.
Damn. I mean, we're already seeing maybe a preview on towards what we're gonna see in this lower bracket.
Yeah, what's gonna?
You guys don't. So it'll be so with the scores and the points, how do they work, Sneaky? For any newcomers that have joined the stream here.
Yep, obviously it is first place you get 12 points, second place you get 9 points, the third place you get 7, fourth place you get 5, fifth place you get 4, and so on and so forth. It just cascades down, and you get 1 point per kill, of course. So yeah, you need to get into the top 10 or at least top 15 to get some placement points, and so far the placement points have been a big contributing factor, but the kill points have been pretty big as well for some of the other teams.
Yeah, I could not agree more. Especially with Monkey King getting those 8 kills, it matters a lot. Especially when you don't get those placement points for sure. Even if you know you're on that bottom 10 bracket and getting those kills, it can boost you up. So we'll be heading off to a break. We'll catch you back straight after the break, ladies and gentlemen. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will be jumping into game 2 very shortly, but here is the bracket right now. The scores from game 1. But, Stoney, who do you have your eyes on? They're probably going to take game 2.
Well, I don't know if they'll take game 2, but I'm pretty impressed with Monkey King after game number 1. I do want to see how they rotate again. But it is obviously a lot more easier when you're not getting conned every game. So Monkey King is who I'm going to keep my eyes on here, but I do really want to see a better start here from God Hand and Ground Zero. 2 teams that really need to prove that they are worthy here to make the top 10.
Yeah, and what about yourself there, Sneaky? We'll be jumping into game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Grab your popcorn, grab yourself a drink, sit back, relax, and watch the action. I'll let Stoney and Sneaky do the casting.
Thank you, Trix. And we are heading down to game number 2. Just looking at... What's that, sorry? Oh. Yep. And we do have the drop zone. It looks like the flight path is a north-south. Didn't have any contesting in game number 1. I don't know if we will in game number 2, but...
Whoops, I was muted. Okay, we're good.
And Sneaky is back. But Sneaky, it looks like Monkey King are not getting contested in these next 4 games. It will be a pretty interesting set of games here for Monkey King. I do really want...
Oh, man, finally? I wouldn't say finally. Maybe. It's gonna be like hovering around Devastated Ghost again. Oh, Jesus.
I don't know. Or is it a storm catcher?
Can we get that? Can we get the pad zone? Can we get that
Oh,
pad
no.
zone?
It's a pad.
You know, just to get your just to get the NRG almost winning memories back in action in this exact.
It does
same
look
spot
like
the
you've
UFOs.
got your wish. It looks like it's a pad. Don't think that's going to pull too hard to T4's area, but you'd be laughing if you're T4. I think they've had maybe 3 out of the last 5 games they've had zone. So T4 just need to take control here with what's been given to them, and hopefully they can work themselves up the leaderboard a bit better. But also Monkey King, they're in pylon, so they don't really have to rotate to move in the gateways there at Devastated Coast and see what happens. But I don't know. It's going to be an interesting game number 2 here.
For sure. But there's still a lot in the air for most of these teams, despite the remarkable team getting first place in that last game. They ended up number 3 and then the placings at the moment. So you can really tell that the kill points are still pretty important, especially we saw what happened to Shikans earlier. They had 3 placement points, but they had 8 kill points, so they're still in contention.
Yep, and like you said, Shikans, they don't mind. Boys, they actually, when they're confident enough, that they know they can do it. So I think it's the consistency is what's letting them down the most. Sometimes they're either consistently doing well with their placement points and not doing well with their KP, or they're consistently doing well with KP but not doing too well with placement. So that's what you have to got to try and get past here. The final lobby, which will be tomorrow's shot stream, casted by obviously the best, Genome, and whoever else he will have. Should be exciting to watch tomorrow, especially after all the action today. 16 games, Sneaky, I reckon you'll be ready for a rest.
Yep, I'm ready to rest while watching all of this, that's for sure. But then, yeah, we still do have some action going on in the background, of course, and Collapse already eating the ground. What just happened to Collapse? And now they have no choice but to go back inside here in Checkpoint, and their great Fanta boys not looking too great at the moment. It is ugh, already losing a member, being a duo, and then For the Dream is already hunting for you guys.
Yeah, they're getting chased here, but there's a lot of stuff happening as well. You got just for T4 having a better game, but you can see For the Dream, they have the height here and they're putting in some work on Great Fanta, and they need to be careful here. So Loki and Nico, this is not what Great Fanta need early in the games, because sometimes it takes a lot to get these boys back mentally. So they really want a good start, because they still got 6 games after this sneak in. That's the hardest bit. Going down at 17th, 18th, it's not good for the mental.
Yeah, for sure. But oh, gotta get off there. Oh no, Ruba already going down because they rid a bit too much in the Trident. And here comes the swap. Here comes the rest of the squad. The only one left alive. Not much you can do, brother, if you're Luna 99. And damn, they were just surrounded. They straight up just drive by the BLT.
But that's probably the worst thing though about the Trident, isn't it? Because some people are so confident with rotating through zone or taking it for the edge of zone or around the edges of zone. Majority of the time you watch it, it never works in the favor of. It's a bit unlucky there for BLT to be the first team eliminated. They're going to have to try and regroup and just get ready for game number 3.
For sure. But I mean, they do have the support characters, so they can definitely craft the banners here if Nico does want to get Collapse back online for this game, and that he does have that one. So there is still a shot here for Great Fanta to get back into the game, but positioning is going to be all whack for them because, yeah, they're going to have to play super far back, and especially considering that the zone is in Launchpad, it's going to be quite the journey.
Yeah, and he doesn't have his boy Loki with him. Loki is actually by himself in Cascade Falls, and he's already got 1 down. So, I mean, I don't really know what's going on at the moment. You got a lot of people just kind of playing away from their team, but we do have HK playing outside here with Devastated Coast. And I'll tell you what, I do like where HCAF are. I don't think they're going to get much of this next zone, but in front of them they have Monkey King, and Monkey King have Shikan brothers right next to them as well. And you're the Shikans, bros. There's 15 squads still alive. Are you really trying to this Floodgate Bridge? It's a tough ask.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. But it is still quite a difficult time for the side of Monkey King. Aimbot a bit low on towards the med side, so it's going to be a bit tough for the boys to actually get into a more favorable spot, especially HKUF is already occupying the upper part of that devastated coast, so it's going to be quite the big achievement if they can get them off of that elevated position. But I don't think the circle is actually going to go that way. Instead, it is going to pull more in towards the launch pad, just like what we asked for. An remarkable team already facing another opponent right in front of them. The ticks are already red, and great shots here from KZCC. But can he keep on going with this Prowler? Does get prices down, so that's going to be Haunt already with the first casualty in towards their side. Cyrus TNT right back up next. Remarkable team, only 1 person left alive, and that is done deal for Remarkable team, and that is it for their run in game number 2. And yeah, if we saw how strong Remarkable team is when it comes to these games, we also see their weakness once again. That mid game, sometimes they go all or nothing for some of these angles, but you can't really blame them because as soon as you eliminate that team right in front of you, especially that it is that squad, that is going to be a free entry going into the circle. And Killin and Control is also in the background, so I think they wanted to fight Haunt first and then go for the swaps and then go for the eventual refight in towards Killin and Control. But Killin and Control, speaking of them, they're on the side. Looking to see if they can gain an angle here on towards the side of Haunt, but are they going to go forward? They do have a Newcastle wall to play with, but it's a full swing from Zhou. And Killing and Control already getting one. Prices has already became a death box. There's already one player crawling on the ground, and it's going to be a bit difficult, a bit of a pickle to get out of. But Aoki-chan already crawling on the ground, but I think they have control of this situation as they do have the high ground. 37 on that PK, Thermite even, and they're really just mirroring them as much as possible from above, and Cyrus TNT, and I think this is a done deal for Han.
Yeah, it's not looking good, but KVK, this is what they wanted. They wanted a good start here, Sneaky, and this is a really good start because they just got rid of a team that had the kill leader as well. So they had a pretty good start, but they just don't make it into the top 10. KVK, though, they can get a chance to reset, and they don't have many teams near them here either, Sneaky.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And look at the open space. I mean, it's ending up in Launchpad, and there's only one team in Launchpad. What? What is going on? I would say it's ending exactly in Launchpad, but it's ending around that area. And that elevation that you can get in Launchpad, and definitely it could be useful if you were trying to spot out like Shakans or Monkey King or Cap. If you have a sniper and a 4x on it, why not? Stay on top of there.
Yeah, and I mean, what team is in Launchpad at the moment is Starshine Esports. So Starshine Esports thinks it's finishing here. You got a fair few teams that think it is finishing in Devastated Coast, but we'll see in a second, and there it is. So Launchpad. I mean, I kind of feel like the boys of KVK are probably in the best spot here, Sneaky, for this next zone. If they can maybe take that house on the backside there of Launchpad, they might be kind of sitting pretty comfy here for the final 3 zones. But we still got 12 squads out here, Sneaky. You got a lot of teams outside of the zone, and Low-Key has just been found, and Ground Zero getting some kills there as well. So a lot of teams now need to start making their way in.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Oh, HKUF already spotting someone trying to climb the rock and struggling. I think that's their teammate, actually. Never mind. So they're just trying to spot their boy. Oh, no, that's not the teammate. What?
That's Godhand. Yeah, it's like...
it's Godhand.
Oh, no, it's FBKW.
It's one of them. It's one of those two.
It's one of them anyways. But Godhand are down a couple of members here. And it's all now up to Draco and Godhand.
Draco.
Man, 12th position. Gone already, Godhand.
Those barrels are made of paper now, man. It is just brutal, honestly. FBKW, I think they realized that HKUF is in the low ground, so I think they're going to try to make their way up, but there is still the Shakans bros actually blocking their way at the moment. Oh, they're going to go right back up.
Does look like Great Fanta just got eliminated as well, so a lot of teams that we think maybe would do well to start off haven't had the best run. FBKW do have to start worrying about rotating in, and we're going to see an evac tower rotate here, but they do have the Monkey King and Shakans bros and H-Cuff all in their way. So let's see how this works for them. They're going to land straight on top of Monkey King by the looks of it. And FBKW.
Yeah, for sure. FBKW still having to bat in the middle, out in the open here. Monkey King, HKUF running up right behind them, and HKUF, they can get the position actually right under these stairs. That's going to be playable for them, and they only have to focus where Killen and Control is coming from, and if they can contain that, they have a favorable position in this zone.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to Launchpad where there is a fair few teams there now. You got Ground Zero, Evolved, Starshine Esports on the height as well. So, oh, and you also have Cap there as well. So there's 4 teams just in Launchpad, and look at that zone pool. It pulls all the way back to the Devastated Coast area, right where FPKW are sitting. So the boys over at Launchpad, you're only going to see maybe one team get out of here. And Ground Zero, they're going to have to try and rotate out. But you got For the Dream, KVK on the backside as well. There's kind of too many teams to worry about in this small little zone.
Yeah, for sure. And who's going to move in first? That's the question. FBKW is already in position for this zone, but I think moving too early could be the cause for concern for some because, you know, there's still some angles existing in the backside of FBKW right now. But as soon as that circle closes and that mountain is closed, and if they can force Killin to go forward into FTD, that's going to be a great spot for FBKW.
Yeah, and it's all happening in Launchpad because Ground Zero now down 2 members. So Luasan, Hizzy is down to Kobe, but Starshine Esports really starting to put some work in here as a team. And Sato just needs Liang to move in, but Ground Zero, they were doing the right thing. They were trying to rotate out. They just didn't get a chance to get away quick enough. We have Evolved. They got away very well, and they've taken a really good position here in the next zone, Sneaky, also. So, great work there. Does look like Ground Zero have just been eliminated. KVK are holding out a fair few teams on the right side of the hill. They're cleaning up for the Dream as well. So, KVK doing well here. They have 6 KP. With 8 squads left in their way. Tasting blood out here as well. FBKW. We got KVK still watching the boys rotating in, which is Team Cat, and Cat might be in some trouble because Starshine Esports are right on them as well. But Cat get eliminated first. Starshine Esports get eliminated second. And Killing V Control are in full control here of this side of the zone. But they will have to be careful here because Evolved are in the same vicinity. Rickster wants to be aggressive, but he can't because his teammate Simsy needs to get that bat off. You don't have much time to be resting because KVK are moving in and they get down Simsy. They're moving in now. Rickster and Itchy trying to do it. It's not going to be enough. KVK are taking full control here of game number 2. And you can just see it happening right in front of their eyes. Evolve somehow getting away, man. KVK just cleaned up 4 teams in the last 3 minutes. They have 11 KP. There's 4 squads still left. The closest team to them is Monkey King H-Cuff. But you got the only team in zone here, which is FBKW, still alive with the Kraber overlooking. Tasting blood, just trying to get ready to taste some blood, as you could say, with the Kraber. It's a nice little sky shot there for you, so you can see where Monkey King is sitting. Monkey King do need to be careful, though, because there is a team right next to them, and that is a team named KVK, who mean business at the moment. Might have met their match. Monkey King absolutely destroying the boys of KVK, who have just destroyed nearly half the lobby in the last 20 minutes. And now all of a sudden, Monkey King in a really good position, but H-Cuff decide to third party this as well. This might be the freest FBKW win that they've had this evening. And they've had a couple, well, they had 1 win, that's for sure, but it wasn't free. He was a solo. Can they get it as a trio? Because it is all happening between Monkey King and the others, and FBKW in Godspot. And they take game number 2 here for our elimination bracket.
Yeah, wow. Good job for FBK getting game number 2. As you said there, Stoney, watching KVK doing that rotate around the rock there with round 4 closing, then taking out Starshine, and then Evolve just around the corner coming in trying to grief them, holding them out. Then to get wiped by KVK, I was very impressed with that. And what are your thoughts?
Yeah, KVK, they put a lot of pressure in. I think Monkey King are they're ready. I think they understand that they stuffed up the last 4 games on Stormpoint in the winners bracket too. I don't think we're going to see that happen again here this evening.
Well, with that said, Stoney will go over the scores here. Your scores, ladies and gentlemen. FBK taking second game with 16 points in total. It's a big game for them there, Sneaky.
No sticky, but that's all right. We got FBKWC Monkey King though as well. They're on 15 points, so 6 kill points in that game, and they come second. The 9 placement points is what is huge, especially when you're playing zone for so long. So HCuff third. I mean, look at KVK, man. 11
I was just about to say.
kills.
That's
11
very impressive. Yeah, they were, as I said just before there, Stoney, them doing that rotate in from launch pad just around that rock. They were being held out. I don't know who it was, but they were being held out by a team, then decided to come back around, run into Starshine, kill Starshine, and then push off Evolved. Yeah, that would have secured them a lot of kills there, so good on them.
Yeah, it was a very good game there for the boys of Monkey King, FBKW, and Killing V Control. But I'm looking at the bottom of the leaderboard there. You got like Great Fanta, who should be having a better game. It's just a lot of action. You can see the edge here where Remarkable Team had to try and rotate in as well. They had Haunt, who did really well at the start of the game, but KVK took control of that as well. So it's just a lot of action early tricks.
As we see right now through the highlights there, Stoney, is KVK just going absolutely ham, cleaning up these teams. Then here comes the round closing in. They're trying to hold themselves out. Very impressive stuff there, and I'm sure there's a lot more action-packed things going to happen with Game 3 coming in soon. We will be heading into an ad break very soon, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure when that ad break does come up, grab yourself some popcorn, grab yourself a drink, do what you need to do, and we'll be right back.
I just wish he knew.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League qualifiers. We just come out of Game 2. We are jumping into Game 3 very soon, but here is your elimination brackets, the overall standings as of right now, with FBK in first place. And Sneaky, didn't get to speak to you before, but who was shining for you last game?
It's a hard choice, but I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give it to the side of Killing V Control. Not gonna lie, I think this is one of their better results going into these games. I think they're playing a lot smarter now. They're throwing a lot less leads. It just so happens that
every time they try to fight, there's like another squad.
Yeah, yeah, it was pretty hectic.
Yeah, I mean, they need to, if they can, maybe have the luck of the Irish just a bit, then they're going to have a better spot within the game. But I believe they can go deeper.
Couldn't agree more there. And just looking at the scores here, who was it? It was, unfortunately, they're Stony Godhand. They've been getting out early, unfortunately, for these boys here. I'd like to see everyone do well, but yeah, it's just unfortunate for those boys.
Yeah, especially with how close
tough.
they were, man, to top 10.
Well, they were 2 points off.
Oof.
But we are jumping into game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Pass it over to these two lovely gentlemen, Stony and Sneaky. Enjoy the games, guys.
Cheers, Tricks. You're absolute legend. But you can see the scores there, Sneaky. And like I said, Godhand, T4, 2 previous PL teams on the brink of elimination. I know there's 6 games left still, but man, you must start mentally nervous. Like they start thinking about, what are we doing wrong? Do we have to rotate here? Do we land here? You start thinking about your game. Things start to change.
Yeah, start to overthink. That is
Overthink a lot. Yeah.
one of the biggest things that these teams have to worry about, especially going into these next few games. Because I mean, if you're outside the top 10, you're out. I mean, that's a good luck next season angle.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and straight through CC again in Split 2. But I mean, that's not easy. Apex South, we get 600 teams in the first week of CC. What's to say that, there's a lot of teams that sign up. I don't know if it's 600. I'm just going to exaggerate because of the region, but you know what I mean. But with that zone, we have a South zone. We've finally seen one.
Finally.
And Godhand and Ground Zero do not have to move at all. And Sneaky, I've seen this zone a couple of times now, and I promise you, where that Ground Zero member is, down the bottom of the South zone, that is where that zone is going to end.
That is
put my money
where
over
the spot is at. That is for sure. Shikans is not too far away as well. Great Fanta, not too far of a shot from checkpoint if they do want to rotate early FBKW in the mill as well. Since we're gonna see this one zone now in the south, we're gonna hope for just a north pad, hopefully, very, very soon. A north pad zone is all I ask for, because that is where some amazing stuff happens in the trenches, that's for sure. But yeah,
100%.
it's a good old looting at the start of the game, not was shooting. In all honesty, we're gonna wait for World's Edge for that.
Yo, well, you know what that's all about anyways with World's Edge, and I can tell you right now, those teams that come through the losers bracket side of things, they're going to be very aggressive in the World's Edge games, especially if they're sitting in the bottom 10. I reckon they're going to feel a lot more comfortable with fights in World's Edge than they will in Storm Point. So.
For sure. And the teams that were, I think, way better in World's Edge, I think it's better for them to start in Storm Point, so they could get, a bit of warm-up. Even if you don't go that deep in the game, you know that you still can do something in World's Edge and try to maybe warm up the aim a bit in Storm Point, even if it's not going to be that deep of a run from you guys. But still, if you can get some points in Storm Point, just like what we saw from the #1 team, then that's going to be quite the lead to have, especially going into the second half.
Exactly. Like you even look at like KVK's game that we had like the previous game 2. They only had 17 points. So if they have a bad game now and then a bad game next game, they might not make it out of top 10 in Storm Point, which is crazy to think.
I'm gonna stay here and keep it
One game is not enough sometimes. So consistency is really the key when you move forward in an 8-game series. And I mean, that's why it is tough for these boys, and I understand it's a long day. There's a majority of these teams have played 24 games now, so I mean it's a tough ask, man. But you want to make Pro League, this is what you have to do, and sometimes there's no point in complaining. You've just got to knuckle down and get the job done. But we do have Forward Dream now rotating in here on a team at mill, and I mean, FBKW, they haven't had much luck, so they would want to get away from FTD here, and that's what they're trying to do, but you're out in the open, the evacs are coming down, they're chasing them.
Yep, not the best
a
place to
nervous
back
time.
up on as well. It's just it's the ocean and some rocks, and that's pretty much it.
And that cave is definitely not a god cave anymore. They've taken good, so I mean, you're running into an area that's not the best, but FBKW, I can tell you right, are doing very well with the damage here to keep off Forward Dream, and you might see Forward Dream maybe change their mind here in a second, but FBKW doing really well.
Yeah, but speaking of the spot earlier, right?
Oh my god.
Oh, we're gonna take that back, but Tasting Blood is actually gonna eat the ground because of a Sentinel? Is he gonna get back up though? Yeah, he is.
The lifeline for FTD. Starting to beam a bit here with his Sentinel. He doesn't even have it charged. He's a bit of a mentally ill person by the looks of it. Just shooting it like it's a gun.
120. That's all he needs.
He's beaming at the moment, but they need to be careful because you got great Fanta overlooking situation as well.
For sure. I mean, Collapse, Loki with some nice shots with the flat line, but can they go for the full-on take here just yet? Great Fanta dodging some sniper shots even. They're not going to allow the res just yet, but are they going to get away in time? You're going to see some floating bodies, and even then, Collapse gets charge rifled to the dome.
Yeah, man, FBKW. I have to give them some props here because there's no way they should be this healthy. Team situation. They all have healthy shields, and they are the team without a down person. So great Fanta. Now, though, they do get that quick reset. Obviously, Nico on the lifeline. So FBKW, though, can they do enough here to stay alive with great Fanta in their vicinity?
Sure, for sure. It's
Still 17 squads.
Yeah.
We have not lost a squad. Interesting.
Everyone's just picking individual players off at the moment. There's not really any reduction in terms of the numbers. But speaking of the spot that you did talk about earlier, it was occupied by Chakan's brothers earlier, but just for fun, just took it from them now. And I think they're the first one dead.
Yeah, it's this is definitely the zone that you want to play, especially when it pulls out here. They've had some really off zones since the updates, but I've seen this one a couple of times now, and it does pull around that rock that's just outside the ocean there.
A rampart would go so hard here.
Oh man, a rampart, even a Gibby. I'd love to see a Gibby back, you know, like just a Gibby bubble and a rampart.
A cheeky Newcastle with like 6 ult excels. Built like a fortress.
And I mean, I feel like there's more gold knocks in the game now, or is it just because there's more lifelines in the game? Maybe that's the reason, but 16 squads still standing with a minute left here for round 2. Sneaky.
Noki already has a red. That's a scary sight to see if you're on the other side of the Grey Fanta squad. And Nico got that purple. And Collapse, he does not really need that much armor. He's more of the information guy, the guy in the background trying to poke as much as possible, despite being on that Bloodhound. So I think usually it is Loki. He has to be the one engaging these fights.
Yeah, and where I thought Zone was going to pulling now between ground 0 and where Great Fanta is starting to rotate as well. So I don't mind this by Great Fanta, but they're about to rotate into a house that is free. But they do have remarkable team very close to them. So they're very lucky to get in there. That's a great rotate by Great Fanta. They had their mindset, and playing zone at this point in time is probably the way to go.
Yep. Brother Nico got a free taste of that Sentinel like it's a grocery store. Oh my word. That juicy 120. And now he has to just heal it, and it's like, yep, there's a guy with a Sentinel in the building across us. Let's chill out for a second before we go for the run once again for that spot where Just for Fun is. I'm surprised about ground 0 not moving early here. Yeah, I think it's a wasted opportunity by them.
Yeah, I don't really like where they're playing too, because they're sitting on the rocks with the seaweed on them, and I mean,
Once you get flanked,
It's-
it's over.
yeah, and like you don't have much to play behind on these. I think players think they do, but then they get up on there and they're like, "Where are we getting shot from?" And there's a whole lot of stuff going on, but we have BLT now moving in on Monkey King, and we're maybe going to see one of the teams here, or maybe Monkey King, who have done really well here for the first 2 games, in a little bit of strife, but BLT being very aggressive. Oh, here we go. Tickle's trying to try to get a bat off. This doesn't look
this
good
tank.
for BLT, man. Monkey King just dropping off, wrapping hard onto
Jesus.
the boys, and my God, Monkey King, they mean business. Maybe, I don't know, do they have a coach that yells at them at halftime, or what does it go there?
Maybe it's the indomitable human spirit inside of Monkey King right now. I mean, that double drop is just crazy. Just straight up
It was.
psychotic double drop here in towards the first floor. And that's
It
what you
was
have to
like-
do. Booba is separated, so you just gotta outnumber them at that point and catch them by surprise.
They really didn't need to, though, did they? Like,
Yeah,
they
that
had
was
a really good
unnecessary,
spot,
but
so
you know,
that was a necessary
back
drop,
south.
but yeah, exactly.
you gotta get
unnecessary
them off
stuff
it.
Does happen. So Booba's left alone by himself. You can see the team cap inside Spider Cave, and unfortunately for
Oh,
them,
Arif
it looks
is
like Arif has.
No, he's the Pathfinder too. Oh no. No zip line for you guys.
Unfortunately, though, this is probably not the zone you really want a Pathfinder, though, is it? It's kind of close inside this Cenote Cave.
Yeah, I think you can get away with a bit of caustic gameplay going on. Just to spread some barrels around.
So we're going to Evolved here, and Evolved trying to hold a building well. They're a 3 stack, so the closest teams to them is Cap, obviously, and then BLT, which is Booba as a solo. If I was Evolved and you had a Bloodhound, which they obviously don't, but you scan a solo, are you sending that solo into that?
I'm
Are you
sending that
playing?
100% because it's in the zone.
100%. So that's what I mean. That's kind of what I don't understand why sometimes these players do not use a Bloodhound. Stuff like that, when it's so important to have KP. Man, just that single scan right now for
Yeah.
that boy is.
This kind of goes hand in hand with the meta right now, just having a Bangalore and the Bloodhound on your team, and the third is kind of flexible. Like it could be a support, could be, you know, maybe just like this, a conduit to try and bolster your fighting power. But you know, just not having a Bloodhound is not really favorable, especially with how good he is right now with the upgrades. But speaking of how good a Bloodhound can be, here comes the team with the Bloodhound. Monkey King finally coming in. The Mozambique absolutely shredding. Oh my word. And Aimbot taking down Tasting Blood, and he is gonna just murk him while he's on the ground. And are they gonna keep going? They have to be careful though, because there is a lot of teams looking to see if they can get some poke through the houses, but they're gonna play the rock for now.
You need to be careful here though, because in the Cenote area as well. So Monkey King, obviously being aggressive, but being smart at the same time, and they need to get the reset on Sony. So all of a sudden, Starshine Esports understand that now there's a duo right in their area, and good for them. So they're going to push FBKW here and try and get some KP early, and they do. They get down 1. Now there's only 1 man left. That's Destroy Cookie. So Starshine Esports, that's a great read by Starshine, and really enjoy watching teams that take control of stuff that is given to them right in the face.
Yeah, FBKW got inadvertently sandwiched in this fight between Monkey King and Starshine Esports, and they're the ones who were the victim at the end of the day. And it's only the Story Cookie left for his team, and Monkey King and Starshine could have another skirmish, but instead it's actually kill versus control versus Starshine Esports within this compound, and we're gonna see some shots being fired. Sado already on 1 HP on that armor swap is gonna be incoming here for Liang Xiang. 1 HP literally for this Bangalore, but he does have that Q upgrade where you can heal inside of the smoke, but it's not gonna be that fast though, so they're gonna have to hold on here.
Man, Starshine Esports, they did very well to clean up KVK here, and KVK, they're pretty warmed up, so Starshine Esports, very well done for them, but in front of them, to get into the next zone is Monkey
Yeah.
King. So you've got to be careful. I mean, how's your confidence until you run into the boys that are really fired up at the moment, which is Monkey King. But you can see Evolve still holding out Cap here. We've got Monkey King moving in on ground 0 at the backside of as well. And they're playing really aggressive Apex here. You've got GZ just kind of stuck as a duo. And
Yeah. Wait, I'm surprised this
Monkey-
building is not occupied. What?
yeah, but they're still not in zone. I mean, aimbot is, but the other two need to start getting to him real quickly because the team's going to start rotating in like Starshine Esports.
Yep, they're gonna use the safety of the building to just hold down any other squad that is still outside of said zone. So this is the opportunity for Monkey King to farm a bit in terms of the KP, but HKUF on top of the building where Remarkable Team is, but Black Road is suffering. They're getting shot from the back.
Man, Monkey King just got rid of Starshine so quick. That was ridiculous.
We
But-
look away from their direction for 1 second, and they killed another squad.
Man, it is insane. And Sneaky, we're going into games with 17 teams. Yeah, we're round 4 closing. We still have 11 alive. So this is insane. The amount of teams that are alive, I mean, yeah, there's a couple of... This is great quality here for game number 3.
Yep, and Great Fanta using the Lifeline package to gain some additional cover and gain some additional meds as well, as you do want to live as much as possible here. And it's such a big space on top of this building, actually, and it's so hard to climb up. So, yeah, Remarkable Team doesn't really have a choice but to just let the Great Fanta boys play it out. But at the same time, ground 0 on the bottom side of this building. So all 3 floors actually occupied for this one spot.
Yeah, we just had Evolve clean up Cap as well. So Evolve have held out Cap for a while. Cap got stuck in the spider tunnel. Obviously, it's a bit hard when you're a duo and you're lagged out. But Evolves are right next to the solo BLT, and they should get an easy KP there, and they do.
Did.
What? This is a great story, man. Evolved are one of the homebred OCE esports org that is being built basically just from Australia. So these guys put a lot of work into the community. I would love to see these dudes make finals, man, tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully they do get their due points as well. HKUF right in front of Evolved at the moment. FBKW with a rat still outside of the zone. Round 5 closing is going to be very soon, though, so things are going to get hectic between Evolved, Godhand, and Just for Fun. So Just for Fun, maybe they can move in slightly. They can play the wall that is right outside this house, but it's not going to be safe when Godhand also comes in at the same time. So there's going to be some choices that have to be made by the teams that are not occupying any buildings at the moment.
I mean, look at Godhand's position. They haven't got many points, say, on the leaderboard, so I don't see them making it in zone here, and then all of it down to,
Oh, they're sending it.
you know, they go out. But Monkey King are moving in on ground 0. I mean, that is smart. They realize that ground 0 are a duo. They've known that for a while, and they clean up aimbot, showing why he is on top of his game right now. And now you can see on the sky view of Godhand rotating in, but this is not good because Remarkable Team are overlooking the boys of Godhand, and they are down to 1 member here, Sneaky, with not much left to go.
Yeah, I'm guessing they don't have a Bangalore. They could have smoked the window, so they could get a free cross going
They
into the
do.
wall itself, but I think they do. Maybe it's just on
Dude,
cooldown.
He's got a smoke, he just didn't use it. So that's just unlucky there. They get eliminated. Godhand are gone, and the boys on the height. That is Great Fanta, is it?
Yep,
Pretty
Great
sure
Fanta.
Great Fanta are on the height, and they are doing some work right now. And Evolve somehow make it in on the outside of the building, but you got Great Fanta in God spot right now for this last zone to try to take game number 3.
Yeah, I think the biggest worry here for the side of Great Fanta is Just for Fun in the backside of this beach. So I think they should start focusing Just for Fun right now so they can incentivize other teams to start pushing that backside and they can get more free points hopefully on the board. But Just for Fun doing a great job keeping them at bay and just playing within cover at the moment.
Yeah, Loki does have his rolling fire as well, Bangalore. So, I mean, if you're Loki and you're Great Fanta, you're looking at throwing that bang ult straight at just for fun. You are not holding that for the teams. You are not holding that for the building. You are throwing that out to the team that is the only team out in the open. So I do like Great Fanta's patience right now. They're playing this really well end game. But low-key, it is basically down to him here to keep that team out there. And let's see if he makes the right decision.
Yeah, I think they need to throw it really, really late as well. So just for fun, it's going to be raised from the beach, and now they have no choice. Evolve tried to climb up on the side of Great Fanta, and they're going to regret it. Nico is going to get Fricks the baby. Simsi is going to go down as well. And Great Fanta, they can still recover inside of the smokes. Plus, they have the healing from the Bangalore. So just for fun, just taking their sweet time, waiting for the perfect moment to put down that Bangalore ultimate in order to get Great Fanta off the roof.
Yeah, I mean, they're both the same. Everyone's both sitting here with the Bangalore roll, and you've got Remarkable Team also playing underneath the boys of Great Fanta as well. But Remarkable Team, they're in some serious trouble here because Monkey King are putting down a lot of pressure, and Aimbot, Zed, and ZZQ Sony, all with 3 red shields here and very, very healthy for the final zone, and they clean up Remarkable Team. I think there's only one man left. Monkey King putting in all the work, but you still have Great Fanta on the height as well. So here we go. Monkey King, Great Fanta, and the Just for Fun lads. Loki's already used
why did Collapse go
his
down?
ult. I don't know, he's dropped straight in the middle of them as well, and so did Nico. But there's a 2 squad left. Nico, can he beam? Get one more man left. And Great Fanta take game number 3 here. What a zone. They played that perfectly, Sneaky.
Yeah, that reposition to take the top side of that house was absolutely key into them getting the win. And especially that they're so patient to wait for Just for Fun to go for the push on towards the first floor teams. That is just peak patience by them. They were waiting to pull the trigger on that push.
It's kind of smart though, eh? Like, do you reckon they did that with claps? Like that was very well done there by Great Fan.
Yeah, wow. Good job there for Great Fanta. And as you boys were mentioning, them holding that height there was that was god tier. Just holding out those other teams, doing the damage was crazy. Good stuff to see. We'll also go over the standings here for you, ladies and gentlemen, from Game 3. We do have one more game on Storm Point, so make sure you stay tuned for that. But as you can see, Great Fanta with 12 points. 23 points on the board. But just below them there, Sneaky, is Monkey King with 25.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Now that's Apax out, baby. 16 kill points, placement points. That's secondary.
And 16 kills there, Stoney. These guys are going crazy tonight.
Man, they rotated in and took full control of that whole C-No-T caves. I think they moved in through a choke, pushed a team in front of Spider Cave, which was BLT, got rid of them, moved into Remarkable Team. I mean, GG's to Monkey King, man.
Yeah, they've just been playing it. Absolute masterclass for them. But going in over these highlights here, just watching Monkey King just absolutely clean up here in C-Note Cave was just actually remarkable. And Aimbot, especially with that hammer point Mozam, was absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, exactly that. Mozambique that late in the game. Plus, it has the benefit of having the digi threat as well, so you can see right through the smokes and just deal so much damage. And especially with Mozambique, right? I think the most underrated thing about the Mozambique is the range, man. You can get a 60 from like 20 meters away, and exactly that is what he did. But looking back at this fight with a Remarkable Team, yeah, they just got absolutely murked by the side of Monkey King. And I think what Monkey King did is they just decided, all right, we're just going to use the stairs instead to get into first floor. We know Remarkable Team already is down in terms of the numbers, so might as well swing an already wounded team.
I could not agree more there, Sneaky. But we are heading to an ad break, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you go breathe some fresh air in. Go say hello to your loved ones. Grab yourself a drink. And we'll see you for game. Welcome back, everyone, to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League Qualifier. I'm also with two distinguished gentlemen, Stony and Sneaky Frog. Say hello, fellas.
Hello.
Yellow.
We got 280 viewers. Very impressive stuff here. We love all of your faces. Thank you so much for all being here. And looking at the elimination bracket right now, this is your overall standing from Game 3. Monkey King in first place. And Stony, as a last game, you made an honorable mention, which was Evolved, I'd like to say. It's good. It brings a smile to my face to see these boys in PLQs. But we will be jumping into the final game 4 of Storm Point. So make sure you are locked and loaded for the action-packed game that is about to happen. See your faces in the next game. I'll leave it to these boys here. Have fun.
All right. That's the game of Storm Point before we go back home into World's Edge. Of course, lots of great performances from that prior game of Storm Point, especially from the side of Monkey King, who, despite not getting the win at the end of the day, it is still them getting the most points, I think, from that one with 25 collected from that second place placing. But now, last game of Storm Point, what is about to occur between these teams, we might not know. We've seen basically everything and anything that could happen and what can happen in these games. So hopefully, just like I said, I'm praying praying for a north pad zone, please. I need to see the trench warfare between all of these squads, especially the amount of caustics that we have on the team, the amount of Bangalores, Pathfinders is also found in the games as well. So, gonna be interesting to see how they navigate their way through the trenches, but I wouldn't mind another spicy circle as well that is not north pad. Yeah, they're leading. Monkey King is leading it by 15. What's 55 minus 35? That's 20. 20 points. There we go. I know math. And yeah, Monkey King. It seems like when there is not a squad in there, not named Numnim in their game, but oh yes, Northpad. Oh my God, what is happening to Ground Zero? Kobe gets the kill on by Uller, but Kobe is going to be on the right side. Horizon still available. Mozambique absolutely shredding that knockdown shield, but it's not going to be shredding the player right behind it. But can he do it? Oh, but what a swing here by Kobe. The Shikans, bros. Not like this, Scholar. You're going to need to clutch it with a triple take. Does get the finish on Lewisan. He does have the barrels in his favor, and he can see the red numbers ticking in front of him. So he's aware. 108! Scholar with the absolute beam.
Bro, what are Ground Zero doing? I mean, Shikans, bros, they did well though to hold them. That is unbelievable.
Oh, Scholar, give it to him. Give it to him.
Yeah,
Let him know.
That was perfect there for the boys of Shikans brothers, and I mean they need a massive game as well. Shikans need to be consistent, and we said,
man, Scholar played so well in that game. I mean, in that situation, putting down those 2 barrels so he can get that additional information that the person has already come into the room itself, and then the cherry on top, the 108 on the triple take. Oh,
man, and look at that zone. We got a north pad. Let's go. So north pad it is. BLT in zone, but they do have a team called Cap right next to a solo here for BLT. You do not want to be caught out here, Tickle. Tickle needs to get going.
Tickle need to run. Tickle need to run. Need to run right now.
Usually,
there you go. He's running.
Usually
he's
when I get
taking
tickled,
the car.
I start running. So I mean, Tickle just got to
run. Oh my God! Oh, it's a bit of a bumpy
he's in
ride.
the car too.
He's fine.
Oh,
he is fine.
Movement 101 right there by Tickle. I mean, he's done well. You can see Cap. They're being aggressive though. They're just evacing on top of the height here. They're going to try and take... No, they're not.
No.
They're not going to take bridge. They're going to take house. I think the only person that is near them at the moment is Booba, but they are all on the bridge here, BLT. So very well done there by Tickle. He does get away. So now all of a sudden Cap just get a chance to hold home here in the building. As you said, we're going to see a lot of teams starting to rotate in here to North Pad. You got Great Fanta already in zone. Remarkable team moving in as well. And they have a caustic. So the caustic is handy in these kind of end games here, Sneaky.
Yeah, for sure. And these teams, hopefully they didn't forget about the circle choices that could happen here in North Pad. So it can either end up in one of these gazebos or any of the trenches, or it could end in one of the backside, or yeah, one of the lines on the backside of North Pad that could be out in the open. And there's some rocks that you could play with near the water side, but yeah, it's going to be quite the difficult prediction for some of these teams. So maybe another survey beacon has to be popped, but there isn't one anytime soon, or there isn't one that's anywhere near. There's one checkpoint, I think.
Yeah, and you can see the teams that are trying to rotate in, like have FBKW in their ways and Shikan Bros. If they want to rotate from Cedo to the mill, they could. They definitely would be able to hear the situation, but for the Dream, they need a big game. FBKW as well, and I mean, I must have been muted before because Trix did tell me was talking about Evolved, and yeah, like I said, they're probably the only team out here that I know that a homegrown organization from Australia So it is really cool to watch them boys do their job out here tonight.
Yep. Yeah,
Enough
we
about
had,
them. We're at North Pad. Look at the zone here. It's very interesting because teams are going to start rotating in.
Oh, it's blocked.
Remarkable team. That is one of them that are trying to get themselves inside, and they got to be careful because great fans are on the backside of them as well.
Oh, this is such a rough spot to play into. In the bottom side, there's so many angles that the team on top that can peek out of, so they're gonna have to put down some barrels, trying to see if they can gain more cover in towards the bottom side. But Cap is just gonna be staying in towards the main floor of this building, so they're not gonna be moving anytime soon. And yeah, I mean, arguably the best position is being held by BLT at the moment with that height. So they're going to be a dangerous team to deal with if ever you do want to contest for it. But Monkey King with a very nice position already at the checkpoint side of the map. And they do have access to that choke point. And if they can get down from the choke point early, actually, they could get a spot in one of these gazebos.
Yeah, they forced the Chicanes bros to rotate to the choke near down beast, and that's probably not the best position to be playing for Chicanes bros. So, I mean, Monkey King, they've done their job. They've pushed that team away, and now Monkey King can relax. And like you said, they have a very nice rotate in from the point that they are, which is at checkpoint, because they've only got that zip line straight down to basically a trench. So, I mean, that's very well done by Monkey King, and they've kind of pushed the Chicanes brothers right into Godhand here, and
I think Godhand heard
think
it.
Yep, Godhand, they've just jumped off the Trident as well, so we may see a little bit of a contest. We will. Beautiful shots there by the boy of acquaintance. He's going to be careful. See, now their brains are overthinking.
Jakoi is 1 HP. How are they hitting these shots in such thin angles? But
Scholar had a perfect angle. He's playing behind the rock here with a Sentinel 3 times. So Scholar and Acquaintance just doing their job, and now they get a chance to rotate past the boys of Godhand.
Yep. Apparently, if Scholar just has any weapon with a 3x on it, it's definitely going to hit, and there we go.
Man, Godhand just ran straight into For the Dream, and they lose Dracoi. Walking L's going to go down as well. This is not looking good here for Godhand, because For the Dream moving in and taking control of this whole area, and now Godhand are on the backhand and really need to try and regroup here for game number 4.
Yeah, just like this Bangalore's name, they need an ambulance at the moment for those two players. Wee woo indeed. But For the Dream on top of the rock earlier, and it's kind of crisis averted from the side of Chicanes bros, but at the same time, I'm impressed with what Scholar is showing us with these snipers, with these marksmen, with the 3x, as he kind of forced the squad forward here.
Yeah, and I like where they've gotten into zone as well. They've just rotated in. But yeah, he's gonna have to try and reset here for the boys.
True.
But I don't know. It's a tough zone, because if you don't get a spot here in North Pad, you've got not much to play, and you can see the teams that are playing backside fingers like Starshine Esports and FBKW sitting at the back there, and you got teams sitting underneath like Remarkable Team, and you Cap in the building. There's like 8 squads out here, Sneaky, all in zone.
And I think the zone is not actually going to focus in towards the trenches. I think it's more of the fingers here. Yeah, Pulse fingers here. So Starshine and FBK already in a good position. BLT can block off the rest of these squads, all 8 squads, from actually entering the finger side. So, yeah, I mean, could be a lot of KP waiting for the squad up top.
Yeah, and HCuff, they're rotating in the middle of 4 squads here. Evolved are right near him as well. You've got Great Fanta, and down goes Nico. So, I mean, this is a really tough rotate in for HCuff. They've done so well to rotate in, and Vicharlio's Rolling Thunder is one of the best as well, because that just helps them rotate in. The smoke. But see, they didn't realize that Great Fanta was a duo. They might have been able to move in. So Great Fanta I mean, they've had a really good start, Great Fanta, though. So they do have a respawn beacon there. Low-key can drop it. He does have smoke available as well.
He has to drop it in the trench, I think. No, not there, Loki. No. Oh,
he's hit.
no. I think it's safer to do it in the trench because Collapse is already there.
Yeah, he's there, but also remember they do have that left side kind of where the beacon is covered by the lifeline drop, but they do have evolved on the height, so that is probably going to be the toughest part for the boys.
They have 2 Mobies.
Yeah, and evolved is getting shot in the back by Haunts, so it looks like Claps is going to get the reset here with Nico, and that is a great job there by Great Fanta. We still got 16 squads alive here, Sneaky.
I like
Game number 4.
I like how Great Fanta got inadvertently helped by Shakans and Haunt at the same time because they were shooting at Evolve, the only team who could possibly stop that res from happening, and that means Nigo is back in the picture, and the death box is not that far, so he can just loot up whatever he did before he died.
Yeah, and it looks like For the Dream are moving in on the Shakans bros who you were just talking about. But Shakans bros just get caught out here, and they're going to get eliminated by a Remarkable team at 16th position, while Great Fanta are getting a full reset.
Yeah. Dude, the thing is with Remarkable team is every time they fight, it's like they're one brain. It's like, all right, if we're going to target this one player, he's going to get insta-beamed, and then we're going to move accordingly. And they're even doing a little trolling here in the tunnel at the moment. So they're just going to be holding that for now and not allowing any teams to pass by, at least not for free.
Yeah, sorry, I meant For the Dream, not Remarkable team, but maybe that's just because we've casted 10 games of Apex today, so I've said the wrong team. But
It's fine.
For the Dream, they've got a Apac at the moment, and he is just doing whatever he wants. The man is out here beaming, so I think he's got 1,300 damage for his team here for the Dream as well. As you can see, though, a lot of teams still playing inside Northpad, and we were hoping for a trenches zone, but I don't think we're going to get that here, Sneaky.
Yeah, HKUF is getting absolutely obliterated by this Caustic. Look at Blackroad. He still has full armor, and he went down because of that gas, and Vicky Lau has no choice but to go out, and one of these fingers, pick your poison, my friend. There is 3 complete squads right in front of you, but he's just going to decide to play the corner for now. But if anyone peeks over, that's going to be a dead man.
Man, Cap did so well inside that house to put the pressure on H-Cuff just then. But here we go. We got Just For Fun moving in on the boys of For the Dream, and Prota starting to do some work. And look at this is the advantage that Bloodhound does. You can see everything. Smoke, caustic gas. It doesn't matter. They're red outlines. And down goes the Parfy. So H-Cuff, they want to get involved.
Oh, hold up. Oh my god, they do get the beam on one player, but...
Oh no, it's T4.
Oh, T4 is here. I think they
T4
were shooting
right
the team
there
on
as
top,
well.
first, and then the team at the bottom. Good choice from T4. Very smart. And here comes the PK
Unix.
shots. Yeah, that's a dead man if I've ever seen one, man.
Man, Just For Fun, they get eliminated. Now T4 got to be careful because Great Fanta are holding them out with the angles from the main building, and you still got Evolve that are in the trenches right near the team of T4, but this is a good start for T4, Sneaky. They haven't done well in the last 10 games.
Yeah, I mean, finally a break for them. Maybe it is the Northpad zone finally showing itself, giving them a lot more space to work with. And yeah, I mean, in general, Northpad, just having that amount of trenches, that amount of cover, that amount of spots to actually play in. I mean, so many teams who we haven't seen had prior success in some of these POIs finally get a deeper run going into the zone. But speaking of deep runs, Great Fanta, very familiar with it, is looking to see if they can murk the team that is crossing at the moment. And I think that's either T4 or Godhand, actually.
Yeah, it's T4. So T4 are caught out here, and Great Fanta, careful. Still got BLT that are sitting on the height of Northpad there. We had a beautiful scene just before with the sky look moving into Northpad. So a massive shout out to the observers that we have. Ash, they do an amazing job for us to be able to watch these amazing gameplays. You can see Great Fanta though, they're watching all angles at the
Jesus.
moment because Haunted are trying to get in. And at the moment, you could maybe say they are getting haunted by Great Fanta.
Yeah, I think the objective here for Green Fanta is not even to just punish the players actually crossing. It's just to prevent anyone from climbing up on their spot, because as soon as a 3-man climb up happens, that's basically them fighting, and that's going to alert the team in the first floor, and that's going to alert everyone else into a possible third party for that really good spot on top of everyone. But at the moment, Monkey King's going to be eliminated. That's going to be one of the huger teams from the prior games, already out of the picture, and Starshine Esports looking for some redemption here in one of the fingers.
Man, it is popping off underneath the North Pad house at the moment. Trenches everywhere. Evo get in. T4 trying to get in. There's bloody Gold Revive. Knocks everything happening at the moment. There's so much action. You've got Great Fanta on the height and Cap inside as well. There's teams everywhere still trying to make their way in. There are 4 teams just chilling on the fingers at the moment here, Sneaky.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for T4 to actually come in, because FPKW is already one of the fingers. Starshine is already there. Killing and Control already in front of said entrance, and Remarkable Team is here as well. So T4 just struggling to move forward in this situation, because the amount of teams in the exact same spot is really giving them a hard time, as Cap is already out of the picture. We have our top 10.
Yep, and I can't believe there's still 10 squads live here in this round 5. I reckon we're about to get another nice week chat column on our right side of our screen in a second, because there are so many teams that are not in zone, and the only team that have read it is FBKW, while you still got Great Fanta trying to get in as well. They've just cleaned up Haunt. You got BLT overlooking the teams on the height as well, and they're trying to just figure out how they're going to rotate in, because it's all about to go down here, Sneaky. There's not much left to play for the lads rotating in.
Yep, and the teams who rotated here early are being rewarded at this very moment. Remarkable Team still holding that tunnel, but they need to come into one of the fingers very, very soon. Maybe try and contest one of the teams off of it. But here comes the nades. Great Fanta eliminated surprisingly, and I think they jumped off too early.
Yeah, well, they didn't have much else to play. They had to force themselves, but there's too many teams already playing underneath the fingers. BLT dropping off the height. They had to, and it looks like Boober's going to go down there.
Oh, no, Starshine
Esports and Remarkable Team are right near them as well. There's so many teams in this little area, and they need to be careful. Starshine still trying to get that reset. Uwu now just trying to overlook it. Godhand, who have had a really tough start of the night. KVK down to a duo. There's just so many duos here. There's so much happening. Aoki, he has his Bloodhound ult as well. Can his Havoc hit? It does, but it doesn't as well. It's just trying to pray and hope, but Itzy with the caustic gas. Look at him.
Armor
now
swap?
can he get a shield swap?
It's a bit rough, but he does have the spikes for cover.
FBK.
But yeah, caustic is too thick for that cover, my
Man.
friend. And there we go, Killin versus Control are the out of the picture. Godhand having to pull a double gold res in this situation, and that's going to give them a lot of favors because they don't have to heal anymore. Starshine Esports finally starting the move as well on towards the team on the low ground, and Liang Xiang, he has to cover. They need to get their teammate back up, but it's already too late for Sekong Bai, who is looking from the outside in, and the shots from the 30-30 absolutely shredding everyone on towards the bottom side. Godhand is gone. Starshine could be up next, but they need to deal with the solo on the right side. That's the only annoyance that they have at the moment. And here comes the push, and it's not going to work out. Liang Xiang going to go down thanks to Sekong Bai and the one-man wrecking machine from the side of Remarkable Team. He takes them down. No freaking way. He got second place as a solo, and he can even get the first place. It's another rat win. The rats are out to play.
Oh my god.
Bro, the
Chong
rats-
Bay.
The rats today are on another level. They are winning games.
Rats are 2v2 right now. That is awesome. What a W there for Remarkable Team. Beautiful, beautiful effort.
100% there, Stoney. That was absolutely action-packed. And, oh, man, that last 2 round closings was absolutely hectic. I mean, watching watching those fights in between those fingers, as you mentioned, Stoney, was so much action. But
Yeah, well, teams had to rotate in. It was tough. There was so many teams in that area, but what a way to finish off Storm Point.
yeah, exactly. And as you mentioned there, Sneaky, Monkey King getting eliminated early there. Strong. That's probably one of the dominant teams for tonight, as they were first on the ladder just before. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's your match 4 summary. Remarkable team doing a remarkable job. 19 points on the board for them there. And just below them there is FBK. They were also doing a lot of damage there. Fortunately, that 1v1 didn't go in their favor, but they still managed to score 15 points. And what are your thoughts, Stoney?
Great Fanta. 9 kills.
Oh, wow.
So they played perfectly in zone there at North Pad. You can see Shakan's brothers here as well. Contested off drop by round 0, which was probably a bit off the drop for them. And just for fun, they did really well as well. Dream were just very unlucky. You had T4, a lot of teams on the angle. But it was a great game by the Great Fanta. They held zone very well.
Yeah, and I love that hype that you had there, Sneaky, especially when Shakan Bros just off their contest there. That 108 to the head with the triple take. I mean, a lot of people underestimate that gun. If it's in the right hands, it can actually do some serious damage. And as we saw, Scholar just put in the work and showed us how to use the gun.
For sure. I mean, you put that 3x on that weapon, or even without the 3x, honestly, it's just a sniper and a shotgun all in one. And if you can hit it just at the right spot, 108 is all that matters. But we're going to focus on what Sekongbite did, and he pulled out the absolute performance. And Starshine was panicking here slightly because they were really trying to get Sado back up, because that Caustic could have been a very useful player to have on your squad. But then all of a sudden, Sekongbite with the timing, because there was already a push happening on Starshine, and Sekongbite in the corner waited for the perfect time to strike, destroy Cookie, stunned up and everything, and he had no choice.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a break, so we will be right back. We are moving to World's Edge, another 4 action-packed games for you, so make sure go get some fresh air, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Apex Legends Global Series Pro League Qualifier. And here is the overall bracket from all 4 games on Storm Point and Monkey Kings there, Stoney, with a massive 57. But just below them there is FBK with 50.
Yeah, and remarkable team, Great Fanta. I mean, Great Fanta, that game just then. They're sitting 46 points. They're only 11 away, and they have better games on World's Edge. So we could maybe see them take the evening. We'll see, though. But we look at the bottom 10 as well. You got Shikans, HCuff, and BLT. They need to really pull their fingers out here. 4 games.
And so here is the map, ladies and gentlemen. And I believe we do have 4 contests. We do have Ground Zero and Monkey King. We have Bismillah and FBKW. Have Cap and Killin v Control, and HCuff and Godhand. So we'll be seeing that very shortly. And I'm so excited, Stoney. I mean, these games have been absolutely phenomenal. And thank you to all of Ash staff for providing such good quality of these scrims. It's a pleasure being able to host this, and big shout out to Ash.
Yeah, massive shout out to Ash. It does look like we're about to get into game number 5 here. It's our first game here for World's Edge. Tricks, I appreciate you, mate. You've been put on the spot. You've done a great job. Sit back, relax, man. Have a beer, or I don't know what you're doing, but we appreciate you, man. Well done.
Much love. Appreciate it. Enjoy the matches, guys. I'll see you soon.
Well, I would love to try and see the Monkey King contest if we did have it, but I don't think we're going to have a contest here on World's Edge. It does look like everyone has decided to land safely, and we'll see what the zone pool does for us. We did last round have a lot of north zones, but we're looking at maybe a Skyhook zone here for our zone of Edge. And Monkey King have Skyhook to themselves, and it does look we will have a Sky zone. As we can see there, the legend meta as well. HCuff. You got a Watson out here as well, so it's good to see a Watson. I haven't seen a Watson tonight, so that's an interesting pick there by the boys of HCuff. But not a bad start. As we know, it is going to be very slow. We don't have many contests at all, if any. So it does look like Great Fanta have taken Lava Siphon. They didn't have it last game.
One thing I'd like to mention to you, Stoney, is you brought up a few games before. I just went totally mind blank. But yeah, as you were saying, the contests. Thought we had a few here, but how many teams do we have towards Skyhook here? I think it was 2.
We're looking at 1 Skyhook, and you got Godhand sitting in Countdown, HCuff sitting in Countdown. You've got the boys of Shikan's brothers there landing in Lava Fisher. I mean, it's very smart though, Tricks. If you think about it, the boys need to be. You make top 10, you play finals tomorrow on long shot. That is the only chance you get to make pro for this next split. There's no choice. There's no point landing on someone and risking the chance of making pro league. So
100%. I couldn't agree more there.
It's very smart, and you can see now Remarkable Team are rotating into Skyhook on the east side, and look.
It's interesting to see here, Stoney, that Remarkable Team have done a composition change. Just a little bit of a change there. I think they swapped out the Bangalore for a Valkyrie.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, right, so there's not much really distance between POIs in the World's Edge compared to Storm Point. So the the Valkyrie comes in hand because not everyone's going to find an evac, you know, so to rotate in, and as we can see now, Remarkable team going to rotate in using that Valkyrie. Not only do they get the chance of rotating in and being probably a little bit quieter than an evac, they actually get to see who is in the vicinity of where they're going. So that is very handy. And as I see, there's a team in front. They're going to rotate back there. They don't want to fight that. And that is a smart choice because Godhand have gone straight out the back here to zone. And they're going to set up here with their Caustic, well, Remarkable team. That's a nice little swing back just for safety. But see, Valkyrie, such a great choice because it does give them that knowledge of when they're flying in.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think in my opinion, the biggest trouble that the Remarkable team had is, I think, trying to coordinate across with the Bangalore smokes. So I think just picking the Valk is really just solving the problem in its entirety because you don't really have to do the smokes anymore. You're going to be flying in the air way faster for the rotations. But I'm Itchy already down on the ground, and it's the lifeline. And last I checked, you cannot use the bot on your own, so you're not going to get that self-res anytime soon. Simsy is going to go down, and it's going to be trouble for Evolve. That it is only Rix the baby in the zone.
Yeah, and that's so unlucky for Evolve. Being eliminated first here is so, yeah. It's not what you want for your first game of World's Edge. I'm massive about mental, people having good mental, and I really do hope Evolve don't let that get to them. It's only game number 1 here for 4 games on World's Edge. They can recoup here. But at least now they know that 4 of a Dream are going to be near in the next coming games. So hopefully they just readjust, go with the flow. Obviously, a Skyhook zone is a lot different. And like I was saying before to you, Sneaky, when the boys are practicing, they land in their POIs and they have loot paths. Zone kind of ruins loot paths. So
For sure.
you know, if you have a west pool, for example, in Skyhook where they are going, a lot of things change. And because POIs are so much closer on World's Edge, you've got to be quicker.
Yeah, for sure. And in Skyhook, I'm surprised that teams are not occupying the buildings in its entirety just yet. They're still kind of testing the building one by one. I think the best building that you can ask for is one of the 2 3-floor buildings or 4-floor, depending on where you're from, of course. And
But you're very limited though when you look at it, because it's kind of like a west pool, isn't it? Really, when you look at it, like a north-westish pool. Like Trials is too much in this zone for the people to be comfortable of trying to rotate into a Skyhook building. So, I mean, it's good. We still got 16 squads alive, so they must be doing a pretty good job of rotating in. 3 teams that are not in Skyhook at the moment, and that is GZ, Great Fanta, and 4 of a Dream, which is that is crazy work there.
Yeah. There's still a whole lot of spots that you can actually get into. There's still Lava Fisher, which I think it's only T4 who you have to deal with. There's still Countdown. Then you can get into the choke point before you go into uncharted territory that is right behind Trials. But the thing is with Trial Circles, man, sometimes staying on top of this mountain is not the solution, as was evident the last time we had this zone in this lobby. And I think that gave the Shakans brothers, who played the tower that is in uncharted territory the entire time, just messing with the teams on the bottom side. Meanwhile, the team up top is just waiting for a timing, but the timing did not actually come. So Monkey King, they still need to be aware of their surroundings and what time they need to go down.
Yeah, very true. And I kind of like what Sony was trying to do, trying to find a to climb up there behind the back of Trials, because you got that extra little tunnel area at the back. It's not a bad spot to play, because when you're on the side that they're on at the moment, it's just too much land and you're too open for teams to just land on you. So exactly what you said, it's kind of a position to play unless you're going to hold it down with the caustic that they do have and just throw random traps everywhere. Don't need to be specific. Just some specific, sorry. Just throw them anywhere, because at the end of the day, when teams land there, it's going to do its job.
For sure. And Cap kind of playing the backside here of the mountain with that caustic. I mean, you do have the Pathfinder, so you can get from one place to another very quickly. But there is going to be some teams blocking the way. Godhand is looking over the horizon. HKUF is also in the same general area. But we're going to have a look on over into Countdown instead. Great Fanta versus Ground Zero, and Nico already getting a brunt of damage.
Oh, and no. Ground Zero, Lusan getting down claps. Tell you right now, Ground Zero need this today. 4 games left. Otherwise, that is it. You can may as well pack your bags and go home. Great Fanta. They need to keep on keeping the pressure, but Ground Zero now understand that they're only a duo and they're moving in. They feel comfortable. There's only one man left to kill, and Ground Zero, they're going to get Great Fanta. And just like that, GZ may be back in the mindset of maybe making top 10.
Yeah, but there's a team right behind them, so they're going to have to be careful, because FBKW, if they can spot a very low Ground Zero here, they could actually go for the climb up, but they do not have the Horizon on their team, so they cannot go for the Q. Instead, they're going to go for the full wraparound, get inside of Countdown. But Ground Zero, they're already mirroring what the FBKW wants to do here, so they're going to try to gatekeep them from here.
Yeah, and Ground Zero, they need to be aggressive here. Like I said, it's either go home or go hard. And if I'm Ground Zero, I'm trying everything. That's an organisation as well from Australia. They're actually from Western Australia, Perth, who will put a lot of effort into their organisations and their teams. And they are proving right now that they want to make top 10. They want to play 5. And they need to keep this aggressive gameplay on here, Sneaky, for the rest of the game.
For sure. And 100% the swing was not expected there by the side of FBKW, as they would have thought that Ground Zero would be staying inside of Countdown this entire time, but they're like, yep, let's just eliminate the possible threat that is right behind us. Let's go for a full swing, and they instantly get one, get back into Countdown, and possibly get a free rotation, because there's no one really blocking the choke point at the moment.
Nah, now we're going to Forward Dream.
Oh. Wait, how did he die?
A team of Haunts, but Haunt, Cyrus right there as well, but he's going to put it back towards the rest of the lobby.
No,
he's going to go down now. Forward Dream kind of had the upper hand against the solo, but just like that, it doesn't look good, because I'm pretty sure the boys of Haunt might be in some serious trouble, because they're down to their only a solo Bloodhound. But that was BLT getting some damage in from behind them there. And that's probably the only problem with Skyhook. Like I was saying before, Sneaky. Oh my god, the swing. Oh, they didn't get it. Haunt.
No.
Haunt.
Not like this. Not like this. There's so much happening in the Skyhook at the moment. We thought that it was going to be a passive game because there's so many buildings, but apparently that is not the case. HKUF finding themselves in a bit of trouble as well, in towards the first floor of the streamer building within the Skyhook side. And yeah, they're going to need to recover really, really quickly, because at any moment, Killin versus Control, they can actually just swing on out in towards the first floor.
Yep, and KVK, who need a massive game as well, right with HCuff. So 2 teams here that have a lot to prove, and they have all had the chance to reset. So I do like HCuff's meta comp at the moment, what they're running, the Blood, Watson, and Bang. I really do like the Watson with the teams, considering. Like, I mean, Caustic is good.
Yep.
But I gotta,
it ain't
the Watson, yeah, like Watson is so much more defensive than a Caustic, I feel.
Yeah, that ult too. I mean, you're getting free
you
armor healing.
kill the Caustic ult. You kill the Bangalore ult. You kill the Gibby ult. But I mean, how many of that do we really see at the... And it now looks like we have Godhand moving in on Chikan Brothers, and this is a little bit bittersweet for Godhand. Maybe they can get rid of their former teammate acquaintance, and it looks like they do.
Yeah, they might actually have done it against Acquaintance. And this is so unfortunate for the side of Shakan's Bros because they've already won from this exact same zone from the prior day, and losing Acquaintance this early in this fight is not really what they want. So I think the entire time they're going to be staying up here in this tower, so they have to make sure that they don't get hit by any Arc Stars, they don't attract any attention from T4 and Remarkable Team and or Monkey King from the top side, so they're gonna have to think about what they're gonna do. But Godhand is getting absolutely swung into absolute hell. Where is the armor swap? It's only gonna be 1 bar worth of armor, and the shred is not gonna be enough. Cap, what a back and forth between these two teams. No one knows who's gonna win at the end of the day, and Jacoy is gonna go down eventually. And here comes Wee-Woo. Where is he gonna go this time? 1 HP on that shield, but yeah, it's gonna be a tough one. You can see Tasting Blood in the background. FBKW on the balloon already.
That's another Wii set for Wee-Woo. But Cap's gonna have to try and rotate underneath the Chikan's Bros, and I was gonna say it's too early maybe to count out the Chikan's because they do get the ultimate height here in this zone, and with Scholar a part of this team now, who I think would probably be their IGL. It's interesting to see, and I do like where they are playing and see that zone pull, and they get the next zone. So even as a duo, you have the person that you need alive, and that is a very, very well done there by the boys of Chikan's Bros. The only team they need to really worry about is FBKW and Cap underneath them. Wee-Woo still a solo, and we have a lot of... Oh my god, is he really getting them both?
Oh, they're back.
He actually got the Wii set. No way he got the...
No freaking way. So that's going to be Dracoy and Walking L back in action. The Caustic and the Bloodhound, but the Bangalore is getting absolutely pelted by these nades. But what Chikan Bros has to do here is to just stay on top of this tower this entire time and let T4 deal with FBKW in the bottom side.
Man, and I think Godhand have their boxes right near him as well. They do. They land on their box. So Godhand, that is a massive reset by Wee-Woo. That is very well done. And they put themselves in a really good position here to rotate underneath the Chikan's Brothers and take care of Cap. But now we're going to go and look at BLT, who BLT are holding out the Remarkable Team who are stuck inside Trials. And you can see Booba, he needs to hold that Caustic ult. I mean, this is a Caustic v a Caustic right now because the other two legends don't really matter. Oh, Godhand, they just got eliminated by Cap. Cap just took control. Chikan's Bros getting eliminated as well by Monkey King out of absolutely nowhere. And I tell you what, Monkey King now can set up home with their Caustic aimbot and call it a day. But we got Remarkable Team rotating out, but they get caught between BLT, and now BLT also have to rotate in, and they're going to get eliminated. We're losing a lot of teams here to zone as well. It is all happening here in game number 2 of World's Edge.
For sure. I mean, Monkey King, they did what the Trials team didn't do yesterday when we had the exact same circles, just go off and try to fight for that tower. And Monkey King now have the best spot in this entire zone. Granted that they're not close to that final circle, at least they do have that elevated position to try and poke some of these teams out, especially T4, who is technically still out in the open. And Monkey King, they do have the Caustic Gas prepped and ready, so they can maybe drop it on Cap and prioritize a fight against them first and just roll on forward.
Man, and they got Cap underneath him, Monkey King, with a Pathfinder, so I think you can see Seeker, he's trying to find a way to put his zip line up above to try and get involved with Monkey King, but 7Ed, he understands the situation. He's thrown his Caustic ult on them, and I think he's dropped as well.
Need to drop.
This is an absolute psychotic play by the boys of Monkey King, and they nearly get rid of Cap, but Seeker, he's going to get away here, and you can see T4 as well another team who are from Pro League, Sneaky, who need a massive game here to keep their Pro League dreams alive.
Need to keep it patient though, T4. You cannot underestimate the power of Monkey King and Aimbot and 7 Ed 9. So they need to play this one slow. Cap, or at least the last member of Cap, is still alive in towards the backside of the zone. And they do have the Rolling Thunder as well. So I think T4 doesn't have any choice. They have to fight this forward.
And T4 will be the smartest thing they do too. And you trying to get the height here. You can see the shots come out and he nearly gets the crack. But he needs his teammate to wrap the rock. There's still a trio via duo, so they still have the upper hand here. No, they tried their hardest to res.
They rezzed.
No, they did. They got it. They got Sony in, and they're still so healthy. Monkey King, they might get the down here on T4. They do. They get down too. Are you kidding me?
What?
Oh my god.
A res on the last circle right in front of T4's face. And I'm telling you right now, Stony, never underestimate the power of Monkey King, because it was some monkey business right in front of that rock, dropping the beacon, getting their boy back in the action. And what a win from Monkey King. That was mind-boggling.
I've got goosebumps from that. That was insane. Good job there for them, eh?
That is a great job by Aimbot. That is... It's the best I've ever seen a team play an end zone with so much that was happening, and they kept it calm.
They played exactly how I said how I said as well. They need to prioritize the fight on the bottom side because they need to clear Cap. As soon as they clear Cap, they need to fight forward, and they have to be careful of T4's presence. And T4 were a bit too scared to pull the trigger. They were just hiding behind the rock. They need to ape that immediately because that's only a duo.
100%.
And they had the Bloodhound scan. They knew it was a duo. They just took too long.
Yeah, crazy stuff there from Monkey King. But here's your match 5 summary. First game of Storm Point. And Monkey King taking first place. I think they've had a win before, have they not, guys?
I think so.
They've had wins.
Yeah, they've had wins, yeah. But they've managed to secure themselves 21 points with 9 kills. That's very impressive stuff there. They've been very, very dominant. I mean, we've been talking about them all night, and it's hard not to, guys. I mean, really, these guys they're here to make a point that they want to go to the final round. So good on them. And yeah, T4 also with 8 kills and 17 points. Pretty impressive stuff there. And one thing I'd like to mention there, Stoney, is you saying we were getting the reset. Oh man, that got me chuckling.
Yeah, you gotta keep it. You gotta keep it different sometimes. You know, you gotta have your own little different kind of calls. But Monkey King, the play to push Shikans off the height as a duo and taking control is what won them that game.
True.
I really did think that Ground Zero were going to have a massive game. We can see them here take control. Great Fanta, but yeah, I really would love to watch the Monkey King landing on Shikans, because I mean that was the spot to win the game, and they proved it. They held the right spot to win the game.
Well, one thing I think we might have just missed was Godhand. I believe he got that reset. We did see that. Forgive me. And managing to get his team in. It was pretty impressive stuff. What do you think there, Sneaky?
There was 2 reses in that last circle. Absolute madness. The mobile respawn beacon value is at an all-time high in the PLQ at this very moment. So it's nice to see that it's getting some use, and why not making sure that you take advantage of the changes of having your armor, having both of your weapons off of drop. So that's a very nice decision by that team to go for it. And I also want to point out that the point I said earlier with Monkey King dropping off of the top of Trials, that's what the other team did wrong. I can't remember the team name. It might have been Ground Zero, actually, that Ground Zero stayed on top until the very end, and they had to fight at least 2 or 3 teams in the low ground. Monkey King decided to just drop early and contest for that tower super early while everyone was distracted. That was the perfect play from the side of MK.
Could not agree more there, Sneaky. And now, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you grab some more popcorn, grab yourself a drink, go give your loved ones a kiss, because we are heading into an ad break, and we will catch your faces very soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League Qualifier. We just finished Game 1 on Storm Point, and your winners was Monkey King. And looking at this overall eliminations brackets, they are on 78 points there, Sneaky.
Mm-hmm.
They are
Absolute
going crazy.
Confidence, bro. Honestly.
I
don't know how they're doing it.
Yes. They're here to make a point, and good on them. I mean, so are so many other teams. You got FBKW with 56 in second place, and just below them there's Grape Thana with 46, and just a point difference there is remarkable team. Pretty much neck on neck there, so some good stuff there for those four teams, and good job to all the other teams participating as well. And one thing I like to mention is, which Stoney brought up before, was Ground Zero. I mean, I've had some experience with these guys. It's good to see them coming from Counter-Strike back in my semi-professional days. To see them into Apex now is also brings a smile to my face.
Yeah,
but
I mean, as a CS connoisseur myself, and the kind of a flex, the official Filipino caster for the majors, it's nice to see, teams branching out, especially orgs like this, because we already know Australia is filled with talent, especially for Apex.
100%.
Yeah, especially.
But looks like we are jumping into Game 2 of Storm Point. So kick back your feet, enjoy yourselves, and leave it to these two lovely gentlemen. See you in the next one.
Here we go, Sneaky. Game number 6. I mean, it feels like we're at game number 6 from the winners bracket just before, but we're not. This is our 14th, or what is it? Yeah, 14th game.
Yeah.
We're on fire, mate. We're on fire.
We're how do you say this? We're in the tail end of the marathon. That is today's games. That is for sure. So yeah, I mean, that means less and less opportunities for some of these teams to actually catch up on the scoreboard. So maybe now it's time for some of these teams to actually turn up.
Yeah, and you can't leave it too late. And
Nope.
Game 6, it might be a little bit too late, but depending on how big it is, that is probably the point. And we have seen a lot of north zones here on World's Edge. I would love to see a south zone at least, just for some of these boys not having to rotate. But it's not. It is a middle zone, which is most likely going to be. Yeah, brother.
I saw the second circle. I already know where it exactly is gonna go. Oh my god!
Yeah.
It's
So it's like a landslide.
It's gonna be like a few cars, maybe some broken containers, and that's pretty much it.
I feel like if you're your God Hand or H cuff, you try and take that that sniper tower at least in
Yep.
that kind of area early and try and just hold. I mean, it is a tough hold though, isn't it?
Yeah,
Especially
it's a tough
for
hold.
the start of the game. But we have Monkey King, Sneaky, and we talked about it in the winners bracket too. They conned Numning, Numning, and they conned probably with the wrong meta of a drop. But
For sure.
do you see a different kind of mindset here from the boys in the elimination bracket?
I mean, Monkey King is not getting contested, so I think they're pretty happy about it.
Yeah, but
They
that's
get to-
scary though.
They get to have their own POI, so they don't have to think about num-nims. And I think this is really quite the stark difference. That's why you do see a stark difference between Monkey King's performance going into World's Edge and Stormpoint, because you know the opponents are just different entirely, and not having a conduit on your head 24/7 is making it really easy for the boys here.
And it's probably good for them to have that experience in that last game as well, so they know to continue to contest for Pylon. That maybe for the Stormpoint games they run the meta with Conduit. I mean, they did it one game and they won the contest. So, I mean, Monkey King, we know they can do the job and win the contest. I think Monkey King just need to believe it themselves, and this game and the elimination bracket, they've shown that they definitely believe that they deserve to be in the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, and I already know what they're gonna be voting for R5 next time. Which map they can put on, and definitely Pylon is on the priority list because they need to practice on their fighting. Because I feel like they're so segmented when they go up against Numnim. It's always one person getting caught out, and it immediately becomes a 2v3. And that you already know that is not the disadvantage you're looking for if you are on the squad of Monkey King, but yeah, it's about that bolstered fight. Having that conduit on the side of Numnim as well could be helping in that situation. So maybe some adjustments need to be made. Maybe they need to play a lot more together, especially off drop in Stormpoint. But I mean, they're recovered really well in these past games.
Yeah, they've done really well, and it does look like we do have a little bit of education in stacks. I don't know if we can somehow make our way there, but Monkey King, they do have a lot to prove, and they will have a lot more tomorrow. But we're at Ground Zero. Ground Zero have a good chance here to try and get rid of FBKW, but FBKW, I kind of like their position a lot more than the Ground Zero boys are. But GZ Kobe is putting in so much damage right now with that Hemlock, and I mean, only 60 damage, but I like it. It looks a lot more when he's shooting it. But FBKW just playing very slow as well. They do have that height, Sneaky. It's a better spot where FBK are.
For sure. I mean, they have the high ground, they have the better building in their position. They really just have to worry about Kobe here. Kobe was one of the main reasons why DZ got out of so many rough spots in these situations. So if he can get an instant down on one of the members of FBKW, that's going to be an instant ape from their side. So what FBKW needs to do here is to try and play very careful. They cannot afford these damages.
Man, and as you say it, GZ Kobe, absolute lunatic, downs the Renners, and now all of a sudden, the boys of FBKW have their backs against the wall, and Ground Zero are living and breathing the opportunity to make tomorrow's finals with this aggressive gameplay right here in game number 6.
Yeah, and that's the superior teamwork, and I think that Monkey King should take notes on how to take out a conduit just like this. And FBKW, I mean, it's in the name of Ground Zero. If Kobe, you can play 23.9 seconds of perfect defense, but then he hits you with that fadeaway jump shot. You can't do anything about it. Like he's just like that as that Revenant.
Man, that makes me sad talking about him. I miss Kobe, but Ground Zero doing really well there. They do take control of stacks. I mean, if they make it through this gameplay here, Ground Zero with losers bracket, they're gonna have to con Kill Devil, and that's not an easy contest whatsoever, because Kill Devil are a very well-oiled machine when it comes to stacks, and we're looking at Countdown now, and HCuff, they've got a fair bit to worry about. They've got Remarkable Team behind them, and they also have the Chicago Bros on their other side, but we're going to go over to For the Dream, and they are moving in on Evolved by the looks of it, and Evolved are doing really well here. There's only one more member left for the Dream, and Evolved are going to get the job done. Rick's the Baby and Itchy. Oh no, there's a third party. Evolve need to try and get away.
Needs to run.
But it's only a solo. It's a solo via solo.
I think that's been called that it is only a solo, but he doesn't want to risk it at all. So he does have the advantage of being a support legend. That means they can just craft the banners and get back to the respawn right then and there. And Sikot's already on it though.
They can, because Cap already have the beacon recovery, so they're going to get a reset. But it looks like Monkey King are also getting into Great Fanta. If we slowly make our way that way, I can hope to God that Evolve get their way and try and rotate out for a reset. But there's a lot of action happening. We've only lost 2 teams here, Sneaky, with a minute left for round number 2.
Yeah, and Cap taking the hard-earned loot of Evolved here. That they did get that amazing, those amazing kills, but then, you know, all of a sudden, Cap on towards the far side of the mountain, coming out of nowhere and surprising this Evolved squad. And now they're going to be forced to walk into FBKW very, very soon, or at least the solo of FBKW. But here comes Monkey King with their own fight on the outside of this one. But yeah, the train tracks, it's going to be a bit rough here.
Yeah, and I mean, Great Fanta have a Bloodhound, but that man doesn't have his ult for a fair while, and it's tough playing inside this house. I've never seen many teams like survive this house, and that is the problem. And down goes Loki, so you can see it firsthand for yourselves. Monkey King, they do get the trade though, but it's Great Fanta down to only Nico, and Nico needs to try and do it all by himself. He's got a chance to get a bat off. He's going to go down. This is not good, man. Great Fanta get eliminated, but here come BLT for the dirty third party here and try to get rid of the boys of Monkey King, who are our 20-point leaders at the moment, Sneaky.
Yeah, they hit 2 birds with 1 stone. They stopped Monkey King from progressing further in that first place, and they also take out one of the better teams, which is Great Fanta. And what a call from the side of BLT to go for this third party, and now they can go for Luna, who is the only one in this house at this very moment. So, I mean, if you cannot get this a last player, then this is going to be big trouble. I think Booba heard him.
And it's smart by BLT because they're only 9th position. So being aggressive like this, especially when they know that there's a couple of down, that's a perfect play by BLT, and I'm all for it. It is very smart. They're currently holding out, oh, it looks like just for fun of just being killed by Ground Zero and Ground Zero. That's another team that really need to start getting it going here, and they need to start rotating in also from other new staging, and they're getting held out by T4, but I kind of like where Ground Zero are. They do have the Pathfinder and the Remnant, so it's not much of a rotation problem, but they do have T4 on the height, so obviously we understand that the height is the advantage, and T4, hopefully they can use it to their advantage. Yeah, Sneaky.
Yeah. But I think T4 is prioritizing zone here, so they can get a better position to better gatekeep Ground Zero in this situation. And this is going to be pure suffering from the side of Ground Zero, because there's barely any cover going into the cross, going into Countdown. So this is going to be quite the tough one. So instead, they're just going to be like, all right, you want to fight us? Let's go with the same elevation. We are going to go face to face and let us just throw hands.
Yeah, it's a smart move by Ground Zero. I actually kind of puts the pressure on T4, and it's not easy back into zone. So T4 sitting at a 5th position, while Ground Zero is sitting at 10th position in the lobby. You feel a lot more safer as T4 holding a team out. But that is a perfect nade there. Look, they need to try and get Kobe up on the height, because that is their main man, especially for entry damage. And T4 are playing this perfectly though. But they do go down because Ground Zero are playing together and they mean business. T4 eliminated. Ground Zero coming here in game number 6. They want finals. They want finals, Sneaky.
They won finals. I love seeing teams play with some balls in this lobby, and they definitely do have balls to go for that play, go for the same elevation as T4, straight up push them face to face, and Kobe with some absolute beamer shots with the Havoc and the Hemlock. And speaking of the Hemlock, there's also trouble brewing in front of FBKW, but Rennis got some good shots on towards Itchy. I think this is just going to be an easy clear against Evolved, but we're not so sure yet. It's still a 2v3. But that's just so unfortunate for Evolve, because they've been outside of the zone for a while now.
It's just so tough though, because you're stuck. And I mean, Evolved have known the zone for a while. And this is what I mean about when it comes to a World's Edge game set. You've got to worry about rotating. The POIs are too close. If you take too long, you've got to be comfortable to fight as a Edge team. If you're not comfortable to fight as an Edge team, rotate to zone. And as you can see, there's already an Edge team right in front of them, and that is a team you don't want to be held out by. That's Monkey King, and they aimbot. They need to worry about the team that's in front of them though, and that is BLT.
Yeah, Cap is also in the general direction, but I think Monkey King is going to try to go for this tower. I think it's pretty bad to go for it really early in this game, but I think it's actually good to go for it now, since Cap and BLT are actually just crossfiring a bit each other. So Monkey King, they don't want to be stuck in this low ground because they're going to get shot from behind.
Man, FBKW too are getting held out by the boys of Horn, but you can see the boys of Monkey King have ran straight into Cap, and all of a sudden Cap have the upper hand on Monkey King, but somehow aimbot and a 7 Ed to take the height of Cap and push Presto and Kai down to the bottom, and you can see FBKW getting eliminated here on the top right of zone. But look at ground, I don't know if we can get to ground 0, but they are putting in so much work here for game number 6. This is insane.
Yeah, Monkey King just staying on top of this, and they're really trying to see if they can recover their one member that's still on the ground. And I think now is the time to do so, because the entire BLT squad is distracted because of ground 0. But ground 0, lest we not forget about Kobe. Great reposition with that Q on towards that Revenant. Good jump, and that means he does have the higher angle on this squad. So BLT is going to have a slightly hard time trying to clear him from this.
Yeah, and BLT probably thinking that was the right decision to party, but ground 0's decision to go to the height is better, and I'm so for this Kobe moment right now. Let's see if he can get in and clean up BLT, but I think BLT have a bit more to bite off. They are stuck in the middle of Monkey King as well, and Kobe just trying to move around a little bit like Rajon Rondo, but he's going to go down, and all of a sudden Hizzy and Lusa now have to try and figure out as a duo, but BLT really holding their ground right now and playing this perfectly as a trio against a duo.
Yep, doesn't want to end up like Chris Paul on the Suns, that is for sure. But ground 0 right then and there. Oh, Hizzy is down. That's the lifeline out for the side of ground 0, and they might have to leave him behind. Yeah.
No, they still have room. They still have room. I think they can punch him in.
Oh, Luna. Oh, Luna's gone. That's no info for the side of BLT, but still, I think they can do this with Tickle and Booba.
It's a duo via duo here, Sneaky. So Tickle and Booba moving in here on ground 0, and have to play this really smart, but all of a sudden Booba gets shot in the back by Monkey King, and this puts ground 0 in the best position to clean up the duo that is in front of them.
King is third partying.
Yeah, ground 0 need to try and get their read. They get the banner too, so try and get out of here and try and get a reset would be the smartest thing for ground 0 as Monkey King make their way in and clean up BLT, Sneaky.
Yeah, and in amidst this chaos, the other teams have already rotated super close towards the countdown side, and some of them are going to be on the height side. Monkey King, if they can clear ground 0 here, actually, they could be in a winning position once again to get another dub, and especially on World's Edge, that's going to further their already far lead.
Man, I love H-Cuff's position right now. H-Cuff have not moved from countdown at all. I mean, the mans, I think the highest damage person they have is 336 damage. 1 kill. So the boys that are sitting in countdown, I think you got 4 teams still in countdown. So while Ground Zero and MMK are still trying to do what they do, somehow Ground Zero just get to reset.
Yeah. I think the main objective here for GZ is to just keep Kobe alive. As long as you do have that Revenant on your squad, he's always the X factor that you can rely on.
They got a
when it comes to
reset on
starting these
Hizzy.
fights.
I don't know where they got the reset on Hizzy, but they got their lifeline back in here, especially for round 6. That is huge. So Kobe's now need to be careful because they're rotating in with Monkey King overlooking them, and Aimbot with the wingman doing some work, but it does not get the down, but the damage, Sneaky, is what matters, and especially puts the pressure on in a closing rounds like this.
Yeah, but they allowed Ground Zero to reset on towards the left side. Oh my word! Kobe gets absolutely shredded by the wingman. Can he get one more? 50, 50, 50. That's all I see on my screen. And Aimbot gonna keep on going. He's confident. He's already cracked most of the team on towards the left side. Ground Zero is bleeding. Ground Zero is pleading that they will not go for the push. But here comes Aimbot. He doesn't care about their wishes. 7 Ed 9 on 1 HP. And here comes the stink from the Caustic. Monkey King taking their sweet time, but I think what they want to do is to just push Ground Zero off of a favorable spot here.
They can't do it though. The gold knock on the lifeline is just too OP, and Ground Zero get the chance to recover, and it pushes back Monkey King. Monkey King have to be careful, but the down, the beautiful shots there, and MMK Monkey King, they now get the chance to push in on Ground Zero because Ground Zero are getting pinched by another team, and that other team, a KVK that are still alive here, Sneaky.
Yep, Kill and V Control could save Monkey King from this very precarious situation because they could easily just fall to Ground Zero as well in this situation and give this very favorable spot that they already have inside of the zone. So that's why they're really trying to fight hard for this squad to just be low in general, so Killin and Control can go for something. But Ground Zero, I think they're going to land on something. They're going to land on Monkey King. Straight up face-to-face battle against Monkey King, but it doesn't matter because there's 2 wingmans, not just one, on the side of Monkey King. And Aimbot, he needs to recover. He does have that passive with the smoke, with the healing on that Bangalore. Here comes the Caustic Gas. It's going to get eaten by the Watson ulti.
KVK and Ground Zero will not bend over and just die. That is a perfect reset, and that is why Lifeline is so OP. But Monkey King are proving why they are the best team in this lobby right now, and the wingman by Sony doing the work, and they need to be careful here, Monkey King, because they have more than their hands can try and hold, because there's Lizzie v 1v1 Sony trying to get the med kit instead of the shield. It is a slow 1v1 here. It's our final 2 squads. Lizzie getting the crack again. Does he swing it? Can he swing it? No, because the wingman and Monkey King!
Oh my god!
Are you kidding me? Oh my god!
He just climbed up on his face as soon as he was batting? I mean, I think there's going to be an animation for the gun to be pulled out, so he does have a split second, and that split second is all that he needed.
Somebody make this guy a hollow spray wingman, because that was absolutely crazy stuff there.
Man, what a game by Monkey King. There's no way they should have stayed alive long.
That just shows you the power of the wingman in the right hands. Showing, you know, pushing someone with a wingman is a very deadly choice, and it paid off for them there. So big shout out to Monkey King. 2 games back to back.
They had 2 wingmans. That's
crazy stuff.
Man.
Have a look at these scores once they are here. And obviously Monkey King first place with 15.
Man,
I think that's the most. That's the highest score we've seen in by a first place team in a while. 27 straight up.
That's crazy.
I mean, they could lose to 10th, man. They would still be in contention for top 5 points in this lobby.
I mean, where was this Monkey King last round? Like, My
Nim was the
God.
problem.
They've just upped the ante. They know the stakes are high, obviously, because this is the elimination round, and these teams want to make it to the elimination, out of the elimination, so to the finals. And here's your overall standings.
Jesus.
Monkey King on 105 points.
They can take a nap for 2 games. They'd still be first.
For sure. And then just below them there is FBKW still in second place with 60. Remarkable team as well, still in third. And just below them is Great Fana. And wow, these guys are just putting on an absolute show for us tonight. And again, big shout out to all these teams. They've put all that practice in, you know, trying to make it to Pro League. So hopefully, you know, all that work does pay off. You might not make it now, but hey, this is the experience that counts, and that goes for everyone. As long as you put your mind to it, you can achieve anything.
I mean, if you look at the teams that are sitting at 10th to 17th, 16th, sorry, my God. It is literally 4 points to sitting 10th spot. So, I mean,
Good game.
yeah, it's one good game, but what a game, number 6.
And with that said, boys, we are jumping into an ad break, so we will see your faces very soon. Make sure, again, grab that popcorn and grab a drink and kiss your loved ones. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League qualifier. We are jumping straight into the action for game number 7. And back-to-back winners, Monkey King as well, just won their last game. So definitely a team to watch out for. And take it back to Stoney and Sneaky Frog.
Thank you, Trix. And yeah, I mean, this Monkey King, I guess it's. I mean, their kryptonite was numbing, and you can kind of see it, can't you, Sneaky? They feel a lot more comfortable out here in games of the elimination bracket.
For sure, for sure. I mean, this is where the pressure is now starting to mount on some of these other teams, right? And especially for the teams who are, 4 points away from 10th place? Like, that the pressure is now on them to
I think there's like
get a good
six.
game.
I think there's like 6 teams on like literally a top 10 with 4 kills away from being in top 10. Like it is really close.
Like, yeah, in comparison, we do have Monkey King here, who's ahead by 40-ish points, and they can do the Macarena, and they would still be first place in this game, no problem whatsoever. So, gonna be interesting stuff to see. And am I seeing a contest?
Man,
jump
Great
already?
Fanta landed on God Hand.
Great Fanta, chill out. I know you guys want to qualify, but God Hand, they've been having quite not the best set of games, honestly.
But I'm all for it. This is what I love about match points and games where you got to qualify. POIs don't matter. You want to win. You want to make finals. You've got to get out of your comfort zone, and you've got to be confident. And that might kickstart Great Fanta here to just get up here to like maybe the top 5. But I mean, Great Fanta are comfortable, and I feel like they're going to the top 10 anyways. But I do love that, and they just kind of push Godhand out of the top 10 maybe.
Yeah, and especially it's kind of like an F1 race where you really don't want to be in the pack at around 5th to like 14th. So you really want to break away as much as possible because you really don't want another team just taking your spot at 10th just because they got 1 more kill more than you. So I think they're trying to make sure that they can really seal the deal in their placement.
I mean, Godhand now, they're at 16th position with only 13 points. I mean, you're losing a contest against like the boys of like Great Fanta who are sitting 3rd. I mean, maybe that's a little bit of acquaintance love by Great Fanta. I don't know, but Godhand, they're in a little bit of trouble, and they've got a lot of work to do here. And only 2 games left after this.
For sure,
One.
Sorry, actually, one. This is the second to last one. So, Godhand, if you don't lock in and get the win next game, your qualification might be under wraps here, and you might have to just say GG's and try again next year or next time here in the next circuit. But man, I mean, Great Fanta, you can already tell that they are out for blood just off the jump. So they're going to try and see if they can gain some early footing here. And that's already a good start by them, dropping into Countdown, eliminating Godhand off of their position and moving into Lava Fisher. They're going to be so kitted going into this game.
Yeah, I do like that play. And you can see now there's like 3 teams moving into Harvester. You got Haunt and you got H-Cuff. So I do understand where Haunt are trying to get into. They want to try and get through that choke of into Landslide, and that is a very smart idea, but it's a tough rotate because you do have 3 teams that know the area, and I mean, H-Cuff went there. So H-Cuff are going to beat Haunt there. Haunt just need to try and play smart. Staging's free, so we still have 16 teams though, and there's a little bit of a contest happening out the back, and For the Dream v Evolve. We would really hate to see Evolve go down again here to Dream. I said it before, they should know by now where For the Dream are playing, and For the Dream want to move in on this kind of contest at Climatizer, Sneaky, and let's see if Evolve can get the job done.
Yeah, it's a res for res here in Climatizer. So For the Dream, it's going to be back into a 3v3. All of a sudden, it's a 2v2. Once again, Bricks the Baby going to get 1 in return. So it's a 1-for-1 so far. But the bot, the healing
Mm.
is actually helping for the Dream in this fight, but they're falling one by one, and the headshots, Itchy's gonna go down eventually. So I think this is a 1v1 situation. It's a roof fight between two of these teams for the Dream or Evolved, who is gonna get their first drop. Rix the baby gets caught sticking a syringe in his teammate's chest in order to get them back up. And for the Dream, the timing is way better for them.
Man, that is what I'm talking about. You've got to have game sense. Like, there's 2 times now that they've gone down to For the Dream at the exact same position. Like,
Yeah.
do you want to make Pro League? You've got to be quicker. So it's so tough, man. I understand that KP is so important at the start of a game, but I feel like Evolved's game is so much better when they rotate quickly.
For sure. And yeah, I think the biggest thing what they did wrong there was probably like after that second kill, I think Horizon should have just jumped off the roof because they already had the advantage in terms of the
they had
numbers here.
2v1.
And his teammate can actually fight for him. He can climb up and he already has the health for it. So might as well try to go for that roof play. When you are that Pathfinder, you can just zip right back up and, you know, have the Horizon res your down teammate.
It's so tough. I mean, it's easy for us to say, I guess, but
Yeah,
I hope Evolve do really watch it back and they sit there in this stream and they go, okay, boys, this is what we need to do for our last game. We only have one more chance to make finals. Like, teams should be getting really excited. Like, there's not many chances that teams get to make it to Pro League, and right now is where you want to prove that you want to make Pro League.
Yep. I can already tell HKUF is next to Starshine at the moment because they're one of the few teams that actually run Watson here, and then they already fenced up the outside of their car, so they really want to secure it as much as possible. As we do pan on over into Countdown, there is plenty of bodies still rummaging around for some loot that has already been taken earlier by the side of Grape Fanta, but Killin versus Control, they're going to go for Remarkable Team here, but Remarkable Team, if they can get a good timing, they could actually turn this fight around, but they're only a duo.
Yeah, look, I mean, Remarkable Team, they're in some trouble because I think KVK, they've been really aggressive in this altercation as well. So, Remarkable Team, they want to be careful, but they do have the Caustic and the Valkyrie and the beams coming out by KZC, but he needs to be careful.
Oh, PK!
It's not enough!
Oh, Super Glide!
PK! There's only one more! Killing the Control! Get rid of Remarkable Team now. Forget that they were fighting a trio. The duo was not enough. But they get the job done, man. I mean, that is so tough. That is so tough, Sneaky.
Yeah, imagine if Sekongbai was there to fight with his teammates
Man.
instead of being a death box.
They win that.
So unfortunate. They win that 100%. At least they die in style. Remarkable team.
Exactly,
Great effort
Ford.
into trying to get that control in towards Countdown, but it doesn't work out. The numbers don't add up.
Nah, and I don't know if we can get there, but out near Lava Siphon, we have Ground Zero v FBKW, and that is 2 teams that really need to get things rolling. And I mean, you can see Acquaintance and you got Chicane's Bros, they're kind of getting held out at a point in time as well. You got True, I think it is, not True. You have the boys are Great Fanta and stuck in between some teams, but they are getting down Scholar and Acquaintance, and all of a sudden here, Sneaky, Great Fanta realize that they are on top of this altercation, but there's another team,
no.
and it is
Ground
T4.
Zero. Oh, it's T4.
There's T4.
Oh my
Ground
god.
Zero getting the job done at the moment against the boys of FBKW, but that's not what we're watching. We're watching T4 getting the job done here.
Yeah, we were witnessing some Aussie on Aussie violence in that initial skirmish we had with Nico and Loki spotting out Scholar on the outside, and that's a big kill if you can get it. I mean, Scholar being out of the picture, you don't have to deal with the sniper in his hands, so gonna be an easier time for any of the team having to watch their heads. But Great Fanta doing some poke damage actually on the team that wants to cross into the staging side itself, and I think that's just for fun in T4 at the same time.
Yeah, and great Fanta. I think they're pretty safe at the moment, but T4 have just been caught out by Team Cap. So, I mean, Chikan's bros overlooking the boys of great Fanta, and you've got T4 just getting eliminated by Cap, and there's so much happening at the moment, Sneaky. We're looking at 13 teams. We've already lost 4. We've got round 2 closing with 37.
Yep, and I don't think it's going to be the exact same circle as well, as it is pulling slightly more south. So I think it's going to be more biased towards the landslide side. So yeah, maybe another situation where we're going to see a team possibly go for that tower and maybe try to farm as much as possible. Monkey King is still on the other side of the mountain here, and they have to deal with For the Dream and BLT. But I think they're thinking that they can time this fight correctly and maybe even go for the third party, because they're actually looking in the direction of FTD and BLT.
Can we just have a look for a second how far Ground Zero are away from the zone?
They're eating zone. Oh my god.
They are so far away. I mean, they've done well to do what they have, but I mean, I don't see them making it through this zone. And like you said, this zone it's not got full majority to staging. I think the teams that are in landslide are very safe at the moment. You've got the boys of Starshine, Haunt, and H-Cuff as well, all in a pretty good spot. But it's a really tough job as an IGL at this point in time as well, Sneaky, because we're at game 7 and the zone is not where you expect it to be. But at the moment, you got For the Dream getting eliminated by BLT on the outside. But they need to be quick. They need to get the reset and they need to get the shield shots, because the lobby leaders, Monkey King, moving in as well. BLT need to stay alive because they really want to make the gameplay for tomorrow.
Yeah, they're trying to run as much as possible here. Tickle is on 1 HP. Booba does not have any red health whatsoever, and Monkey King, I think their objective there was to just push BLT in a very uncomfortable position so they can get, if they can get the loot, they can steal it from them, and maybe on the other side of this mountain they're going to start the fight, but it's still up in the air. And it seems like Monkey King, they want to go for a quick rotate instead.
Yeah, and while that all was happening, Ground Zero got rid of Great Fanta, and all of a sudden now Ground Zero have 5 KP and they're sitting at 11th position, and all of a sudden Lusan, he's decided to move in on Cap. I mean, there's so much happening at the moment. There's so much that needs to happen because teams need to make it into this zone at the moment, and Ground Zero, they are putting in all the work on Team Cap and Hizzy, getting down 2 members there, and all of a sudden the boys of Cap are down to 2. Presto, C-Cut trying to hold him out, but you can see Lusan moving in like an absolute crazy man, and Cap get eliminated. Ground Zero, they mean business here. Sneaky, game number 7.
Yep, and this is what we expect exactly from the comp of Ground Zero. You have a lifeline that can just allow this Pathfinder and this Rev to just keep on rolling forward, and if you die, you could just get picked back up with the gold res. So it's going to be quite the troublesome task to try and see if they can eliminate this team off of the face of the map. And every team that faced them is matched by unbridled aggression by both this Pathfinder and this Revenant at the same time. So it's pretty hard to really predict what Ground Zero is going to do here.
It's tough too, Sneaky. We're at the 7th game. A lot of team, or half of this lobby has played 16 today. Were they going to play 16? It's getting tiring. They lose composure.
That's for sure.
Do you know what I mean? They lose
composure. They play 20 games a day.
Exactly. So we need to see teams to keep that same energy, and I mean, we're going to see probably less teams moving forward into end zones because they've kind of had enough. But if you want to make the big league, you've got to keep consistency, and consistency is the key. And you can see Starshine and BLT playing really well, but at the moment you've got Monkey King as well moving on an H-Cuff. You've got Haunt moving in on top of a team which is just for fun, and all of a sudden Johnny is the last man standing for Haunt, but all of a sudden Haunt need to be careful because there's another team behind them, and that's KVK.
Yeah, they lose their Caustic in the process as well. So yeah, killing the control in the car at this very moment, waiting for the best timing to get into the zone itself. But I think they have their sights set for the team on towards the bridge side, which is Haunt. They already know that there's a duo since they already took out the Caustic earlier. So Haunt is going to have a target in their back, but Killen is displaying a bit of discipline here. They're not going to go in willy-nilly.
No, they're playing smart. You got ground zero still as position they are in because they're kind of holding the position over top of Monkey King and putting a lot of pressure in. And aimbot, he needs to be careful just for fun, has just been eliminated by Haunt. And that is a team that we haven't talked much about today, Sneaky, and that is Team Haunt. And look, they've not had the best day, but if they can keep it going here, like we said, we understand the situation. It was very close from the 15th position to the 8th position. They need a big game.
So
I mean, where are they sitting at the moment? I think they're sitting 9th, 10th or something. So
Haunt had a good start in winners, honestly, from the last time that they played in round 1. So them struggling was not really expected as of today. I would have expected them to at least place top 5 here in the elimination bracket. But
so they're sitting 11th at the moment, Sneaky.
maybe it's nerves.
Maybe it's nerves or maybe it's a big day.
Oh, Aoki. Not like this. Missing the easiest Kraber shot of his life. But just having a Kraber, the presence of that weapon is so dangerous.
I mean, that's probably the most... I mean, that and the Wingman, that's probably the two scariest guns you can get out of the package at the moment. But you can see KVK, they're in a really good spot, but they do need to be careful because there's a lot of people in their area. You got Ground Zero moving in on top of Starshine Esports.
Starshine.
And I can tell you what, that is the quickest sweep I've ever seen.
God.
Ground Zero did all the work there. Kobe, Lusan, and Hizzy, the most cleanest cleanup by a team tonight, and they mean business here in game number 7, and they are dropping, and they don't want to stop. BLT are the next team that they want to get a part of, and they get rid of Luna. Lusan needs to be careful. He goes down. It's up to Kobe and Hizzy, and you can see Kobe moving in. The Havoc. Oh my god, no Ground Zero.
Oh, that's so unlucky. Tickle was 1 HP. BLT gets taken down eventually, but at least it's still a good placing. A hella good game from the side of Ground Zero. They have so much points in terms of KP, plus the climb up on Starshine. Absolutely amazing. But Monkey King is now inside of the car. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity to come out. HKUF is on the far side of the circle, and now it's just all about the positioning and who gets to shoot who first.
I mean, Monkey King, bro. Like, are they going for their 5th today? Or they're in a top 3 situation right now, and they have the best spot. They
got the Kraber
probably
too.
not the best spot. Sorry, they're probably not in the best. I reckon KVK are probably in the best spot, but it's Monkey King. We can't go past them right now. We are in elimination bracket, and they are telling you and showing Apac South region right here on Apac South Hub that they don't want to go home, and they are the best team here in the bracket.
Oh, here comes the Bloodhound ultimate. They can see right through the smokes. Ransacker trying to get some damage inside of the car, but it's really tough when the players inside are just moving around trying to dodge and bob and weave, and you're getting shot from the other side as well by Killen versus Control, who is trying to set up some of the teams on the truck and try and see if they can gain some additional KP. They can eliminate eventually who is on the inside. HKUF, Vicky Lau is already down, and he still has armor. He came down because of the gas. Oh my word. What is happening? What is happening on the outside of this car? Scan's going to go through. Kraber is on the ground. Who is going to grab it? No one wants to. Here comes a swing in from the side of HKUF. Insta-beamed. You do not come into the domain of Monkey King because he is king for a reason. Here comes Killen versus Control, who's trying to get the scraps of this fight going. And one person's going to come from behind. Nice shot on the Havoc. And the Kings are going to be slain. Killen versus Control is going to get the dub for the day. And great positioning by them to stay on the outside of these fights.
I
This
mean,
is-
Monkey King. Are you kidding me? Like that. What a
This
game
is
though by
this
KVK.
is Apex Legends Global Series Pro League qualifier, if I've ever seen it. This is awesome. Well
That's
done
a
there.
great game.
Good job there to KVK. Go around. We'll have a look at these scores, ladies and gentlemen, of Game 7. We've got one more game coming up right after this very soon. So, guys, I don't know about you, but tonight has been an absolute blast. And thank you all for so much for being here. Every single one of you is right now watching this stream. And here are the scores, ladies and gentlemen. KVK with 11 kills, boys, with 23 points.
I mean, that is a perfect game by KVK. They held the perfect spot as well for the end of the game. I mean, no way Monkey King only had 2 kills. Is that right? That is. I feel like they had so many more kills. They put so much pressure in. But can we go to ground 0 at 6th position? They had 13 kills and get a 16-point game here for game number 7. I mean, if there is a team that want to prove that they can make winners bracket, ladies and gentlemen, that's one right there in front of your face.
Well, one thing to note from that, Stoney, is we saw before when they were on top of the height and jumped down. I can't remember who the Revenant was, but he put in work with that Havoc.
It's Kobe.
Kobe, yeah, he was
Kobe.
going crazy with it.
Jesus. I mean, the climb up on towards the team in the high ground of Landslide was just absolute madness, because I think it was the rev jumping and then the pathy jumping at the same time. I don't think the lifeline was actually up there with them, so I think the lifeline had to do the manual thing of just going up the rope normally, and that amount of pressure, Starshine couldn't take it. I think they were caught by surprise, honestly.
Yeah, I don't disagree there. Man, I'm just in awe of the games tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure being amongst it.
We appreciate your tricks, man, and it's been a lot of fun. It's all up to you, bro. You're the host, my dude, and you've done a great job, man, filling in for the final games here of the elimination bracket.
I appreciate that too. And both of you, Sneaky Frog and Stoney, are absolute bloody legends, good casters. If you don't know who they are, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go check out their Twitters, give them a follow. They are absolute units. And with that said, we are hopping into an ad break, so we will see your faces very shortly. You already know what I'm going to say. I don't need to say it. See you soon.
I just wish you knew.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League Qualifier. And if you have not seen what times tomorrow for the finals, match point finals, it's going to be hosted on Longshot. So make sure you head over there tomorrow. If you're in Singapore, it's 12 p.m. And if you're in Australia, Eastern Standard Time, 2 p.m. So make sure you head over there tomorrow to see some more action-packed Apex Legends. We'll also go over the match point summaries from last game with KVK taking game 7 with a win with 11 kills. And an honorable mention there as well, Sneaky, is Ground Zero with a massive 13 kills.
Yeah, for sure. Ground Zero truly maximizing the value of that Revenant and that Pathfinder, that double aggression that you can present. And it caught so many teams off guard, and especially Starshine, who were expecting a team to come from one of the 2 ropes. They did not expect the crane to be occupied by a Pathfinder and a freaking flying Revenant flying into their faces and not allowing them to breathe whatsoever. Kobe is on some clutch moments
demon
right now.
time.
Yep.
Absolute demon time from those boys there. And speaking about Starshine there, anything to note there, Stoney?
For Starshine Esports, they got to be careful. It's
I think someone's gonna land on them.
It's what, you're 11 points in 10th position. I mean, I don't know if you can say you're comfortable at that spot, but I mean, at game number 8, you never know exactly what's going to happen. You've got Haunt, Just for Fun, Cap, Evolved, 4Dream. I mean, there's so many teams that are near the elimination bracket, and as you can see here in the scores, I mean, look at the scores here. You got T4 that are holding on by a point from Haunt. You got Cap, Just for Fun, Evolved, For the Dream, the Chicanes Bros. I mean, there's so much here that is in stake for 6 of the teams to make it into winners tomorrow.
100%. And I got to note, Monkey King could just sit back and relax this game because they know they are making it to the finals. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know how this works, it is the top 10 teams that will be going into the finals. So make sure you put those predictions in and let us know who you think's going to win the last game for tonight. I'm so excited, guys. This last game, I'm sure, is going to be action-packed to the max. These teams are going to be fighting their hardest, trying their absolute best. I started a little bit there, but it just shows how much excited I am. And I'll bring it back to Stoney and Sneaky.
Game number 8, let's go it, baby. I mean,
Shot.
Monkey King, I don't even know if they're in the game, are they?
I think they're just there for fun at this point. Or
They did join?
they did join. They're at trials at the moment. So I think they're making a statement right now for the rest of the teams here in the Pro League qualifier that, we might have messed up here in Winners Round 1 and Winners Round 2, but we're gonna make you guys make sure that you know our name. That is Monkey King, dominating, very similar to Golden Hell in Circuit 1, where they had a 50-point gap between the other teams. And, oh my god, what a zone to end it on, too. It's Mirage Trois zone. It's going to be up, down, left, right,
And
everywhere.
Chicane's brothers landing on God Hand. So, I mean, they need to be careful. That is a really terrible zone to be landing on a team that you have not been playing that drop spot for the last 15 games. So, I mean,
I think they're taking advantage of Godhand just being dead for the past 2 or 3 games. And
they
maybe
don't have
momentum on them.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that, but at the same time,
It's rough.
if you're Acquaintance and Chicanes, you're 6 points away from top 10. Are you really risking it on a con?
That would be quite the banger way to possibly get back into the game. Or could be quite the banger way to be out of qualifying.
It'd be definitely a Twitter post by Yesh or Weewoo, that's for sure. So, I mean,
Yeah,
we can see.
I'm gonna sneak in a reply there. Should have put in Sintel.
Yeah.
Nah, that's just my
Where
pride talking. That's
is
just my
Sintel?
my fellow Filipino boy. Hopefully
He
you're
is a
watching, my
legend.
friend. I love ya. But
Yeah, so it does say that they bring in Skull Intel today. Don't know if that is a forever pick, but it does look like Great Fanta need to be careful because Low-Key is by himself and Great Fanta are getting pushed here by KVK on Mirage, and
he
Low-Key
immediately left.
needs to get away from this because Great Fanta, I mean, they're safe. They're making winners bracket. They've done their job.
Jesus.
But KVK, what are they sitting? Sixth position.
Sixth
So they've
position,
made
yeah.
they've done it as well. So it doesn't really matter for them at this point in time. I'm more worried about the Chicans. I'm more worried about boys of Ground Zero,
Like Hans as
Starshine Esports and Evolved, and I mean you can see For the Dream. They usually push into Evolved because they feel comfortable, but with this zone pool, you can see For the Dream, they don't want to move into Evolved here.
For sure, for sure. But Ground Zero already looking over the horizon here. You already know that Ground Zero is looking to get these early kills, especially on FBKW, who has not been really challenging this team in any facet whatsoever. But FBKW, Ren is on the Loba this time. Destroy Cookie on Rev?
I mean,
What
where
does
did
happen to
Ground
the
Zero
comp?
finish? Where did Ground Zero sitting again? They're sitting at least
They're eighth.
top 10, sure.
Top 10,
Eighth, yeah.
They got 15
So,
points
I mean-
last game. They better than be.
Yeah, well, there they go. They're sitting at top 8 with 40 points. They're 7 points in front of top 10, the 10th position, which is T4. So, Ground Zero, I don't know if I'm comfortable enough with 40 points to be fighting so
another
soon
banger.
in zone. They need a massive banger. So, I really do appreciate them rotating away from the situation. And we can see now HCuff moving into Mirage Trial as they're going to try and play zone with T4 and the boys of KVK above them. And T4 are sitting 11th position here, Sneaky. They need a massive game.
Yeah, for sure. And Monkey King, you know, the team that's here just for fun, in all honesty. So,
Yeah.
already looking
nothing
to
else to
disrupt
do.
Starshine. Nothing else to do, man. You're sitting in first place. You could sit back, have a sip of coffee or tea or whatever choice they do prefer. Beer. You know,
What's your go-to beer, Sneaky? Do you drink beer,
Oh,
or
I don't drink
what's your
beer,
go-to?
I've been smited by God by being allergic to hops, but I do like myself a I don't know if it's exclusive here, Smirnoff Mule. I don't know if you guys have it there, but it's
not really.
it's
but
kind of like a vodka plus Coke mixer in one.
I have to try it when I get to Bali. If it's
yeah,
in
yeah.
Bali.
I think
If it's in-
it's there. My brother
That's
went to
it.
Bali.
Alright.
It's there.
August,
It's the
I'll
best
be
drink
there.
ever.
I'm all for it.
Yep.
I'll send a video to you, Sneaky. I got you.
Nice. I know, right? We already see a flyby in between remarkable team.
They've landed on great fans. They realize who they landed. Get the leaders.
Oh, they're gonna
See you
regret that.
later.
Oh, they're gonna regret
Great
that.
fans up. Can I tell you, I'm so impressed of this team this week. Great Fanta have proven that they deserve to be in winners bracket. I seriously do hope that they make it
They're such
into
a roller
Pro
coaster
League.
team, though,
And
man.
I mean, for the viewers out there, tomorrow the finals. So the top 10 that do make it through elimination bracket, they will be on the broadcast of Longshot. I'm pretty sure it's at 2 p.m. SGT or 5 p.m. SGT, one of the two. At 2 p.m. AAST. So we're going to be 12 p.m. SGT. And you got the legend Roots, who obviously does a lot over with the actual ALGS LAN, who runs Longshot. And you have the legend Genome, who is the official caster over at LAN. And I mean, we've got some talent with Apac South, and it starts with the crew at Longshot. And they get to show the broadcast tomorrow, which, I mean, we've had the pleasure to watch I mean, you've watched 24 games now, Sneaky. I've watched 16. We've had the pleasure to watch all these teams make their way into the finals. Are you excited to just sit back and relax tomorrow, mate?
Hopefully so. Can see some banger games. And speaking of bangers, Evolve, they've already taken out Godhand. But
I
what
mean,
I'm excited
that's
to see
it.
tomorrow, man, in all honesty, is can Monkey King conquer their demons at his Nimnum?
I just hope that they play a Conduit Storm. That is, if you're
That's the
conning,
solution.
if you're conning, just run a Conduit, please. Like, just it helped them with their confidence, Sneaky. We literally watched it. We seen
for,
them
late game as
land.
well. You have Conduit ult.
I mean, Conduit ult's powerful. I mean, it is so powerful. But yeah, we've done a great job. Ash has taken over PLQ, and the observers and yourself, Sneak, and Rexy, Lily, you've done a great job. And you've done Apac South very proud. But we can see FBKW trying to rotate in. There's a lot happening inside zone. You've got Great Fanta trying to stay alive. I mean, it doesn't really, because they're definitely going in to the end of the game, and so are Monkey King. But it is a Monkey King v Great Fanta game here, and Monkey King get absolutely deleted. Great Fanta saying sit down, and Great Fanta, they get the chance to reset here.
They're sipping on that Great Fanta, that's for sure. And now they basically sealed their spot in third place with 54 points.
I mean, that's a horrible drink, though.
I'm alright with it. I'm alright with the
Great
flavored
Fanta?
drinks.
I mean,
We call it Royal here.
yeah, I mean, the raspberry is.
Oh, the raspberry. That can't be beat, honestly.
That can't be beat. That is my Balinese hangover drink. I'm not gonna lie.
That is true, but hopefully some of these teams are not hungover, because this is basically their last shot at redemption, especially for the teams like FTD, who is currently at 16th place. But I swear, if they just get one good game going, they could slip on by maybe in top 10, because some of these teams are still in the low 30s.
It's tough, though. I mean, you could see it before. It was like 30 points. Top 10, 33 was top 10.
Yeah, just for fun, actually.
They're still 10
sitting on
points
28.
away. So still 10 points away. It's a tough ask. I mean, I really do feel Godhand. You look at Godhand, who they battled their way through Pro League. Acquaintance left that team with like 2 weeks left, I'm pretty sure. They had to try and make their way through a third. So I do really feel for that team. They really did battle their heart out, and they did try, but I mean, it doesn't all happen. And you can see now FBKW, they move to BLT, and they get rid of Luna, but Booba and the boys of Booba and Tickle are doing really well, but you can see FBKW, they're sitting second overall here, and they are meaning business, and BLT go out at 9th position. I don't know if I'm safe here. If I'm BLT, I'm feeling really, really nervous with
praying.
the 13 squads that are still left alive.
You're praying that FDD goes out. You're praying that For the Dream goes out. You're praying that Cap goes out. You're praying that Evolved especially goes out in this situation. Cap has still the opportunity to actually take the 10th spot, possibly even the 9th spot in this leaderboard. So them still being alive is such a huge factor to their chances of still getting in.
Yeah, and we can see Cap rotating in as straight into the boys of... Well, there's a lot of teams in that area. I mean, For the Dream are getting looked at by Great Fanta. Cap are trying to rotate into Mirage. It's just too many teams. I mean, we're still 13 squads, Sneaky. I mean, we've only went in with 17. 4 teams are dead. I feel like we've watched way more teams die, but we are out here, and all of a sudden, it does look like there's a little bit of action out the backside, and Evolved, one of the teams that need to stay alive to make the chance of Pro League really a fantasy actually happen. My God, I mean, it's not on the broadcast now. You got For the Dream moving in on the Great Fanta, and they are doing work as well. They are putting in the work while they're taking apart with Great Fanta, but Great Fanta will still duo the solo of the Pathfinder, and they clean up For the Dream.
They're out.
Oh my god.
It's not even necessary from the side of Great Fanta that they had to go for this fight, because just like we said, they're so comfortably in third. But For the Dream, I think that's just going to be them going out of the Pro League qualifiers at 16th, unfortunately. So now there is some shots from the other teams, especially Cap here, who is sitting at 11th, and they're not too far from 10th in this situation. And the Shakans Bros, another team that is in contention to qualify for this PLQ finals, just sitting inside of a building at the moment. I think they're just playing for survival here, honestly.
They have a great spot, Sneaky. I mean, for the next zone, I'm not complaining if I'm the Shakan Bros. Top 10, no KP, it doesn't matter. You just need to chill, top 3, get some kills. So much can happen, man. I mean, Evolved, I feel sorry for Evolved. They got caught out by the solo. They tried so hard. And that was a massive GG. So many teams today that have been involved. I mean, it is so tough. It's so upsetting too, because I mean, CC's not easy. You know, they're going against. I mean, we're the biggest region, Sneaky.
True.
We're nearly 300 teams, man. Every CC plus.
Yeah.
I mean, so if you're making it to PLQ, like, well done to you guys. You don't need to be disappointed. You've done a great job, and I mean, you guys just need to be proud of your efforts and really don't give up, because you guys are the reason Apex is still alive. So, seriously, well done to all the teams that have been a part.
That's so unfortunate for Evolved. I mean, it's just like what Design said. As if you're an edge team and you get spotted so early, especially when you're still in zone, that's basically you being dead meat. And it seems like Evolved taking a bit too long, spending too much time in La La Land, Design's favorite place. So it seems like we're gonna have to wait and see what they can do going into the next few PLQs right after this one. But just for fun, here comes the jump down from the Revenant. He's getting shredded by this Rampage, but it doesn't matter. He just tanks every single shot. Oh my god. They got the res too.
Ground Zero, bro, and Haunt come in for the third party, because Haunt want to get involved. They have 14th position. I mean, if they can get a really good game here and try and clean up Ground Zero, the KP means everything, but you got 10 seconds to get the zone, and now they're in such a really sticky situation. They've got to fight all directions to get into the zone. The Arcstars, down goes Priceless. Haunt should get eliminated, and I'm pretty sure they do. They're down to only Cyrus. I mean, that is such a sticky situation, Sneaky. They're now down to a
Yep, and I think Cyrus is going to be out, because I think the players on the bottom side of the buildings, they could actually try and go for a clear there. But I think for Kobe, at least he does have that escape tool with the jump on that Revenant to actually get out of the sticky situation. But, yep, Kobe does not get out in time. Unfortunate for Ground Zero.
I mean, you can usually rely on Kobe, but
not when there's 5 dudes out here.
Yeah, not today. Oof, KVK, they're holding the top of Mirage. They've got a Kraber on the old Aoki as well. You got HCuff underneath. You've got the boys of T4 still alive as well. I mean, HCuff are just holding on by the grip of their teeth here. 7th position. So they really need to move in and try and be aggressive. The only team that is right near them is T4, and I mean, do you really want to make Pro League, boys? And that is what they want to do. You can aggressive. Love it. HCuff, they move back. The rotate in is going to be very tough. I mean, there's only one team here, Sneaky, that is in zone, and that is Sneaky as we go to the sky view here.
Yep. and we're already seeing another team move in from the bottom side. It's Killen versus Control that they have to move on forward, but HKUF is absolutely pelting them with these hemlock shots, and they're going to go out late, actually, making sure that they hug the zone, so no one's actually going to be flanking them in the process. Unix is the first one down. Great shots from the hemlock so far from Vicky Lau, and he is just adding on to the points that they already have, but they get inted by the solo of Haunt. Cyrus takes one with him, so plus 1 KP at least for Haunt before they go out that 7th. And Black Road, the only one left standing for the side of HKUF. Yangshang looking over the hill. 68 crack. Are they going to get it in time? HKUF is out. Starshine, they seal their place in 5th. And the only team that is basically outside of the top 10 at the moment is the Shakan Bros, who is still on the low ground at the moment.
Yeah, I tell you what, they're all three still standing. Free situation with 5 KP.
Top 4.
So, I mean, they might make the top 10 here, but we're gonna have to wait and see. Shakan's Pros need to try and stay alive, and I can tell you right now, they're sitting in 9th position in the leaderboard, and they might be sending their way to the finals tomorrow on live on Longshot, the mainstream. I mean, Shakan's Bros did so well, Sneaky, to stay alive in this zone. I mean, you got Great Fanta holding the high. You got the boys of Starshine Esports kind of stuck on the right side of them, and you've still got the boys of Shakan still alive. I mean, there's so many. And then you know what? This is going to be the easiest win here for Great Fanta.
Oh, Starshine!
Starshine, I mean, and Great Fanta take game number 8, and that is all she wrote here for Apac South Pro League qualifiers, baby. Elimination bracket.
Oh, I think Shakan's is in. They got 2nd place, and they even prevented Starshine from absolutely forcing their way into a 2nd place finish. Great shots and an unnecessary wall jump into getting sucked by the black hole into the Arc Star. Too much style, but he needed some substance with that kill, but unfortunately it wasn't there.
Wow.
Man.
Absolutely great games tonight. I'm in awe. Good job to Great Fan for taking the win. And Shakan Bros, they're, holding off, trying to get that extra points, coming in 2nd. Good on them.
Yeah, they were all, I mean, they understood the situation. I mean, making a finals play when you're behind top 10. And the Shakans Bros, they've had enough time to practice. They've had the replacement of Scholar, who obviously is very smart when it comes to Apex, and he's put enough time in. And Shakans Bros, well done. I really do hope that they've made top 10 here and make it.
Well, we'll see right now with this match 8 summary. With Great Fana with 27 points, 15 kills, might I add. And Shakan Bros just below them there with 9 points and 7 kills. 16 in total.
That's so huge for Shakans. I think that's going to put them into contention here. But who is going to be out? That is the question. Who is going to be the 10th team that unfortunately got run over?
T4 was sitting 20th? 10th? So, I mean, they still had 6 points, but is that enough? So, yeah. I am so intrigued, man. It is going to be awesome.
Here we go.
It's going to be such a great day.
Oh my god. I'm just on the edge of I'm waiting for the scoreboard to pop out on my screen because I just want to know who's in and who's out.
100%. But these are the highlights from the last game, ladies and gentlemen. Give a round of applause to every single one of these teams that have been playing tonight, putting in their all to make it into the finals. It is not an easy task.
But look at this, though, from Starshine. It was already a 2v3 in order to take out the Shakan Bros here, but I don't know what happened. There was pretty much a black hole immediately, and they couldn't react to it, but the standings are going to be shown in just a bit, according to the voice in my head.
I'm so excited, man. I want to see him.
I mean, what else can you ask for, Sneaky? I mean, we've been here for 16 games. was it 9 hours we've been casting, 8 hours we've been casting, and it is all happening. And it comes down to this end game here, and if you're the boys of Chicans, you have to be so proud of yourself. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It comes down to it. And the Chicans,
Yo, 1 point.
Bro,
No.
T4
If they
have
died,
lost their Pro League spot.
If they died to Starshine in that fight in the low ground, that would have been them out of
By a
contention.
point. Might I add?
You
a point.
are kidding me. I mean, I wish I could swear right now, but I can't, which is fine because I understand the situation. But the Chicans bros holding out, getting game 2 for the 8th game, that is ridiculous considering the situation, Sneaky. I mean, we've watched 16 games today. These boys had the mental capacity to hold off till the last game to make the finals. Oh my
Yes.
God.
Some good stuff there from the Chikan bros. Yeah, just I love the passion. The passion is all there for those boys, making it back into the finals. And wow,
I mean, BLT. I mean, they BLT make it by a point. This is insane. I mean, Chicans. Like, if you're the Chicans brothers right now, you can look at that in the team that they have. So the Chicans brothers have what? Acquaintance, Scholar, and Acquaintance, Scholar,
and Viola.
and Brenny. So Brenny has always played with Polaris, which is beautiful because they're such a great couple in the OCE region. But you have Brenny and Acquaintance. Acquaintance leaves a Pro League team who are already in Pro League to go to a CC team for the chance to even make, and now they make it into by a point.
By a point,
I mean,
yeah.
that is awesome because they realized the situation, they knew what they were fighting for, and they've done the job. I mean, it's all up to them tomorrow now, obviously on Shot Stream, but that is such a great game to finish off with for the Chicans bros.
100% there, Stoney, and a round of applause, pat on the back for them boys, and for the other top 10 teams that made it in. And as you mentioned there, Stoney, tomorrow will be hosted by Longshot, so make sure you go give Longshot a follow. I'm sure you're already following, but go over there tomorrow. I believe it is 2 p.m. Australia Eastern Standard Time and 12 p.m. Singapore time.
Man, what a game. What a day, Sneak. And I really do appreciate being able to cast with the greatest. And obviously having the observers and yourself, Trix, stand in for the last 8 games, mate. I know how daunting it is that it's your first being a host. So you're obviously from Rest Oz. We don't take much to get nervous, us boys. But we do appreciate you over here at Apac South Hub. And it is the first time that Apac South has been able to take over PLQ, and I can tell you what, Ash should be proud. They've done very well, and 100%. You can see here the bracket. Like, Ash have done winners round 1. They did round 2, elimination round, 24 games. I mean, Sneaky, you've watched it all, and finals start tomorrow, mates. Big ups to you, big dog.
Can't wait to do a lot more of this. So yeah, one big shout out to Longshot, who is going to be doing the finals right after this, of course. So it's going to be a great watch, honestly, and lots of storylines that you have to follow. And there is like, for example, how Shakan's qualified barely into the finals, how Monkey King can try and conquer their demons, that is Numnim, in their own POI, so they can get another great games just like this, so they don't really have to rely on World's Edge as much. Then there's also Killin versus Control, who were at the bottom of the scoreboard at one point in this entire series, but then all of a sudden they just popped out.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be an amazing watch tomorrow. Sneaky. I mean, you're obviously going to the best of the best crew, which is Longshot. I mean, we're looking at Pro League entertainment right there. I mean, they did the last ALGS with the man Genome himself. We've all been there. I mean, it's been such an amazing weekend of games for Apex South, and I think every single team, every single observer, every single caster, every single host should be very proud. I think we've done really well for Apex South. No matter what happens tomorrow, I think everyone should be very proud of their effort. I mean, there's so much that can happen. It's Apex South. It's Apex. I mean, it took the 8th game for Chicane's Bros to finish top 10 by a point. Tricks.
Yeah, man. And yeah, good shot to yourself, man. Like, good shout out for everyone. But don't forget yourself, man. You have done a wonderful job, and same with you, Sneaky. And a big shout out to Rexy Lily for helping us here with the broadcast team. And big thanks to them again, as you mentioned before, Stoney. Been an absolute blast. I've been an absolute pleasure just being amongst it all, and I'm looking forward to seeing it all tomorrow in the chat. I'll be talking in there. Want to say hi? I'm sure Stoney and Sneaky Frog will be in there, and yeah, I'm very excited.
Oh yeah. I forgot about we are going to be doing the APAC North side of things. We've been doing that for a bit as well. Ironically, because we're APAC South Hub, but we also do the entirety of the APAC region. So make sure you guys watch the PLQ finals, if I'm not mistaken. The PLQ finals for 4 p.m. Singapore time. That's like 2 hours ahead in Eastern time, so that's like 6 p.m. for you guys. So yeah, make sure to keep your eyes peeled, because we have the best of the best from APAC North trying to qualify for Pro League as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Apex Legends Global Series Pro League Qualifier. We will see you in the chat tomorrow. Make sure you go over to Longshot. The times are on your screen right now. Make sure you save those times in your phone. And thank you all so much for the love and support, all the subs, all the follows. And we'll see you later. Much love.
Massive shout out here though to, I do appreciate all the people that are involved. I mean, we've got some amazing observers that have been a part of it as well. If you guys do have a Twitter account, make sure that you do go and follow Apex South Hub. We've had the great pleasure to work with Sneaky Frog here, Trixinity. I mean, Trixinity, the man has been putting in a lot of work in the casting scene. He's just been called up here to host in the last 3 hours. So, I mean, it was a great effort. You got Rexy Lily as well, who does a lot of casting Apex North scene. She's done a great job in producing for Apex South Hub. This is the first time that Apex South Hub have taken over PLQ, and it's not going to be the last time that they keep on. So make sure that you follow. Enjoy the evening. Have fun tomorrow. And we'll see you all at Longshot. And once again, thank you all again for being here. And massive thanks to all the participants who did fight it out 16 today. See you tomorrow at 12 p.m. SGT, 2 p.m. ASTT, whatever the hell I just said. And we're going to Longshot stream. We'll see you all tomorrow. Enjoy your night. Thank you for the 16 games, and all enjoy the evening.
See you later.